All right, guys, we are live. We had a little bit of technical difficulties. It looks like we missed the national ring as well as the Kale and Morgana overnumber connecting art. But hey, better now than never. And with me today for the Beijing National Open, the very last set 3 major event, it is none other than NA45 and Night Fighter. How are we feeling today, guys?
Hey, I'm doing great. Plus, I'm really looking forward to checking out this event. I mean, we've seen the meta develop so much, and hopefully, we get to see some new cool stuff today. But how about yourself, Knight?
I am doing fantastic. We have a very long weekend of
Oh,
Riftbound,
yeah.
so I'm excited to see a lot of games. And it's true, we've seen the meta develop, but the meta in China is very different from what we see in the West. So I
Mhm.
would not be surprised if we are shocked by either the results or just what does really well here today.
Yeah, very true. I mean, we've had 4 unique legends out of all the regionals. So I believe it was Mastery taking regional number 1 in China, Azir, Diana, and the last one was taken by Aurelia. So 4 legends. It wasn't like a dominant performance from either of them, but that's kind of like the picture being painted in China. Those are kind of the top dogs over there. Do we feel like this is the time for a repeat legend? One of those that I just mentioned, NA.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, the more I've watched this format develop, the more I like this Azir deck. Well, like is a strong word. I don't like the Azir deck, but I think it is a pretty strong pick. And it honestly is probably my favorite going in for the day. And the yellow stocks have just been going up, to be honest. I think that the yellow decks continue to perform really well.
Yeah, yellow feels really strong. But Night Fighter, what about yourself? Do you think it's going to be one of those decks or something catching everyone off surprise? As you said, China's a little bit different when it comes to Riftbound.
I could see it being Azir. It's very consistent. I don't know the Chinese players well enough to be like, oh, there's a really good player for one deck or other, like a prismaticism of China. So it's hard to say that we'll have a surprise legend win, but I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Ezreal if there's someone in China who's really been practicing to control Ezreal.
Yeah,
I don't know that there is a deck with as much of a high win rate as the current control Ezreal. It struggles into specifically, I think, Irelia, and beyond that, it pretty much only has good matchups. So I could definitely see Ezreal taking it if
definitely.
they
I
have
know
a
NA
really
likes to hear
good practice Ezreal.
that. But yes, Skella,
Yeah.
dude, welcome on in. We do rechat. And Miss Jordy, good to see you. Guys, we were supposed to go live like 10, 15 minutes ago, but of course, at the best time, I had some crazy technical difficulties on OBS. So we missed the over number of reveal. I can't believe I'm so upset this whole weekend. I'm like, man, I can't wait to go on stream. We'll go ahead and show everyone the over number that I know is going to be KO. I know it's going to be Morgana. Shout out to Marshall from Riftbound Report. He was so confident that it was gonna be a Kali and Kennen. I'm like, Marshall, a Kali and Kennen don't even really have rivalry like that. It has to be Morgana and KO, and it looks like we were right. So I'm happy about that. Did you guys catch the artwork, Night Fighter and NA?
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I like it, though I am not the biggest fan of the iterations of I'm not the biggest fan of what they've done with the characters, but I think that they will definitely. Um,
What do you
I
mean,
think
like
that
the characters, as in the overnumber connecting characters, or specifically
no,
KO
the
and
cards.
Morgana?
No, just the cards in general. I think that they made them a little bit boring. I think we kind of were reaching peak card design in set 2. We had a lot of really interesting cards, and it feels like we kind of reverted a little bit back to more boring card does one thing. And it's
Okay.
like almost every card in this set is just like, I have more might, or I have deflect, or I think the subset of cards that interests me the most is the little mill archetype that we're getting.
Burn. You're totally
Um,
right.
yeah, I think that that one is particularly interesting. But other than that, it's like, I don't know how I feel.
Okay, I can respect that. What about you, Night Fighter? How you feel about the design overall of Vendetta coming out pretty soon? I think just 2 weeks time and it's already in our hands.
I do have to agree that the cards feel a little basic. I really wish Kale was XP. because
Okay.
that would just make a lot of sense. Morgana being red is fine, though it feels like she should have been Chaos to be opposite of Kale. And then I don't really see why she does damage in ambush. That's not really something from League of Legends that she does. But I am really excited for Kale and the new Solari Sunhawk as potential cards in Vi to just have more deflect to make people not want to touch my units.
That's a deflect too, little bird, isn't it? I remember it just got released,
Yep.
I think, yesterday.
Yeah, 3 energy, 3 might, and then 2 energy to empower it, give it +1 might, and deflect 2. So that could be really good with a bunch of gear strapped on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it seems like a nice and refreshing set, to say the least, though. So I'm excited for it. I know we talked about it not being the most ideal in terms of design-wise. I know some people we've been given, like, it's like a love-hate for the decree cards. I would imagine you guys don't really love them. I think they're okay, especially with the newest edition of Sideboard increasing up to 10 cards, which was just announced yesterday. How was that? Was that a big kind of news to you guys, or something you expected as the development of Riftbound continued?
Yeah, they do this in Magic, I want to say, where they're targeted color hate cards, and it is a very boring mechanic to me in that it just says you have a card that is particularly good versus this one color, and it just is a blank otherwise. I think the most interesting of the ones is the, I want to say, is it the orange or the red one? The one that looks at your opponent's hand. I think that is the most interesting one to me. I believe it's the orange one. And I don't think that it's particularly fair. I don't think we needed more hand rip cards, especially ones that don't cost any power. But the fact that it does something, regardless of if you are against that opposing color or not, makes it less of a just straight dead card. It does give you that hand knowledge, and you do actually get to. It has some use outside of just being, hey, screw this color in particular. So I'm not a huge fan of them, but at least one of them was done well, I think.
Was it the orange? Or was there another one that kind of caught your eye?
No, it's the orange one. It's 1 energy, look at your opponent's hand, and if there's a blue card, you can discard it.
Yeah, that was not too bad. I mean, we'll see how much the decrees come into play, of course. But real quick, guys, it looks like before round number 1, the cards were revealed. I'll zoom in a little bit for you guys. That is the overnumber Kale and the overnumber Morgana connecting our set. I'll show you guys a little bit more in the meantime, because it looks like round number 1 is approaching. And of course, in true China regional fashion, they're going to be starting us off with an Aurora matchup. Oh my goodness, of course. To start off as a boogeyman is going to be ending off as a boogeyman, though I don't think it's going to be posing too much of a threat to a lot of players out here. But we'll see who his opponent is. MF versus who, I wonder?
Crazy to me that they're only on one lunar. That's like,
yeah,
one
one elder, one baron, and then 3 mind splitters. So going all in more on the hand rip strategy. You know, the more recent iterations from Ali Andrazi, one of the most prolific Aurora players, he's actually been sideboarding in the Elder Dragons. He's been going 3 Baron Nashers, 3 mind splitters, or actually it might just even be a single mind splitter. He's going like all in on Baron Nasher to completely throw a curveball on your opponent. And then he sides in the Elder Dragons. I don't know if Night Fighter or NA, have you guys seen that or not, but I feel like that's some kind of interesting tech, a little bit better than just dropping dragons turn after turn.
Yeah, I've seen the 3 Baron version with specifically Sivir because it hits Ezreal and Diana a lot harder. And I like that. This one had 1 Baron, 1 Dragon, and 1 Baron sideboarded, so there isn't even an option to bring in 3 of either of those.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. I'm wondering if his opponent is going to be a deck that could kind of fare well against Aurora, because there's just some matchups that are completely lopsided. I hope for round number one, it is a little bit more of a fun back and forth. But guys, for anyone just tuning in, this is the Beijing National Open. Over 2,048 players and a prize pool of over 35,000 USD. So a whole lot is on the line this weekend. And it looks like we should be getting this round number one started. If you didn't see, we weren't online, so you couldn't see unless you were watching the stream on yourself. There's actually a national ring attached to this prize pool as well. It's super cool. It usually, if they do it the same as they did for Spirit Forge and for Origin Season, they have the gemstones of the two colors of your legend that wins the event. So it's a super cool event, super unique. I don't know any other TCG that gives you like NBA or NFL type rings to winning these events. So it's a cool little incentive. I like it.
It's
That's really
definitely
cool.
an interesting one. I haven't seen one do that like that before. Cool. I agree. It is pretty cool.
Definitely cool. And I'm wondering if there's some kind of a delay, which I'm not too upset about because we had a little minor, maybe major delay, it felt like for me, because they gave us the preview of MF and then they didn't show the other deck. So maybe, just maybe, they're repairing and we'll get another little round number one. But as we wait, let's go ahead and we'll make predictions maybe for round two of who's going to take the whole event. But since this is the last major event of set 3, what would you say is like the biggest takeaway, if there is any, for like now that we're concluding set 3? Is there anything like a big takeaway for you, Night Fighter?
I think this set has proven, and we kind of saw this right at the end of Spirit Forge, that energy matters a whole lot more than a single card does. We've seen this with something like Diana doing very well. We've seen this with Annie at the end of Spirit Forged, but we've seen the decks constantly going down on power cost over the entire course of this set, and presumably they've been getting more consistent for it. So my big takeaway going into Vendetta, and when I'm looking at testing and building decks for it, is lowering power cost seems to help a lot more than adding 1 or 2 card draw into your deck.
Okay. So rune economy a little bit better than hand economy you're getting at. Okay, I can respect that. Because, there's a couple legends that are definitely going all in on that diminish their rune strategy, like the Renekton legend that got revealed in Vendetta. That one's going to be a little hit or miss if someone figures it out with him. But just to your point, like, you're trying to use your runes early, I feel like it's just kind of counterintuitive, but we'll see. A Renekton seems like a fun one. We'll throw it over to NA. Any little bit of a takeaway from your side, NA, about set 3 of overall, since this is the end of it?
I mean, to me, it just kind of shows how powerful aggro is, because more aggressive decks have been, at least in my opinion, have been consistently doing better. And the only real exception is Lux combo, which is not really, I wouldn't even really call it like a ramp deck or anything. It's just, I hit the combo and the game's over, right? So there is a clock on that as well. And then Aurora, but Aurora is its own beast. I just think that this has been, like, if you look at Diana versus Ezreal, Diana is just a more aggressive Ezreal, right?
Okay.
And Diana has had more success. It's a combat-focused tempo Ezreal. And then you see, like, Azir doing so well, and all these yellow legends, like Rek'Sai and stuff, doing well. To me, this just says that aggro is better. And until more control support is printed, and I don't really think there's a lot of good control support coming in the next set, so I think we might be looking at a little bit more of the same.
There were some good removal options, especially in like decks like Mbessa with that signature spell. I've been seeing a couple of Mbessa decks. I'm excited for it. That might be one of the legends I'm thinking about running. But to your point, NA, I think even Riftbound themselves noticed just how powerful, I don't want to go as far as saying like over tweaked aggro decks been, but definitely enough to where they had to say some kind of a response. Hence the bans that literally got announced last night. Stealthy Pursuer, we all knew about that one, but the one that came out of nowhere, actually, I backtrack a little bit. It didn't truly come out of nowhere, but the newer bands that came out, it was Arena's Greatest and then Aspirin Climb. So they were saying these aggro decks with this battlefield, it enables too quick of a game. We want games to be played exactly as they were intended, to go up to 8 points. But speaking of going into 8 points, it looks like round number 1 is here. Which player will be getting to that 8th victory point to start off round number 1? It is the Beijing National Open NA45 Night Fighter. If you guys are ready, let's hop into this round 1.
Yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely. So I know we did see the Misfortune. Did we catch what the other one was? I missed it. Oh, there we go.
No.
Aurelia. Okay.
All right.
Interesting. I honestly feel that if you're not playing the Elder Dragons, this is like pretty good for Aurelia, as
Yeah.
you don't have the. Oh wait, they were joking with us. Okay, it's Ornn. What? Okay.
Okay, well,
All
I'm
right.
happy about that. No Aurora for game 1, and I love Ornn, and I am excited to see blue Ornn, because the aggro Sprite Fountain Ornn lists have been running green Ornn. So this might be a 40 might Ornn fighting a 39 might Irelia to see who can hold a battlefield.
Yeah, the one thing that is a little bit spooky is that Aurelia is purple, so she does have access to stuff like Rebuke and Starcross. Though I will say I feel like the Aurelia lists have been cutting back again on the bounce spells, from what I've seen recently, and playing the more just I am Aurelia, you cannot win, because there was that little period of time where every Aurelia list was like playing Fizz, and they're copying the I forget his name. Who was it that played that list? I don't remember, but yeah, it did pretty well with that. So I'll be curious to see what we got. But we have Sunken Temple as the game 1 Aurelia opener, which is honestly, Ornn's probably fine with too.
Yeah, and then Treasure Hoard, I mean, it's also going to be fine for Irelia, because that way she can get all of her gears equipped for free. So both battlefields are going to be helpful for both of them, though depending on this Ornn list, Ornn will struggle more to get Sunken Temple value early, because Ornn is a little bit slower to get out on the board than Irelia, because he's harder to keep alive than Irelia is, because he doesn't have as much movement.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do see a Seal, a Poro, a Defy, and I did not catch the last card that is
That was
being
a
mulliganed
blue
away.
Jin.
It's a blue Jin. Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
there's a
which
Sprite Fountain.
is interesting, to say the least.
There is the
Let's see.
Sprite Fountain,
I
so we
think
do
that's a
get to see
Pike.
some. Is that Pike? I
I
actually
think
like
that's
Pike in this deck.
the Altart Purple Pike, yeah. And then
Yeah,
the Wind Defy.
I like that card a lot, to be honest, and it makes sense to me why a lot of the Pike lists do play Red Pike, because it's a little bit more versatile, right? In that with the Legend, it enables pretty easy double conquers. But the 3-drop unit is pretty solid going second, right? It essentially says that your opponent cannot push up onto a battlefield. Otherwise, you get to take out their unit and get a gold, which is, I mean, it's very similar to what the Draven Vanquisher was doing back when Obelisk of Power was like a battlefield, right?
Yes.
Where you just play Draven going second and say, do you really want to conquer something?
Yeah, and it gives that gold, which I
Mhm.
just mentioned is going to be nice for the Irelia to have. And it doesn't cost power to put down. Do
Yeah.
you hide the Pike very often?
No, not this one. This one is mostly just used as a very solid turn 2 unit. But you could. I mean, you could. It's an option. Options are good. It is good when cards do more than one thing.
Yes, the diversity is very nice. Okay, Ornn is going first, so he did win the die roll. We didn't get to see that because one of the dice flew off the table.
So, oh wow, okay. I'm a little bit surprised going for the Scuttle instead of the Sprite Fountain right off the bat, because one of the strongest things you can do with Sprite Fountain is play it on that turn 1, right? Because it almost guarantees 2 to 3 points on its own.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he can play it this turn. He can double conquer, so the
Hmm.
actual point total at the end of his next turn will be the same, and this gets
Hmm.
the Scuttle Crab on the board. It will also mean that whichever battlefield that sprite is at, the pike is not going to be able to just walk it over, which is really nice to go against that turn 2 pike play that you had mentioned.
Let's see. Did not catch the draw for turn, but here is our
It
little
was a
scuttle going
brutalizer.
in, and definitely going to appreciate the gold, like you said. It does let you ramp up without paying those power costs, and that does tie right back into what you said about energy is important, right? And deramping early does suck, and WoW does not opt to play out the fountain, which I guess fair enough. It's going to save it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's trying to save it to snipe Irelia, if the Irelia player overcommits her Irelia, because otherwise I'm not entirely sure why he's holding it in hand. It could be to brutalize her a sprite and get the Sunken Temple draw, because with the gold and the Ornn Legend, he'll be able to do 2 power next turn. So that could be a play if he's thinking he needs a different card in hand.
Could also be trying to trade with the pike with it, right? Where you just go ahead and throw a sprite at the pike and trade away, and you do see the hand, right? So you do know that there isn't any buff in it, but we do see purple Kazakhs, which is cool. I think this card is pretty good actually, and it's seen a little bit of play in multiple decks, right? Like Ezreal even started playing it specifically for this Aurelia match because it's one of the only ways you can actually deal with Aurelia or Yi units.
Yeah, I think the Yi matchup is where everybody was like, you know what, we're just going to take Kazakhs. It's one of the only ways to punish the Yi for having to hold with one unit only. And it does get a lot of value in those matchups.
Especially when you're playing into the green legends, right? And you have to deal with all the counter spells. So playing a unit that effectively acts like a 6 energy, 1 power, deal 6 damage is not too bad. It's on the Hourglass.
Hourglass for the 2 energy. I guess he's holding up Ride the Wind. I was thinking he might throw on Boots if he wanted to threaten against. I guess he doesn't know that there's any Accelerate in the Ornn's hand, but I do feel like Sprite Fountain is so Ornn favored as a card that you should assume that that is something he will be playing. Because, yeah, now the Pike is at least at risk of this Sprite killing him or popping the Zonias.
I think specifically because he did see the Ride the Wind, though, he's not going to go for that play because that is a little bit suspicious. But okay, and it says I'm going to come in with the Poro, and I think this is probably fine. You probably just say okay, whatever. You do have the Zonias in the back line, unless the reason to do something here is if you did want to save that Zonias. Is you nah. He has no buffs, right? It was like Swifties, Ride the Wind.
Yeah, there's 2 Ride the
Kazakhs.
Winds and then Kazakh's Boots.
Oh wow, okay. Sure.
Probably heading back to base, isn't going to want to throw this into a Sprite and pop the Zonias to kill a temporary unit that's already gotten its value. Not that he's going to be able to, because the Defy will stop the Ride the Wind, and the Pike is going to die. The Aurelia is going to pop the Zonias once one of the judges remembers. There we go.
Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit surprised he chose to defy that, but I guess knowing the hand, you don't really see a ton of defy options besides exactly the Ride the Winds. So, and wow, still does not draw any buff spells. No GA.
Oh, that was a Tide Turner he drew.
Yeah. A lot of units, a lot of Tide. So Tide Turner, Kazakhs, Swifties, Ride the Wind.
I assume the Swift Boots have to come out, because there's no better turn to play it. He's got the gold to attach it if he wants to. and then that'll let him get over the Sprite, it'll let him kill the Poro, depending on if he wants the card draw from the Sunken Temple or the gold from Treasure Hoard. Yep, gonna be the Treasure Hoard. Drops the Brutalizer off the Poro. The Pike is in danger again, because another Sprite can hit the board, equip the Brutalizer, and threaten this Pike. He could hold up Ride the Wind again, but that feels really
Oh, you just use
uncomfortable.
it here, right?
Well, he has Tide Turner in hand, so he can Tide Turner the Pike back and just say, you know what, the Tide Turner's gonna die, but I'll
No,
save
I
the
think
Pike.
you want the double conquer here, right? Because though honestly, I didn't expect him to pay for the gold there. I felt like the play here was you conquer a treasure and then you ride the wind over and you conquer the sunken and then you use that last energy to get the draw because his hand is like pretty dead. And at that point, you also get the gold from like Pike killing two things, right? So it's like the same amount of gold, but you also get a draw.
Yes, that would mean he's lost both of his Ride the Winds, unless he's
Yeah.
running all three. And that could be bad, because then his Irelia has no way to escape the Ornn, and I don't... Oh, he tapped the Irelia to ready the Pike.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I just think he needs the draw cards because his hand is very dead. Want to see more stuff. Or at the very least, like you can go for this play, but I just don't think you should be paying for the gold over the draw off a sunken. Like the same play works without the ride to win, but in that case, you're drawing a card instead of getting one gold, and he doesn't have anything to spend his gold on. It's like Kha'Zix and then Aurelia leader ability, and then the ride to win. Like that's not enough that personally I'm warranting building up gold over cards when I have 3 cards in hand and 2 of them are sorry, is it 2 cards in hand now? It's just Kha'Zix
Yeah.
plus ride to win? Yeah. Really not a fan.
Right, yep, the Pike. It's 5-3. Presumably the Pike's gonna die. It does give him an option, because if this Tide Turner dies, he can play Kha'Zix from hand, play Ride the Wind, attach the boots, clear both battlefields if something gets onto that other battlefield, which would be a lot of his resources gone, but it would get him up to 5 points if that's what he wanted to do here. But otherwise, it's going to be hard. Because now, yeah, even the Tide Turner is going to die when that pit rookie, I believe, no, not pit rookie, pit crew, is readied from the gear coming in.
Not seen this card for a hot minute. It saw a little bit of time in the spotlight back when in set 2 when we had the Pit Crew Ezreal deck running around, which is pretty cool for sure. I liked that deck a lot. It's kind of a shame it disappeared so quickly to me, but cool to see it in action again here. Yeah, the nice thing, if the Aurelia had done the ride the win play though, is you'd still have your Pike, right? You can just retreat it off,
Yeah.
and then you get another draw off a Sunken Temple. So like that's 2 more cards that you could have had. And then you'd still have the Tide Turner for mobility. But
Yeah, at this stage, it definitely looks like that play would have left him in a better state.
Does have a buff
remember
now.
if the Ornn had a second defy. If the Ornn had a second defy, that could have been really bad, though. Which maybe that's what the Irelia was thinking.
Well, you can still, you could still use the Aurelia Legend, right? If you did want to. I would. Oh, okay, so playing, is he just developing the gods of base? Okay, we're down bad now, okay.
Yep, that's Kha'Zix to base.
He hasn't played the Aurelia Champion yet. I'm surprised you play the Kha'Zix here over just play the Aurelia Champion.
Yeah? I think he's just, like, forgotten that he has the champion unit, because that definitely would have been better here.
How can you forget when she's so pretty? He's got that nice over number too. I quite a bit of a tangent, but I was very surprised when I saw, what was it, like Aurelia versus Swain or something in the in the did he pay 2? Oh, he paid a gold. Okay. Yeah, I was very surprised when I saw Aurelia versus Swain in their like dual arts instead of I don't know, it just didn't make sense to me. I guess they are Ionia and Noxus. I don't know a ton about League lore, but
I believe in League lore they are actually rivals, though Swain then not getting his own legend feels bad.
yeah. Yeah, so the Kazakhs did swing over. He moved his stuff to the discard, and there is no death knell there to react to be able to get the consult. So it does forget to use it, unfortunately. That being said, my doubts that it's going to matter this game. That being said, that is a... I mean, 2 cards is a lot. 3 cards, really, because you invested the card from your hand and a rune for that. So, I mean, it's a very big swing. Will it matter, though? This we'll find out here. Is on 5 points.
It is a big swing. Now, the Pit Rookie isn't actually able to run over this Kha'Zix, even with the Brutalizer attached.
Correct.
So the Kha'Zix is in relative safety, especially with a Ride the Wind still available with the runes up for it.
Mm-hmm.
So ironically, the Irelia is not in a bad spot now. I think if you're the Orin, you kind of have to get the big boy Orin out onto the board, because you're going to need something that can take out this Kha'Zix. And his current board is not going to do that, unless he Sprite Bursts followed by a Discipline, which is going to be a lot of resources that is going to get smacked by a Ride the Wind to make it null.
Did you see? Does he have a Sprite Burst in hand? I didn't catch it.
Yeah, he has a Sprite Burst in hand, and I believe he has a Discipline in hand. He has a second Pit Crew in hand.
You can also just Sprite Burst, throw both of the sprites at the Ka and say, I'm going to trade. But that does get a little bit suspicious, doesn't it? If he does actually finally have, because he has drawn a few cards since you saw his hand. I honestly would not hate just throwing the sprites plus... actually, I probably would have just played out the second Pit Crew from his hand. And does he have a gear? I can't quite see.
No, that's a Plundering Poro, Discipline, Sprite Burst, and Pit Crew.
Ooh. Okay, so no gear, actually, but... Oh, he drew a Starcross. That's very good.
And then an Unguard, yeah. So the Irelia has Ride the Wind, Unguard, Starcrossed, and the Ornn has Discipline, Sprite Burst, Plundering Poro, Pit Crew.
Okay. Hopefully he does remember the Kha'Zix trigger here. Okay, it looks like he did. Okay, so that's 4, 5, 6.
It's 8 for the Kha'Zix. Versus the 6 of Pit Rookie, or Pit Crew. He could Discipline to make it trade, but with the Ornn's hand, there is nothing the Ornn can do to win this fight and keep the Pit Crew alive.
I think I would put my opponent on have a buff, though. I think I would play out the Discipline. Because there is a chance that the Discipline does draw you into another...
Yeah, another buff spell from the Discipline would be really nice. I think the sequencing of this turn could have definitely been better if he had consumed the Poro snack earlier, because I don't think he's got enough cards in his hand to warrant leaving up all of his runes. And he really needs just one more good card in hand right here. Unfortunately, Jhin is not the answer he needed.
I also don't like this because he didn't actually like play around the he knew there was a Ride the Wind, so now he's just losing to any drawn buff, and you know that Aurelia had 9 inner decks still and drew like 3 cards since he's through the hand. It seems fairly likely that she draws at least one. My initial reaction was actually to go ahead and either pop the Poro Snack as like your first action, just see more cards, see what options we have, or go for the Sprite Burst and then either throw in just both the sprites or throw in the sprites plus the pit crew and just throw in 3 units. Because even if your opponent does ride the win away, they are still only going to 6 points on their turn. And if they ride the win away, then all your units are still just going to be on that battlefield. You're on 6 points, and the Kazakhs is not the best at conquering into a battlefield that has multiple units on it, right? See, and now he's like playing out the sprite burst anyway. So at this point,
with the brutalizer, he can go up to 9, but the Kazakhs is at 10, so he's not going to be able to contest it even then.
But,
he can get the draw from the Sunken Temple by getting the sprite up to 6 with the brutalizer.
Yeah, he's on 6 points here though. You are threatening game on the next turn. Probably do want to move that second sprite in just to make it a little bit harder to deal with. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And then he can play out the Jin because the sprite burst was 5 energy, so the Jin's only 1 power here. I can't tell because the Ornn has stacked his runes, but I think he's at about 6 runes left. So on the next turn, he has Deadly Flourish in hand and a Pit Crew and a Plundering Poro. So he's kind of out of cards at this point. Given this Kazakhs can very comfortably pull back, set up something else on the battlefield, and be set to try and double conquer on his turn. It does leave the Ornn to double conquer if the Irelia thinks he has an accelerate card in hand, then that would be bad. We currently know he doesn't, but the Irelia probably won't try and risk that. But she doesn't have a ton of options. She can play out the Scuttle Crab, get the draw, and then eventually Starcross it on her next turn. Or she can try and get out the Irelia.
There's another buff. So, I mean, the hand's not too bad here. Discipline Starcross this late into the game. But like you said, you do need to be a little bit worried about the Ornn being on 6 points, especially now that he has shown you the Sprite Burst, he has shown Sprite Fountain. You know that there are a fair number of Accelerate options. Did he remember the vision on the Jin? I don't quite remember that.
I don't remember. I didn't see it. Okay, so he is going to try and clear the Sunken Temple. I guess this play does work. It says you're going to have to get an Accelerate or one of these 2 battlefields is going to hold. It does mean if this Jin can get over the Kazakhs, he can Deadly Flourish the Scuttle Crab. So it's not, like, a Scuttle Crab is not the hold you're really hoping for, but I also don't know that Deadly Flourish is a very common card in Ornn. Another set of boots picked up, but he's definitely going to hold up the Starcross here.
Yeah, the Starcross is going to make this quite hard unless the Ornn can find a Defy for turn or off the Poro Snacks. It is not a happy spot to be in because your opponent is on 7 points. So like you said, you have to clear both. You cannot just clear one.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this top deck. Even just a gear, I think, would win him the battle. I mean, Discipline would work, because he can clear the Scuttle. Potentially. Depending on if this Irelia remembers that Starcross has reaction speed, because then he can reaction speed, bounce the Scuttle to hand, bounce the Jin into hand, and things become very bad for the Ornn.
Yeah, he has to pop this Poros. Like, this is the last turn of the game.
Hopefully. So. Hopefully he remembers that Poro Snag is there. I think he might have forgotten it, because he has not used it since turn 2 or 3 when he put it down.
Yeah, at this point, you need to see as many options as you can before you commit to a play, because the game, like you said, is over. On this turn, essentially, he's either... It's pretty unlikely that we will see another turn in one way or another. There is a chance, though, if you do somehow force the Starcross and clear a unit, and then just leave the Irelia with no units, but you don't double conquer, oh my goodness.
I don't think he's gonna pop the Poro Snack.
Oh my god.
No. I mean, assuming there's a Starcross in hand, that is gonna be game, because that pit crew, it can come out, but it can't be accelerated. There's no gear in hand. Maybe if he top decks a Defy with the Discipline.
Well, the way he played this also loses to Starcross, right? Because he can just respond with Starcross to the Discipline.
Yeah, that's actually
Like,
true. He
You're
does,
just supposed to
doesn't even
discipline
need
in
to
base. Oh
give
my
the
god.
Ornn the card draw.
Actually, even discipline in base still loses because he can just respond, but that's like a little bit. Sequencing in this game is very, very important. And in this case, the sequencing was done very, very poorly. And you want to give your opponent as little information as possible to deal with what you have. And when you start committing resources and cards before you do the play that could have been your first action, then you will find it. Okay, then you'll find yourself in a spot where your opponent has more information than they should have, and then they can make a better educated decision. Is the stream
I
dying?
think the stream is, the
Yeah.
stream is dying. So I was just thinking, there's actually pretty much nothing the Ornn can do here, because if he does go to pop the Poros Neck, the Irelia can react to the Poros Neck being eaten to Starcross the Jhin back into his hand. Now that does raise the potential of a Starburst to clear the Sunken Temple, but with the Ornn's hand that we know currently, he has no option there. Because even if he popped the Poros Neck, he'd have to draw a gear. It's fixed on my end.
Yeah, refresh it, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. This was played in a way that I'm not super happy with, but it does happen. I mean, Irelia deck playing against the Kazakhs unit also might not be what he is the most comfortable with. Is that a falling comet?
That is a falling comet. He doesn't have the energy for it. Otherwise, he could I mean, he could have cleared the Kazakhs if he had held everything up, but it's just not enough at this stage.
Yep, and that will be the end of game one. So the Aurelia does find the victory. I honestly did not think that Aurelia was going to be able to find the victory, as there were some interesting sequences from both players, but is able to find it there in the end and does pull away with the victory, with the Kazakhs being the star card for the match.
Yeah, both players did not play out their champion unit. I think both of them would have been a lot stronger if they had found a turn to develop their champion unit. The Ornn with would have been 3 gears the turn before last. I mean, that's 7 might. That's enough that with a Discipline or a Sprite, he could very easily contest the Kazakhs. The Irelia, granted, the Irelia actually would be worse for specifically the no cards in hand attacks that this Kazakhs pulled off. Because then with no cards in hand, you can't target the Irelia.
Yeah.
But even just with 1 card in hand, you already get the majority of the value that the Kazakhs is getting out. It doesn't cost you a power, and we know that the runes are important, especially in that game. On the final turn, 1 rune less, and the Irelia would have lost, because she wouldn't have had enough to Starcross.
Yeah.
Which, in this case, worked for her, but if every single time you take the power cost over playing out the 0 power cost unit, you're going to get caught in turns where you're just 1 or 2 energy short to actually win.
It can be important when you're reviewing your own games to make sure you are not being result oriented, because you can win games and then still not have played as well as you could have, right? You need to make sure that you are making analyzing your play and making sure you're always making the most optimal play. And maybe, I mean, this player, I'm sure, has played more Aurelia than I have. My my only feature of Aurelia is my friend Jun play was, I think he's the 2-time Best of Kazakhs winner, and he's like, I need someone to play Aurelia so I can show the matchup for my YouTube channel. So I was like, I don't play this deck. He's like, come play. So he made me look like a fool on his YouTube channel, but I'm
All in
sure
the
this
name of
guy does know his
content.
Aurelia. Ugh. Silly stuff. Well, while we're waiting between games, what are your thoughts on this matchup? What might you expect to see in the side decks? What do you expect to change for game 2?
Well, interestingly, the Ornn didn't really have a lot of gear, so I actually don't even know if the Aurelia needs to side in gear hate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that could just be that the Ornn got unlucky and didn't draw it, but over the course of the game, Brutalizer and Poro Snack, I think, were the only two consistent gear the Ornn had. He had like gold and Sprite Fountains, but the Aurelia is probably not gonna worry about gear hate for this game. She might in game 3 if the Ornn pulls out a bunch of gear. For the Ornn, I don't know if Ornn has a good way of removing individual units, because that is what he needs against this Aurelia, both for the Kazakhs and the Aurelia that's going to come out, hopefully in game 2. But I think that is kind of the big problem that blue and green have. Green is really good at buffing up your own units. Blue is alright at lowering enemy units, but there's nothing that says this unit goes bye-bye this turn. And I guess like a Watcher. If the Ornn is able to put a Watcher into his deck, because we saw he had at least one Blue Seal, so I'm assuming he's running some amount of Blue Seal, so he has the power potentially to run a Watcher. And Watcher is one of the few ways that blue-green is able to one turn wipe out a unit.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think that I think we can pretty confidently say at this point that it is the aggro Ornn list, not a Voltron list, even though they are playing the blue Ornn, right? Because we did see like the Pit Cruise, the Sprite Burst, the Sprite Fountain, and etc. I definitely think that the blue Ornn deck, sorry, the Voltron Ornn would do better versus Aurelia, right? Because Aurelia will get to the point where you cannot aggressively double conquer, because like you said, you don't actually have ways to get through the Aurelia if she sits her butt on a battlefield backed up with 5 energy. Like what are you going to do about it? And especially if she has a Swifties, because then she pressures both battlefields every single turn. In this case, I feel like the Voltron Ornn might actually be better, right? Because like you said, you just stick a 40 might Ornn and say, like, what are you going to do about it? How are you going to deal with me?
And I mean, I guess that's one of the things that the 10 card sideboard might be able to help with, swapping out more of your deck. But here, I don't think the Ornn has a good way. Frankly, I don't even know if the Ornn has a good way of playing this blue Ornn. Because if it's 5 or 6 might, that's not going to get over in Irelia here.
Mm-hmm.
He could actually sideboard out the blue Ornn for green Ornn. I don't know if we saw his champion unit yet, but he might have swapped it out, because I do think green Ornn for this deck and this matchup would work better here.
Fair enough. I don't know. Okay, wow, yeah.
Wow, that is an opening hand.
I will say something that I did notice is that the blue Ornn, his deck is really not built to play versus Aurelia. Like the Falling Comet and the Deadly Flourish are just so bad versus this Aurelia. This Aurelia Legend. And they almost feel like dead cards, like outside them out for almost anything. I can say that as someone who has played a lot of Ezreal. Every time I draw this Deadly Flourish card game 1 and I'm playing against Aurelia, I'm like, I guess I'm just playing with one less card.
I could see that. The only time I've seen Deadly Flourish really work well into Irelia is the turn 2 Stellacorn, and then you turn 2 Deadly Flourish to kill it. Beyond that, Deadly Flourish not going to get a lot of use. I was glancing through cards that Ornn could be running. He could be running Hui. That, I think, would work a lot better into this Irelia if he had it in the sideboard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Otherwise, though, it's gonna be rough. And based on this hand, though, was that a last stand? I mean, that is a heck of a sideboard if he had it.
That would be an absolutely crazy card for sure.
Because that doubles a unit's might, then gives it
Yes.
temporary. That would let it get over the top of Kha'Zix or Irelia if he used it properly.
I mean, this is a very fast start, and this is why I would have preferred to see the super fast early aggression with the Sprite Fountain in the last game, is because it, I guess, like you said, it did end up being in a similar result the way it was played the other way around, but in this case, like, he's on 3 points and Aurelia has not played a unit yet.
Yeah?
This,
The Irelia, did we see like a Lonely Poro in the last match? I think we only saw Scuttle Crab for
Correct.
2 cost units. So this Irelia might not have a lot of low energy units to actually play. And oh my goodness, he did remember his Irelia.
this is a really important decision here if he does opt to go for the... Okay, so I was going to say if he opts to attach the boots, because if you do attach the boots and move up, that's saying I'm playing really aggressively here, but I don't believe that I can win the game if I don't play aggressively. I mean, his hand doesn't really have units as far as I'm aware. I think I saw like a Gust or Ride the Wind. So if... Nah, there's no way that Ornn could clear the Aurelia. Like, Flourish only does 3.
Yeah, he would need a Stupefy, and
Yeah.
I don't think we've even seen a Stupefy in both games.
Which is crazy to me. I love that card. It's one of the best low cost. It is honestly the best draw spell in the game, as ridiculous as it sounds now that Call Shot is gone. I think it's better than Stack Deck because it is reaction speed and it does enable a lot of the control decks on its own. In that the reaction speed lets you do a lot of really cool stuff with it. Though Stack Deck obviously is up a big fight. That card is very good as well. Scuttle moving on to Hall here. And you do need to develop something.
Yeah, I mean, the only card in his hand that can get this Jin out for a power is Deadly Flourish, and that's not going to help him right now. Oof, that is just a raw cast of Jin. It's not what you're hoping to see. He saw Plundering Poro, so he's going to recycle that. Honestly, might you just have brought the Ornn out? Because we see the Brutalizer in hand. A Brutalizer on the Ornn next turn would make the Ornn go very big, and if you're able to lock that Irelia to a battlefield, which we know is probably never going to happen, but with Double Defy in hand, it might. He could potentially just kill the Irelia on that next turn, which probably would win him this match, especially with how fast he's going. The Irelia does not have time to draw and set up another unit.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I'm surprised he's, opting to hold up these 2 runes when what does he? Oh, he just has like a Defy, right? That's it.
He has a Discipline. He has a Last Stand. He has a Defy, but that's not gonna help him here.
Also, he has a Seal in hand, right?
He does have a Seal in hand.
Am I missing something? Is there a reason he hasn't played it on any of these turns? Because he still has the
Pit
Ornn
Crew
legend, right? Oh, he wants
the reason
convoy.
is Pit Crew.
Sure.
Beyond that, if he had like another 4-cost spell in hand or a Sprite Burst, he might have played it to put out the Jin. But at the moment, he's not spending any power, so there's no point to have it on board. And if he can use it for Pit Crew, that'd be great. But he doesn't have a Pit Crew in hand, so he's holding it up in hopes he gets one.
Because to me, it feels like you are potentially putting yourself behind later in the game when there's a turn that you might want to cast multiple gear in one turn. Where now you're just kind of in the spot where you have you've essentially just decided to not use your power for your legend. Wow, okay, it says, yep. I mean, that's a really good use of the Gust.
That's a really nice use of the Gust. The Discipline will still give him the card draw, which is good for him. Consult the Past, not the best card to draw here.
For sure.
And would have been really nice the last turn to get that Jin out for cheaper.
Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
We'll want to see what this Irelia does to defend the Irelia now. Holding up presumably 1 power, or 1 energy, by consuming 2 power. I do love that. One of the judges just said, oi oi, put your rune on the bottom. It is technically against the rules to flip your runes over and leave them in your rune pile. And I find that really funny because in NA we do not have anything close to that level of consistency with the judges where they're actually really putting the rules down for the players.
Mm-hmm. It's a pretty nice hand. There's GA, Ride the Wind, Charm, Stack Deck.
That's another Boots as well.
Oh, and my opponent's tapped out. I wonder if I just Charm kill his Jin here as well. Just say, you have no units.
He can. It depends on if he's respecting the Blue Warren. If he's respecting the Blue Warren, he might say, you know what, I'm going to hold the Charm and Charm in the Blue Warren later on. But otherwise, yeah, just kill this Jin. I mean, the Ornn hasn't played the Blue Warren yet. He doesn't seem to want to play the Blue Warren. So, yeah, Charm up the Jin. He's got no runes to defend the Jin with.
Surprised he didn't attach the GA to the Aurelia. I mean, you do have Ride the Wind, but at this point, once you have Aurelia out, you have GA on it, you have Swifties on it, you only need like 4 to 5 runes. Like, you don't really need to ramp up beyond this. So I probably would have just attached the GA here.
Yeah, it's, I guess, a
Like,
question of how much danger does he think his Irelia is in. I would almost argue that that is a very cocky play by the Irelia. He is saying you cannot kill this Irelia if you wanted to. And
yeah,
unfortunately, he might be right, but with the cards in hand, there would be a way with a Sprite Burst, I think, specifically, to kill this Irelia. But unfortunately, he doesn't have a Sprite Burst.
I just don't see what holding the power is doing, because you have your Aurelia, you have your Boots of Swiftness on it, and you don't have other units to develop, so you're probably just going to be passing on the next turn anyway, right? You'll move your Aurelia over and pass. Like, what is the purpose of ramping up here? And maybe I did not see his full hand, so maybe there is a reason to. I know he has a stack deck, but
he's got a second Boots of Swiftness. I mean, it really is just like, hey, I don't need the Guardian Angel right now, which is completely reasonable, even if very confident.
You think it's reasonable? Because to me, you are in a situation where if your Aurelia dies, you lose the game. You have no other units. Your opponent's on 5 points. Like, what? And look, he's just gonna he's gonna use a stack deck and then take a card and pass with like 4 or 5 runes up. He might play the Boots of Swiftness.
I think the boots are gonna come out, yeah.
But like, see, and now like we're attaching the GA. I don't know. To me, it seems a little silly, but I've casted too many games where the Aurelia plays a GA, does not attach it, and then dies, and the game is over. So I hate seeing it happen.
There's the second Defy. Unfortunately, with the GA, it's not going to be enough to kill this Irelia, even though he can now lock the Irelia in place for this turn.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, unfortunately, the Ornn has no gear, so this Ornn is just sitting at 4 might. The Brutalizer can come down, put him up to 8 for this turn specifically. But ironically, the Ornn is the one that needs the gear removal right now. And without it, he's in a bit of trouble. many runes does he have up? Is that 10 runes?
It looks like it, yeah. It says on the top of the screen. Runes.
I might just hard cast Consult the Past here, because I'm looking at his hand and he doesn't have fantastic plays at the moment. Pit Crew comes out and the Brutalizer or the Seal. So yeah, that is the Pit Crew Seal play he wanted to get off. But now the question is, what does he do with that? And I feel like Consult the Past might be the only thing he can reasonably do with it here. I imagine Ride the Wind's gonna come out. Yeah, he's just saying, you know what, give me that other point. But the Defy locks the Irelia in place for this turn specifically.
Yeah, and he's only at, like, Ornn goes the 6 here, but you still have to double conquer through the Irelia that's going to be at least 10 might, probably. Because, what, 4 plus 8, it'll be at 9 might, plus that's, like, not counting any buff in hand.
Well, but that's actually possible. The Brutalizer attached on the Ornn brings him up to 8. Last Stand will bring that Ornn up to 16. So he could double conquer if
That is true.
the Irelia doesn't have anything to say about it.
Mm-hmm.
The Irelia's hand, he's got a Defiant Dance, and what else did he have in hand at this
9.
point?
Oh, but Defiant Dance is reaction, right?
Yeah, it is reaction speed, so
So,
it will be pretty brutal.
yeah, that'll beat the Last Stand, right? Because you can just respond to the Last Stand, and pretty annoying. It'll cost a lot of runes, but who cares? Let's see. Things will also change a lot if Irelia does just, draw a buff spell, which...
Defiant Dance would still lose to Last Stand, specifically. It'd be 12 to 10. So the Irelia does need something else. He's got a stacked deck, though. And he's only got to hold up 1.
How's it going to be 12 to 10? Because the Irelia goes +4 for Defiant Dance.
Oh, well, she gets
on Hull,
+2 and she gets 1 for targeted. If it's on Hull, yeah, she's going to go insanely high.
Well, yeah,
but
we know
Defiant
she's on
Dance
Hull,
doesn't
though.
ready. Well, I mean,
it can
Hull,
ready.
she's going to go up even higher.
It can ready.
Oh, because, yeah, you can ready with the
later.
Legend. I mean, that would still make it 11 to 12. The Hull, though, will push it 13 to 12. So, yeah, with the Hull, unfortunately, I don't think the Ornn's going to be big enough to get over the Irelia. Though I suppose he could trade it with a Flourish if he wanted. But he would have to know to do that ahead of time.
You can also try and find a buff spell here. You do have... Sorry, a buff spell or a... Oh wait, he has a Defy. Oh, he's fine.
He does have the Defy. It's not going to help him against the... Blade Dance?
Defiant Dance?
Why that one. Oh, it's only 1 power. I thought it was 2 power.
Yeah, no,
it's just the 1. I have not played Irelia myself, so my knowledge on Irelia is actually a bit weak compared to some of them. That is the heck of a stack deck.
Yeah, you just take the On Guard. Actually, you're probably supposed to take Discipline, to be honest.
Yeah.
It doesn't... Because you only can play out 2 spells anyway. And the Discipline at least sees you another card.
Yeah.
Not that it really should matter here, because the game is over on this turn in one way or another.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the Ornn has it if he equips the Ornn. Honestly, probably Sprite Burst as well if he has the runes. I think he does.
Do you not just consult the past here? Wait, okay, how many runes does he have left? He has 9 up, so consult the past. Yeah, you consult the past here.
Well, but he needs the last stand.
Yeah, he has 9 up. So consult the passes 4. You still have 5 up. And then you can draw like a seals or something. Give your orange some more might. Draw a
Yeah, that
second
would work.
defy.
I was just thinking Starcross would be really bad if that's what he's playing against with
Sure.
the double sprite.
Do you have the math
Sprite
right
Burst.
here? Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it should be one more, right? Should be +5. I guess if they're not, the way
They
they're
don't
doing this
include
is
the
so weird.
equipment.
Yeah, the way they're doing this is so weird. Okay, sure.
I'm pretty sure the Orn has this like 4 different ways. He just needs to fully get the line set up.
Sure.
So yeah, the Orn goes in. The Orn's very big, very beefy.
Oh, actually, you were definitely supposed to take the Actually, wait. So let me see. So Aurelia is at 11 because of the stack deck.
Oh, no, the Young Guard lets him hold up Defy. That's why he did it.
Oh, he
There's a
had the
Defy
Defy
in
in hand? I didn't even see the Defy. Yep, okay.
I had not seen it
Absolutely
previously. I just saw it, yeah. So then
Yeah,
4, then
absolutely makes
5,
sense.
then Abandon Hall gives him another +2.
Oh yeah, no, Aurelia.
Insane amounts of might.
Can Aurelia just hold this then? Yeah, you just defy the last stand. Because the Orn has to proactively use it. Yeah.
Well, then he can defy the Defy, and then it's just a Blade Dance versus...
Well, the Blade Dance should win. Unless I can't do that.
I think it might... I gotta do the math, hold on.
Wait, did he not respond with the Blade Dance? Because you're supposed to respond.
Not yet.
Oh, that's crazy. Maybe it's still not resolving.
Oh, I guess the Defy resolves, and he gets the +1 from the Defy. But that's last stand numbers right there.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, because that you get to deny 4 might if you use the Blade Dance before.
Yeah. Although 4 might, so that'd be 5, 10, 14, 15, and then 21 with the sprites.
I'm so bad at this kind of math stuff. It's so annoying doing this kind of math. Okay, so he gets +4 for this. Oh, and he's gonna use Aurelia, so 5.
It would have been 21 to 21, I believe, if my quick maths are correct. But I think here he definitely still is able to conquer it without that Defiant Dance hitting him initially.
4. Okay, there's so many dice there. I was trying to do the math in my head for a second, but it looks like, yeah, okay, Orn took it. I feel like if he did respond with the Defiant Dance, I can't tell. The math is too hard for me, for my little brain. But Orn is able to take it, and honestly surprising. I did think that the Aurelia had it there in the end, so we do get to see a game 3. Very cool stuff.
Yeah, that last stand was insanely clutch. I don't know if that was sideboarded in, but if it was, that is a really good sideboard specifically for the Aurelia matchup.
Yeah, can definitely see it. But the only reason that was able to happen, right, is because he did find the double sprite burst, the sprite fountains early and was able to be one turn from victory, right? Because otherwise the Aurelia just GAs back to base and then says, hey, I'm trying again next turn. So being able to go out with such a fast start was pretty impactful. I cannot speak.
Yeah, the Sprite Fountain. I mean, Sprite Fountain's already a really, I almost want to say overstated card. 6 might for 2 and a power over the course of 2 turns is really, really good. But Orn getting it without having to spend the power early on to deramp is insane. And I think that almost single-handedly took Orn from a really bad legend to a moderately threatening legend to face.
Yeah, the transformation from Ornn as a Batterelia. I hate to say Batterelia because he was first, but was he first? Wait, no. Was Ornn
They're
set
both
1 or
set
set?
2. They're
Okay,
both
he
set
was
2.
set 2. I Yeah, he did turn from a Batterelia in set 2 into with the set 3 he became just like a moderately decent aggro deck, like you said, with the sprite fountains and the sprite bursts.
He's like a slightly slower Lilia because he has a
Mhm.
slightly better end game, but he doesn't have as many sprites for the early game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a little bit less. Yeah, a little bit less one-dimensional as well, right? Because you do, Lilia is all about that really, really aggressive game, but you do have access to like the pit crew and the blue Ornn if you choose to play it like we saw there. And
You
hey,
know,
plus,
Night Fighter, you were doing the quick math there. Was it pretty dead even? You said something like 21 to 21. Would things have changed? He ended up doing the Defiant Dance, minusing the Sprite token, and I might have to save my question for after this game. Let's hop into game number 3, or I'll actually, as these guys prepare, I was going to ask you because he ended up getting the full value from Last Stand, right? So if you would have paid
Yeah.
those deflect costs on the Ornn, minus it by 2 before the Last Stand resolve, I'm wondering if that would have made the difference. Chat, you guys might have to go back and do the math yourselves. I will rewind and do it myself as well. But it looks like game number 3, the final one of this opening round for the Beijing National, is about to start. Aurelia Ornn, 1 game apiece. I'm rooting for Ornn, but my brain is saying Aurelia might take this.
Yeah. So the might was within 1 or 2 points. It definitely
Yeah.
could have swung either way based on if I was correct with my math. I am excited for Ornn to win this. I think Irelia proving in that last game how comfortably she can take over if given a tiny bit of breathing room is
Mhm.
going to make going first on Irelia really hard for this Ornn to hold.
But this is the perfect way to start it off by finding the turn 1 sprite fountain for the the 3rd game in a row. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. And kind of what I mentioned at the start of the second game, there's no 2-drops in this Irelia's hand and seemingly very few in the deck in general.
Mm-hmm.
Because she completely missed her turn 1 play. And normally, if you miss your turn 1 play, that is a disaster that you're going to be playing on the back foot the entire rest of the game.
It was definitely unfortunate because the draw for turn on the subsequent turn was Azonia's, right? It was Azonia's or a G I missed, but they would have had that turn 1 play. They had drawn it, but unfortunately it was not able to do so. And it looks like we're choosing if they want to play the snacks out, right? And draw a card. Ooh, that's a new card. Okay.
Not so fast
yet.
What's he targeting with the not so fast? I mean, I guess it's just more counters for the Defiant Dance, but beyond that, I don't think the Irelia has shown. It's Defiant Dance and Starcross are the only 2 that's shown to target his units so far.
Oh wow, this is really aggressive.
That is so aggressive by the Irelia. D-ramping twice to get those boots attached and readied.
He probably has to D-ramp again here to play out the Zonias.
Well, he gets the Targon's Peak. I don't know if he has a Ride the Wind in hand or something else like a Emperor's Divide maybe to keep this Irelia safe because I have not seen his hand well enough.
Oh wow. Okay. Says nope, I will not. I saw a Charm. I saw the Zonias. Maybe there was like a buff spell or 2. Would be enough.
Yeah. Buff spell or 2 could be all he needs here.
Ornn hand is not crazy either. Doesn't really have a lot going on. Has a few ways to draw cards, but don't really. No sprite bursts, no more sprite fountains, no pit crew. kind of working with what he's got on the board, to be honest.
Yeah, I might have liked to see both Poros go up and just go for the double conquer for both gold, because I don't
Mhm.
think this Poro at base is going to help you in the next turns, because I think this Irelia is just going to eat anything you put anywhere on the board.
Mhm.
I suppose the not so fast does help him against Charm. I was thinking he could put out the Ornn this turn, and without Poro Snack, it's going to be one gear less, but with double gold, Poro Snack, like that's a 7 might Ornn.
Mhm.
That might be enough to bait out a Charm from the Irelia, which could be incredible for the Ornn if he's able to not so fast it, but he wouldn't have the runes for that this turn. So maybe he does that
Mhm.
next turn if he is thinking along those lines. He seems to be very happy for these pit crews, because yeah, imagine he's going to play it out this turn as well. He has been holding up these seals for pit crews. He's been holding up gear for pit crews. It seems to be what he is playing for each of these games.
It's a lot of units, but all these little units don't really do too much versus Aurelia. She just kind of clears them for free, and it is a very fat hand this game. I think double Starcross, Charm, Scuttle. I think you might be right. The only 2-drops we've seen are the Scuttle and a single Tide Turner.
Oh
Might
yeah,
be
she did
back
have the
to
Tide
the
Turner in one game.
it might be back to as I say that, there's an Adaptatron, but I would imagine this is a sideboard card. It was main for a short little
Probably.
bit, but I feel like we've seen Aurora fall off a little bit since then, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Aurora fell off, but even still, I think more main board gear hate's gonna come up in the new set with cards like Jace making gear as like their entire archetype.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, speaking of which, I think the Jace Aurora deck looks absolutely absurd. Being able to turn 2 Aurora just sounds illegal. Like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh. Right, so how is Ornn going to deal with this? Has a fairly well-established base, but it's not exactly... I guess the Aurelia is... Oh no, yeah, the zone uses... Okay, as I say that, I was like, oh, you can go after the Aurelia here, but you should expect that a hidden in Aurelia is either going to be a Zonia's or a Tide Turner, and if you're... I guess technically it could be like a back off, though I don't really see that card too much in Aurelia. But if they are hiding on the same battlefield as the Aurelia, you can generally safely say that, okay, you have a Zonia's there.
Yeah. Out comes Big Boy Ornn, which I am happy about. Now he's holding up 5 runes. That's a lot. He has Not So Fast, he's got Pit Crew. And did he have a Discipline in hand? Because if he's holding up a Discipline, then it makes sense to hold up both. Scuttle Crab definitely about to get omnommed by this Adaptatron, which means that gold is going to presumably get killed for the buff.
Gosh, yeah, he has to look at very scary hand. Discipline, double Starcross, GA, and I can't see the last card.
I think he had a second Scuttle last time we saw it, so it's probably the second Scuttle. Charm. Oh, and then the double deflect. Assuming, yeah, there it is, and then a Not So Fast can come out. Oh, that is beautiful for the Ornn.
Hopefully he floated the power here. He didn't? Okay, all right. All right, well.
The Aurelia floated the energy. She's
No,
got the little 2 above the rune.
when the Adaptatron targets the gold's a reaction to add the power. You can just kill the gold.
Ah, I see.
You know.
Yeah, I've never thought of that.
Yep. This happens when I play Ezreal. Sometimes you gotta kill your own gold with an acceptable, right? Let's say you're playing
Yeah.
against Aurelia, they play GA, and you just float your gold, and then you use the acceptable. But unfortunately, he either did not know that or it slipped his mind. And that being said, sitting pretty at 10 runes here, right? You can't. Does one more rune matter too much? It could. Though I will say he plays a lot of small stuff. There's not a lot of high cost stuff in this deck, and
For sure.
so it does not seem like he really cares too much about being on these really high rune values. But looks like a judge is getting involved real quick, and I just noticed we are in turns.
Oh yeah.
Imagine it-
I mean, the game's gone very long, so
Yeah.
I am seeing my beloved Last Stand in there. So he
Mhm.
is capable of getting big enough to threaten this Irelia. Obviously, there's the Zonias, but he could double conquer, and then I think that forces this to go to a draw, doesn't it?
Yeah, a double conquer forces a draw, and a single conquer makes it. Well, so if Aurelia was turn 0, a single conquer also forces a draw. Or no, sorry, they do have to. Oh my gosh, I'm okay. You're right. Cannot speak today. Yeah, double conquer. It seems feasible, right? I guess.
Yeah. Oh, the Irelia missed a point because she just went up to 5, which suddenly a double conquer does not force a draw.
True. I imagine Aurelia was turn 0, in which case Ornn does have 2 turns to work with. So Sprite Burst. Okay, so Sprite Burst, Discipline, Last Stand,
Pit crew and a seal.
the Seal. And he saw the Aurelia's hand, so he should know that he is playing into
Everything.
Yeah. Double Star-Crossed and the Discipline, I think, are the relevant cards here, right?
Yeah. GA is not on the board, so it's not relevant right now. And if that's a second scuttle, it's not gonna. Oh, I mean, he's got a Stellacorn, so that's not gonna be relevant for now.
Yeah, so the Aurelia with the Discipline will go up. So right now she's at 6, and then she gets +3 from the Discipline. She'll be at 9. So if you can threaten her with 9, then
You can definitely threaten her.
The one thing that is relevant is that the big boy Ornn deflect did mean that Aurelia had to pay power down to now that she cannot play both the Discipline and the Starcross. So do have to choose one.
Let's see. Oh, interesting. So I guess he's confirming he's not playing out the pit crew.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he doesn't have a way of readying it. So it's probably going to be the Sprite Burst Last Stand. We're going in for the Adaptatron.
Mm-hmm.
Does he... I guess he has a Discipline in hand.
Yeah, I honestly would... It's a little bit weird for Aurelia here, because he knows he can only play one card, right?
Yeah.
Gotta be very particular about what that one card you play is.
It's unfortunate for the Aurelia. I think he just has to let the Adaptatron die. Because even if he uses Discipline, the Ornn will Discipline and go above it anyway. And in this case, both Poros give a chance to threaten that Irelia. If he can hold up the Discipline, get that Irelia to survive and hold, he can get up to 7 potentially on his turn. I think it's like slightly greedier, but I think that is the necessary play here.
So he did make the right call. He did choose to let the Adaptatron die. What is going to be done about the Aurelia here? Is the push even going to happen? she does have the Swifties under her, so you do have to understand that if she holds, she can threaten the other battlefield.
Yes. I mean, he has to take out the Irelia to force a draw. If he just holds and the Irelia conquers, she goes up to 7. He would have 1 turn to be able to... Well, I guess he... The Irelia isn't going to be able to hold both battlefields. So in theory, the orange should be able to conquer kind of regardless of what happens. As long as the orange doesn't throw away all of his units in the next turn.
Yeah. Okay, so sending in, what, 3, 4...
Yeah,
so 6,
it'll
8.
be 8.
Early goes to 9 here.
Yeah, so it is just a complete
discipline.
wash without the discipline. Or I
And
guess a
then
last
just
stand.
discipline. Yeah, and this is good. This conquer going through does mean that Ornn cannot lose, correct?
Shouldn't be able to, depending on where exactly turns started. If Ornn is turn 0, everything's different. But assuming that Ornn was turn 1, Ornn should be able to force a tie.
Oh, I thought Aurelia... Okay, interesting. So if this is turn 0, then...
Oh,
things
that's actually
are...
pretty big. She top decked that Defiant Dance from the discipline she played.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. That feels very, very bad if I'm Ornn, but... especially considering you did see the hand and you knew about you knew that there was nothing relevant. And then
Yeah.
your opponent top decks. But that does happen. That's part of TCGs, right?
Yeah, and then so I think that means that if the Ornn is turn 0, I'm pretty sure the Irelia wins here because she can
Yes.
Starcross the Ornn back to hand. Yeah, it's gonna eat through her runes again, but that's
Who
fine.
cares?
She can go up to 7 really easily, and the Ornn, maybe he accelerates out the pit crew and just hopes that the Irelia has nothing to say about it, but that's hard.
Oh, yeah. And Aurelia just drew a counter spell, too, so...
Yeah, I don't think any spell the Ornn has is going to be able to help him here, because he doesn't have another Sprite Burst, he doesn't have a Discipline. It's just like Pit Crew and Brutalizer, and one other card that I can't remember.
And you could opt to also just, as Aurelia, say, hey, I'm holding this battlefield, and if it is Ornn turn 0, you could just say, hey, I'm going to hold this battlefield, and you don't have the mobility to get over here. And then at that point, you are going up to 6, I'm going up to 7. Oh, okay, as I say that. Never mind.
Yeah, the Irelia is going to have to conquer the other battlefield, even if she is turn 1, because then she would hold up to 7 on her second turn. She would have to conquer to win rather than draw. That said, the last stand here, just the right amount of runes from that Targon's Peak.
Mhm.
I keep saying it, but the rune economy is really important here. Granted, there is an abandon, so
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Aurelia can just abandon.
Yeah.
Or Starcross, I mean, whatever she's feeling like at this point.
Yeah, you just abandon this, and then you save Starcross for the final push, because then you'll actually have runes for the final turn, right?
Yeah.
You do get the predict, and obviously does not want a Stellacorn. 0 Stellacorn's been played so far, which is kind of funny. Generally, that is, in my opinion, the MVP of the Aurelia deck, but seeing as having to play none of them, all that Stellacorn has done is looked pretty in the hand this last game. What do you do here, Zorn? Is there any answer?
He's got Pit Crew, Brutalizer, Last Stand, 12 runes. So
Ooh.
he can maybe force it to a draw. But that only works if this Starcross wasn't in hand, which actually, if the Ornn is good with his sequencing, he can run the Poro up to the Rockfall path, which
Hmm.
forces either out the Starcrossed or just let the Scuttle Crab die.
Hmm.
And then does everything else. The Irelia doesn't have a unit to bounce with Starcrossed, other than her Irelia that she definitely does not want to be bouncing in this situation.
Yeah.
And the
See,
Scuttle Crab, Zero Might can still conquer. I'm really no. Orin, you were so close to greatness.
that was a good line. Yeah, you say, "Hey, do you?" No, that was definitely a good line. It does force out the Starcross really early, like you said, and then you do have the pit crew to go contest. But yeah, now this is unfortunate.
He I think he can still do it if he attacks with the Poro. It is a bit of bad timing by him, but he has the 3 runes, so he has 9 left. He can replay the pit crew, play the brutalizer,
Mhm.
play down. I mean, even if he plays the brutalizer ahead of time, he can then play down the Poro snack, and then still have enough just barely to last stand to push over that Irelia and force a draw.
It's so crazy. Like this is what I was saying before about sequencing, though, right? Like he just played the pit crew for fun. Like what is the if you're gonna push the Poro up, what does playing the pit crew accomplish, right? He's not getting any
Presumably the
gear.
gold.
It's like the gold, but like now you just give your opponent information, right? Like, and you have the gear in your hand that you are going to have to play, right? So
Yeah. Oh, the Zonia's hourglass. I forgot about that.
yeah,
Though not saving the scuttle crab with it is, I mean, that's fine. The Irelia has 2 things to save her, but she's not at risk of dying this turn anyway. I might have
mhm.
just saved the scuttle crab so he can Starcross later.
Right. So here comes. Wait? Did he not
He
trigger the
did
pit crew?
not trigger the pit crew. He also, the plundering pour was bounced into hand rather than the pit crew, and the pit crew is definitely the scary option here.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Irelia just didn't quite realize how brutal this pit crew can end up being with this brutalizer in hand and a last stand. But the
Yeah. Did we
Irelia does know
see?
the last stand is in play.
Did we see if the Aurelia has? Do they have any targeting cards in hand that can trigger the Aurelia? I did not see. I
He's
know
got
there's
no
one
runes.
Stella, and it. Well,
Oh, for next turn?
yeah, because the Aurelia can double conquer, right? Like it is
Yes.
possible, but you need something to be able to trigger the Aurelia.
Starcross. No, he's got Scuttlecrab, Starcross, Stellacorn.
Yeah. So unless he draws something, which, admittedly, he is drawing 2 cards, right? Because you can go draw for turn plus play Scuttle, and Aurelia has like, a lot of cards they can draw. All the Young Guards, all the Defiant Dances. There are a lot of cards you can
Yeah.
draw, but like it is possible to whiff. It's absolutely possible. Right, so what, 3 into Aurelia is going to be at 6, 7. Oh no, I said the forgot. I'm so sorry. All right. Is there a way you can play this and still have the last stand for your turn? If you go brutalizer swing, that's only 6. Oh, okay.
Burst gives him another 6, so he can go up to 9. So that does leave him with the last stand for his turn.
Yeah.
But he only will have 1 unit to
Oh,
actually. Oh, I guess Targon's Peak, because if he conquers
you're
the
right.
Targon's Peak, he'll get the 2
You're
back.
right.
So
That's
this
a
is
good.
fine.
That's a good point. All right, and now going in, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 6 might sprite and a 3 might sprite, so 9 mites of sprite. One of those sprites should live. And I guess you run the pit rookie up to the other battle. Well, no, you're gonna have to hold down one battlefield here because the Irelia can gank very easily.
Yeah, you just put it up on the Targon's right. Just put as much might as you can on it, and Aurelia will be what? So 4 getting 5 for the turn for the ready, and then 2 for the... So Aurelia will be at 7, and then 8 for the GA. And you here defend for 4, pit crew for 3 is 7, and then you can last stand the sprite up to... No, you can't actually. Yes, you can. You can last stand the sprite, which will go up to 8. So yeah, it's defending for 11.
Unless there's a Defiant Dance top. That's not a Defiant Stance that was top decked. I guess he can Scuttle Crab Starcross the sprite, and that would...
You'd get a
Well,
draw.
but then he doesn't.
No,
Yeah,
you
then he
wouldn't.
doesn't have the runes
You don't
to
have
ready
runes.
the Irelia afterwards. I
Wait,
don't
so if
know
you
that the Irelia
go
can win with the amount of runes he has.
You're gonna get +2 from the... So really is at 7. It would go up to 9 with the Ride the Wind. So you can play Scuttle and try and draw any buffs card, and he drew a Discipline. Is that enough?
Not with Ride the Wind as his movement. The
Well,
Discipline,
you
though...
don't need Ride the Wind.
Yeah, the Discipline will let him ready.
+3, +4. That's still a tie, right?
No, he can do it. If the Irelia readies on the Discipline
Yes, that's +4.
targeting. So
And
he's
Aurelia is
currently
at
at 5
5,
plus 3, so he's at
8.
8. So plus 4 will put
Okay,
him to
yeah.
12, and the
You're right,
sprite
you're right.
plus pit crew's 11. He can do it. Does he see that, though?
I sure hope he does. Yeah, I sure hope he does. It's not super crazy, but yeah, like we said, there were a lot of buff cards left, so it's not super unlikely, especially after like seeing a Stella and putting it on the bottom. Like that's even another card. Did he not trigger the Aurelia?
He has not yet. Those shaking hands make me concerned for his there we go. Technically, I do think he would have to use the Irelia Legend before the resolution of Discipline, but he drew a Defiant Dance anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, wow, okay, yep, absolutely doesn't matter then.
Giga top deck by the Irelia to win game 3.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely an interesting finish down to the wire, to the last turn. And it looks like the judges are talking to them here, I think.
It's going to be pretty sad for the Irelia if he gets told he can't ready the Irelia with the Discipline.
I mean, like you said, he still does have the Defiant, so he drew into the card that says it doesn't matter. That I would agree. What, Aurelia's at 5, so 9, 10, 11, and then 12. So this will get over this pretty cleanly. And
yeah, they were doing math, it looks like. Confirming that the Irelia does clear and then can run across.
All right, then
Very
Aurelia
close
does
game
take
for that
it.
Ornn.
Wow. I think that, I mean, it feels like both players could have took it maybe a little bit more decisively, but instead we got a really good down to the wire match. And sure, there was the Discipline draw, but like we said, there were a lot of cards in the deck that were all good draws, right? It was not just like, hey, you have to draw this one of to win the game. No, it was like draw one of half of your deck, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you do kind of have to expect that they will. There's a non-zero chance that you do find.
Yeah, they really had a lot of outs
Mm-hmm.
by the end.
Mm-hmm.
Not too bad.
Yeah,
I
I mean-
almost thought Orn had it locked in, but that Defiant Dance and he didn't even have to use the Defiant Dance at the end, right? One discipline was enough.
Yeah, he was able to get over it with just the discipline, still holding it in hand.
You know, good credit to Orn, though. Keep in mind, for anyone's wondering, like, why would you run Orn in a $35,000 tournament? The answer is there is still best of metal legends on the line. This is an official Riftbound event, hence why we have these best of metal cards and the real ones, not just the plated prize wall ones. So Orn metal card, not too bad as a reward for bringing Orn to this event because he played well. Just Aurelia's card quality tends to be rather high with things like those Defiant Dances, the Star Crosses, the Disciplines, the On Guards. The list goes on and on, honestly. But guys, that was an 80-minute round. The only plus side is that we're probably looking at the last round played for round 1, which means round 2 should be moments away. As I say that, NA and Night Fighter, if you guys want to take a quick little break, I'll hold it down for a bit. When these guys come back to the casting booth, you guys can hop back in, and then we'll prepare for round 2, yeah?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, see you guys soon.
Yep, sounds good.
The weakest metal is like 10k. Bestial, I believe so. If not, it's probably a little bit higher than 10k for sure. I mean, right now we're all the set 1 metal cards, they've been going bananas. And if we're talking about the overall Riftbound market as a whole, guys, if anyone's been paying attention to that, call it market manipulations, call it more people entering Riftbound, you know, since MSI was heavily Riftbound was heavily advertised at MSI, Vendetta hype coming in, those connecting art cards showing a lot of hype. Whatever it is, a lot of cards / seal products have been skyrocketing. I'm a little bit upset, chat. I finally sold my Aurelia medal. I finally sold my Rengar signature that I put on the website. But because I have to manually adjust the prices, I didn't do the auto increase that TCGA player got. So someone on the website just got the mega steal of a lifetime. They bought my Rengar signature for $300. Guys, if you've seen Rengar's signature right now, it's like 1,000, maybe even 2,000. So I took a little bit of an L there. And then someone bought my Aurelia. Granted, 1,500 is not bad, right? Getting 1,500 for a single metal card is not bad. But I think Aurelia is going to be one of those legends. Once Spirit Forge rotates out, it's probably going to be like a $5,000 card or something. AM is Jordy. Took a little bit of an L. And I wasn't going to refund it. You know, I wasn't going to pull the move saying, oh, my bad, I don't have it. I was a man of my word. If you bought it, I'll go ahead and ship it out. So, yeah, lesson learned. But to be fair, I didn't expect prices to kind of go crazy like that in like a week span, but it is what it is, chat. Lesson learned. But it looks like round 1 has been concluded. For anyone just hopping in here, the reveal has been made. The last 2 overnumber connecting arts, Kale and Morgana, have been revealed. I'll go ahead and show you guys if anyone in here hasn't seen them yet. They're right here. You know, on the topic, what is hands down the best overnumber connecting set, chat? Is this one it? Is Kale Morgana taking the cake? Because I'm trying to think back. I'll pull up the card gallery here shortly. Oh, and I was reading what Cassius chat said. But no, I was looking at, I'm going to pull up all the connecting arts here shortly. Which one's the best? Because Gameplank Alawi is pretty good. Kale Morgana is definitely up there, maybe top 3. I'm trying to think of the other really good ones. You know, the set ones, the Vi Jinx, those are kind of cool too. But what was the one that's really, really good? And Miss Jordy, I did the right thing? I hope so, you know. Money comes and goes, integrity stays, not an L at all. That's what I'm saying, GP. It's just kind of what I've always believed. I'm going to trade the seals for the Blossom Runes I never pulled. Wait, Miss Jordy, I'm going to trade the seals for the Blossom Runes. Oh, the Spirit Forge runes? I know what you mean. You know, if there's some cards that haven't got any talk of this set, or for the upcoming set, is the runes. I think they've been a little bit of an L, right? Because usually the runes are like a hot topic, like the runes for Spirit Forge, or not for Spirit Forge, the runes for Unleashed. Those were crazy. I was like, man, if they keep it up with this, how do they keep innovating? How do they keep bringing fresh ideas to runes? It looks like they're gonna take some breaks. I mean, some people like the runes. I guess we could get some hands here, chat. Hands up if you guys like the Vendetta alt art runes. Is anyone a fan, or is anyone not a fan? Because I'm somewhere in the middle, but a little bit leaning towards the left. I think I might have to see him in person to decide, honestly. Hey, Lodi, what's up? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Is it good morning for you, Lodi, or is it nighttime? And Dong, you're a fan? Okay, I see ya. What card is on the stream? DZ, these are the final 2 Riftbound Vendetta cards revealed. It is the overnumber connecting art Kale and the overnumber Morgana. If you put them together, they make a full artwork connection. There's 22 cards like this in the next set. So 11 pairs. This is one of the 11 pairs. I could pull up the card gallery while we wait, because I think we're still in for some time. Let me see. Still morning. How's the stream going? Lodi, we just fired up. I had a little bit of technical difficulties. I couldn't start the stream for the opening ceremony, and I was sweating. I haven't had technical difficulties since I used to stream Temtem, Lodi. So you can ask these guys that were helping me out earlier. I was like, man, how in all these years of streaming I'm gonna have technical difficulties on one of the most important days when the Morgana Kale reveals right around? I was sweating bullets, but we're live now. I'm happy about that. I want to see Nexus promo runes. Yeah, Azure, that's one thing they haven't actually announced just yet. I'm actually curious to find out myself. Says you stream what now? Beasteel, the first game that I kind of grew the stream in, which I took a huge break afterwards, but I used to stream a game called Temtem. It was like the PC version of Pokemon, and I did that for about 2 to 3 years, and then I took a massive 5 to 6 year break, and then I wasn't thinking about streaming again. But then Riftbound, TCGs have always been a part of my life ever since like middle schools, and Riftbound came around. I'm like, man, this game is so fun. I used to host tournaments for Temtem every single week. I'm like, you know what? Let's run it back. I'm going to go ahead and host Riftbound tournaments every single week. And here we are, 30 plus tournaments in. And I couldn't have it any other way. It's been a blast so far. Temtem is pretty fun. Player 2, Temtem was pretty fun, wasn't it? All right, chat. While we wait, let's go ahead and see. Let's all come to agreement. What is hands down the #1 connecting art? Let's go ahead and get a vote going. Okay, Jinx Vi, those are some good ones there. The Zed Shen one. Oh, the Rivian Draven. Oh, okay. The Swain Aurelia. We got to put it in top 3, chat. Oh, the Renekton Nasus. Okay. I love the Rivian. Player 2, it was a good one. But chat, I think the Renekton one, this one is just too badass. Honestly, as a single card alone, this one probably takes the cake in terms of card art, for me at least. Renekton was just a stellar job. Shout out to Ziyan Lin. He or she killed it on that artwork. The Rengar Kha'Zix, I'm going to drop it down a notch because it's the wrong Kha'Zix. If it was the purple Kha'Zix, now we're talking. But Gameplay Alawi, that'll go in my top 3 as well. The Leona Diana. Okay, I got a top 3, chat. Let me know if you guys agree. #1, oh, I was gonna say Renekton. Is it Nasus or Nasus? I think it's Nasus. This voice soothes my writ. Cards, what are you talking about? You're talking about whatever we're talking about? I appreciate it if you're talking about what we're saying here. But man, if Nasus was any bit better, this would probably be the best one. Nasus, thank you, player 2. I love the Rengar one. Miss Jordy, it is pretty cool, isn't it? That's the cool thing. Everyone's going to like what they like. The Leona Diana one's super cool as well. And Bessa Mel, that one's okay-ish. Let's just go for it. I think I'm gonna vote for the KO and Morgana one. The last one to reveal, those are my favorite. What about you guys, chat? And we'll pay attention to the stream. Oh, it looks like we still have about 10 minutes time, so we'll chill for a little bit. I'll let these casters chill as well, because the 80-minute round, and they still have one more round to do. Guys, for anyone that doesn't know, this is gonna be the longest weekend of my life. And I don't mean that, I mean that like literally. I mean it, longest stream ever we've ever done. So hear me out. We're doing day one China. We're actually gonna miss the last 1 to 2 rounds, because directly after day one China, we're gonna be streaming the $5,000 Grand Summoner Scrimmage out in Germany. And that's going to be starting around 3 all the way to 7 rounds, and then top 8 all in the same day. So we're going from day 1 China to the 5K Germany, and a couple hours after that, day 2 Top Cut for China starts. So literally 30 plus hours of streaming. I got a couple Celsius in the fridge, guys. I need you to pray for my heart. I need you to pray for my health, because this is going to be a whirlwind of a weekend, but a great one at that. Hopefully I can hang in there. The only thing that has, you know, that has me a little optimistic is I'm not thankfully to all the great casters I've been able to build throughout Runes and Rift. I will be sticking more in the back end these couple tournaments, because if I had to cast like I usually cast, I wouldn't make it, chat. I would not be making it. Ari versus my wallet. Yeah, Darv, Ari is looking crazy. And if you guys saw, the mats came out. Let me see if I could pull that up too. It was on Eventbrite. Are you going to do Barcelona, Singapore? Miss Jordy, probably. You know, it's always a little bit weird, or not, maybe weird's not the right word, but I always feel a little dissonance about streaming those, because they have like the official stream. Like China, I'm always all for, because there's no official stream for it. But it's always just fun for us to do, and no one really puts the rounds on YouTube. So because we do the rounds of our own community casters or castings, we put them on YouTube ourselves. So we'll probably do it. You know what, Miss Jordy? We're probably 100% going to do it, because it's the first set 4 events, right? We can't miss that. We have to catch those. Chat, I probably shouldn't put my email. Let me just go to Twitter instead and see if I can find it on the post I made. You never know, we got some hackers in the chat. Better safe than sorry, huh? Here it is, chat. Here it is. So for those that haven't seen it yet, I believe this one is for Singapore. So Crystal Rose Ori has been 100%. I mean, it's been confirmed. Everyone knew it was going to be Crystal Rose Ori, but the artwork of the playmat hasn't been yet revealed. It finally has been revealed here. So that one's super, super cool. Let me look at the other one. And then the one for Barcelona is the Crystal Rose set. Wait until sees the last set, chat. Hey, Mai, what you talking about? Wait until he sees the last set. Mai, are we talking about Radiant set 5? Ooh, are you a writer? Do you got some inside info? I want to hear. Share the news. I want to hear about some Radiance cards. And then I'm pretty sure most of you guys seen it. The one for Los Angeles, which I'm thinking about going. It's a little ways away, because LA is on the West Coast. I live in Florida all the way in the East Coast. It's a little expensive to travel down there, or over there, I should say. So, but this one might be worth it, right? The Sona Crystal Rose one. And then you have, for the first time ever, a Vendetta stamp promo card, which promos tend to be getting a little bit up there. Singapore Holy Hell mat. Yeah, JP, I think Singapore might have got the best mats. Just attending Singapore is almost like a net positive with that mat alone. All right, let's look at the time. All right, we got about 5 minutes, so I'll chill here. Actually, chat, let me run and use the bathroom real quick. That way I'm not having to run and use it. I'm not taking a real break. It's literally just like a quick 1-2 minute bathroom break. But I will be right back. I will normally put on a video for you guys to watch. It looks like I have an ad though. Let me get the ad out the way first. Yeah, I would normally put. You know what the heck? I'll put this video on for the 2 minutes I'm gone, just so you guys are sitting here doing nothing.
As we see the battlefields out
All right, Chad.
for
I'll be right
this
back.
game one are going to be Zon Warrens and Rockfall Path.
And I can't quite recall who the best of Lilia in Sydney was at the end of day one, but I remember the deck list was like just a whole bunch of low drops, like 2-3 drops, and then like triple uncheck power, triple singularity, triple like I think it was triple or double Thousand Toad Watcher. Like you went from 0 to 100. That was it. There was no sort of mid game or middle of the pack sort of things to play. And it's just very aggressive, right? Lilia is just creating sprites. They don't hold. Very few Lilias, if any, I think are playing Blue LeBlanc right now. So they do their thing on one turn and then they die, which puts you in a really awkward position against Rek'Sai because Rek'Sai wants to perma-conquer if possible. And the difference is that Lilia also wants to be very aggressive, but she doesn't have the physical body staying there, whereas Rek'Sai might have physical bodies staying there.
Yeah, and from what I've seen of some of these more recent aggressive Rek'Sai lists, is they're running just an obscene amount of 2-drops, just all these low to the ground cards that they can consistently be able to throw out there and get these easy, cheap conquers, and then have almost a guaranteed hit off of the legend ability to have something that they can play from it and gain advantage that way. And the thing about having so many low to the ground units is that that's great if you're able to conquer early and get that train started and generate advantage and get ahead of your opponent. But if Lilia is able to get there first with her sprites, like you said, don't hold, but they do block your opponent from conquering that battlefield.
Sure.
And that 3 might can be a little bit annoying to get over for all these 2/2s and even the 2/3s that the Rek'Sai has in their deck. And if a Mask of Foresight gets added to that equation, it becomes almost impossible for one unit to get the job done. And then the entire frame of how Rek'Sai has to play the game changes.
Yeah, for now though, I think Rek'Sai is going to be okay with how things have started out. We'll see if he's able to overcome. I think I saw a what was that? The Falling Star in hand potentially as well. Going to start with the Void Hatchling, which is kind of core to Rek'Sai's idea, where you reveal cards from when you reveal cards from your deck, you can check it first and then choose to recycle, so that you can potentially look for a different card rather than whatever you might otherwise have drawn with the Rek'Sai legend. And very lucky, I feel like, for the Lilia player. Didn't actually have any low drops. Had to mull away one of the singularities, had double singularity in hand, hit 1,000-tailed on that mull. So going second at least gives him the ability to play his chosen champion. He will have a unit on the board.
Yeah, and the chosen champion on turn 1 has always been a powerful play for the legends that have access to one of those 3 energy, 3 might chosen champions. It's just in this instance where it can be a little bit sketchy going against a red deck that can, as you mentioned before, throw out one of those falling stars and attack it in the back row. And it may not seem like it is completely worth it to use one falling star on just the chosen champion Lilia, but this Lilia unit is actually a big component of the game plan for a lot of Lilia decks, so getting it off the board quickly can actually be a huge boon for setting.
We'll watch that game actually when I take a little bit of a real break, but it looks like we're just about 1 to 2 minutes away from them getting back to the coverage. And I believe our co-commentators might be ready to come in. So I see the word from NA, Night Fighter. Let me know if you want to come in as well. NA, I'm bringing you in now.
Right.
And Bubba Powers, thank you so much for the follow there on Twitch. And Rava saying the runes are garbo. You know, the runes they're showing on stream, I was a big fan of. The set 4 one, like I said before, I need to see them in person. Jinx saying, and Night Fighter, you here too? Okay, bringing you in as well now. All right, welcome back, boys. Hope you had a good little break there before this round number 2. So we started things off with Ornn and Aurelia. And you know, with all the cards revealed, I almost wish this was a set 4 event, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that we're having such a big set 3 event right before the release. But hey, I mean, set 4 is going to be cool, and we get to experiment with it right when it comes live, which is another really cool thing, as this is going to be the first time we're getting that simultaneous release.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. For the first time in Riftbound history, this is the first time we have global parity. China gets it, US gets it. I don't think the French is up to release date just yet, but the French soon enough will be getting it. Then Korea, and then I would imagine the next language to be getting a Riftbound set. It has to be Latin America, right? I feel like Spanish is a pretty big language. What do you think, Night Fighter?
Yeah, I think Spanish would make sense. Maybe Japan if they really want to push in for that. But Spanish does seem like the next logical language to go for, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited for a little bit of Spanish. Being Colombian myself, I would get me a couple of nice little Spanish cards. But Night Fighter NA, you guys joined in at the perfect time. It looks like round number 2 here at the Beijing National Open is right underway. Let's see who we got. Kaiser, we don't get to see too often. Used to be reign supreme all of Origins, right? I believe she took 3 regionals. Maybe it was 2 regionals in that first season. And I think I recognize this guy by the nails. Is that weird to say? Chat. Are we gonna? Oh wait, no. We didn't get another Aurora. That was what we thought was an Aurora. But maybe they were saving it for this round. I'll go ahead and throw you guys to the feature table.
All right.
Right. So we have Kaisa versus. Do I even call it Sivir or do I call it Aurora?
Sivir Aurora works.
Okay, sure. This will be interesting.
Know this matchup? Because I don't.
Okay, so the deal here is if Kaisa, if Sivir is playing the Baron version, it is nearly unwinnable for Kaisa. You're really only out is like what, unchecked? And yeah, and unchecked, I want to say unchecked does 12, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so unchecked is going to do 12, but the issue here is if there are 2 Barons on the board, you can't even unchecked wipe.
Yeah.
Good. So if it is on the Baron build, I would say this is near unwinnable for Kaisa, barring bricking, barring misplays. If both players played perfectly, both players saw on curve. That being said, there are very aggressive versions of Kaisa that do play a lot of small units. You go for some really early tempo. It'll depend pretty heavily on the version of Kaisa because, like I said, there also is the more control-y versions that we haven't seen too much lately, but they did exist for a while with like progress days, like a bunch of time warps, get excited. All these cards that are looking to just outvalue you, eventually remove all your units, and then just win from there. But if it is a more aggressive Kaisa, it's probably a little bit better for them in this specific match.
Well, the first battlefield is, I believe it's Void Gate for the Kaisa, so it is probably going to be Control Kaisa. And I did find it funny, the Aspirant's Climb, technically that will be a banned card going forward, but for this tournament it will still be legal. The Time Warp is interesting, because that would let the Kaisa double hold if she's able to get to that position. If she can get 2 units on board, she'll have Time Warp pretty close to when the Aurora will be coming out. She could sneak a victory for game 1 with that, which would be really nice. Because at the moment, I'm assuming she's running at most 1 gear hate, and that's not going to be enough to stop an Aurora.
I mean, there's not really a lot of good gear hate for Kaisa in this set, so I would not be surprised if there's no main deck gear hate. And just say, screw it, because the Aurora matchup traditionally in set 1 was very, very bad for Kaisa already, and it only got worse with the existence of cards like Elder, right?
Yeah, and the Aurora player starts with Aurora in hand, so going first, Aurora in hand, it's probably going to be a pretty fast game 1.
Oh, as I say that, there is a main deck gear hit.
Main board gear hit.
Yeah, we love it. We love it. And also, we do get to see the progress day, so it does look like it is unless it is a random one of, it is a more of a control-y Kaisa deck.
And the Blade Flurries would make me assume that this will be an Elder Dragon, at least main board for Sivir for this game 1.
So we do see the... Oh my gosh, it's really just going to be
Catalyst of
mobilized
Aeon,
into
I think.
Catalyst, into Aurora.
Yep.
Yikes.
The most
Ugh.
perfect line for an Aurora.
The one upside is that there is the Rocket Barrage in the hand of Kaisa, though it does... Yeah, and he did bottom deck the second Aurora, or a second Aurora with the stack deck. So the second Aurora is not going... There's only one more Aurora left. That being said, Aurora triggers do get you through your deck pretty quickly, right? Because you do look at about, like, it depends on how many units you're playing, but generally like 5 to 10 cards.
That
So
was
you do get
Raw
through.
Noxus hopeful.
Oh, this Elder is going to be, assuming it is the Elder build, right? Like, we did talk about this at the beginning of the cast, that it could be the Baron build, in which case, I mean, that's really rough if it is, but
Okay, to clarify, there was a Ravenbloom student. I think he put it down second because it looked like a
Yes.
Raw Nox hopeful, but that does mean 2 units in base. At least something will survive this turn if an Elder
Mhm.
Dragon comes out.
all right. And there's a splitter,
Splitter.
and so
Oh,
we don't
no,
even get
that's
the
a
Rocket
disaster.
Barrage. Yeah.
Yeah. Presumably one piece of, maybe 2 pieces of main board gear hate with the Rocket Barrage, and that is going to be gone.
Yeah, call me ridiculous, but I'd probably just scoop. I just don't know. Unless there's more gear hate in the deck, I just don't know how you win from this position.
Yeah. Yeah, because they also got to go up to 9 points, so it's not even like he can try and rush down and kill the splitter.
Yeah, the splitter on its own, like, not even counting the fact that Aurora is going to generate 2 to 3 more units. Dealing with the splitter alone is going to be annoying. Like, that 7 might threshold is quite annoying for Kaisa, because you have to... It's a multi-card threshold, right? Like, you have to be able to stupefy Falling Star, for instance. Like, you can use, like, a Falling Star. It's a combo threshold. You can't just one card kill a 7 might unit. Like, Singularity, Stupefy, it's all pretty bad.
Yeah. I was just thinking the new Siphon Strike from Nasus, it hits that 7 might threshold. People really underestimate how much that 7 damage specifically is going to be really helpful.
So we do see that Sivir's on multiple Mind Splitters here. Just draw Mind Splitter, and we do see the name is slipping my tongue, but the Reanimate spell.
The
You know the name of it?
Harrowing.
There we go.
And yeah, the Harrowing, it looks like with 2 Mind Splitters, it could be very similar to the Misfortune we saw that we didn't get to see in round 1 with 3 Splitters and then an Elder Dragon and a Baron. I mean, it kind of makes sense. The Mind Splitters are good enough units on their own, and the biggest problem that Aurora has run into over the course of Unleashed is people just saying, okay, yeah, you can play your Elder Dragon, we're going to Starcross it, or we're going to salvage your Aurora on the next turn, and then call the week. Like, getting rid of a card in the hand for the long run, I think is probably going to be better than Elder Dragon in a lot of cases, which is very strange.
It's like a meta call, right? Like, if you think that people are going to be main decking gear hate, then Mind Splitter specifically is pretty good. The only card that is air quote worse into is Starcross, and I say that like big... Sorry, the only like anti Aurora card that is going I can't speak today, is that the Starcross is not super great into is the like the Mind Splitter, because generally you're very happy just playing out a Mind Splitter on the next turn, just hard playing it and just ripping more
Yeah.
cards. That is way better into the Elder Dragon build. Okay, so here comes the first Mind Splitter and down. We still haven't triggered the Aurora. So we'll have to see what exactly, if it is just the triple. Oh, okay, there's our
Straight
Elder.
to an Elder Dragon. I mean, that's really good. That would have been what he drew.
Mm-hmm. That is another win condition, is the Aurora deck drawing all of the Aurora targets. But when they
Less so
start
with
so
the harrowing
fast,
in hand.
it's just not real, right? Because they can just play them out. Mind Splitter, or not Mind Splitter, Watcher. This is a way to get a point, but you're only on 3 points. 9 points is very far away.
Yeah, I might hold. Well, I was gonna say hold the Watcher and try and trade it in for an Elder Dragon, but this Sivir might just hold the Elder Dragon back at base the entire game and just let these Mind Splitters run in and duke it out with whatever the Kaisa can throw out.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would probably do here, especially considering the Sivir has a Flurry in hand. There's not really a lot that is going to threaten the Elder Dragon in base and Kaisa. Especially since he already ripped the Smoke Screen, which is one of the combo pieces you would need to out it. And I say combo pieces because it's not going to be one card.
Yeah. It is sad to see the despair on this Kaisa's face as he's like, I don't know that I have a good play this turn. And you never want to see that on the 5th turn of a game.
6 damage.
Yep, straight in onto that Elder Dragon. So presumably he's going to try and lower the might. I didn't see his hand to see what he
do
has.
another Falling Star.
Oh, yeah, I guess that is an option. Just hit it straight for 12.
Yeah, and now the Harrowing on the next turn going. Very annoying.
Okay, and then with the cleave, he's able to get that Raven Bloom student up to 8 and walk over this Mind Splitter. But then he's going to be on 3 cards in hand. And as you said, that Harrowing's going to come out. The Raven Bloom's presumably going to die. And then a Baron probably drops onto the board next turn. If it's a 3 Mind Splitter, 1 Baron, 1 Elder, it's a 50-50 shot that a Baron drops down. And that's going to be impossible for this Kaisa to deal with her hand.
Now, you could even, assuming that I did not misread and there's a flurry, you could even just flurry the trade here if you cared. But stack deck. Okay. So I'm gonna look. And oh, there's a second Elder Dragon.
Glad he didn't draw that.
Absolutely. So you'd probably just take Scryer's Bloom here.
Yeah, I think the Scryer's Bloom just for the predict, make sure you aren't drawing whatever other units you have in the deck. Though if he knows that this Elder is his only other unit, he might just take the Mobilize for the rune in the long run.
I wonder what Kaisa is like looking to find this game. Like what's in the deck that Kaisa does think that they still have a chance without the Rocket Barrage? Maybe they do play multiples? Or
If they're playing multiple Rocket Barrages, then they definitely are able to dig through their deck to find that. It is also possible that the Kaisa is just hoping, because it is presumably Control Kaisa, that they have enough removal. I mean, they've done a really good job of clearing 2 of the units that have come out from the Sivir so far. And one of the things that Aurora, similar to just drawing all their units, if all of their units are dead, it's pretty hard for the Aurora if they aren't able to recycle. Currently, in purple, they're usually using last rites to recycle their units into their deck. And if you don't have a unit to attach the last right to, you can't recycle with it.
Do keep in mind he does have the Sivir champion, right? So
Yes,
as long as
he
you
does
don't
always
commit the
have
Sivir
that.
champion, you'll always have something to. But I think that's a fair shout. Is you're saying, hey, I don't think you're playing a ton of units in the deck. Specifically, if you do know what the main builds of the Aurora deck are going around right now, you can just count in your head. Okay, so I know he has this many left, and I have this much removal. I can go ahead and still find a way to get there if I can remove everything. But here comes the second Elder, and if I remember correctly, the Heartwing, you still do have to pay its power. So this will be a
Yes.
very expensive card, but you can't complain. You cannot complain at
Yeah.
all.
Bottomed a total of 5 runes to get that Elder on board, but it did wipe out all of the units that the Kaisa had left.
Yeah. And 3 cards in hand and only going up to 8 for Kaisa. Like, still no Aurora trigger, which we know both players should know that there is at least an Elder Dragon in deck. Or sorry, not both players, because he stacked. He did not reveal, but
There's
we
the
know.
Baron.
And there's the Baron. Okay, at this point, this is where I absolutely.
Surely the scoop comes out at some point. I mean, Watcher and Cleave, I did realize Watcher and Cleave would clear a Baron if it doesn't have support. I mean, it's got a flurry of blades to kill whatever comes out,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to be optimistic here for the Kaisa. It's not looking promising for her.
Yeah. I mean, to me, card games are so much of card games are mental. And when you force yourself to play out these games where you have a sub 1% chance of winning, like my opponent has a stroke. Like that's my win condition. Like I just don't. I personally could not play it because I would find myself getting tilted. And I would say like, all right, let's go to the next game where I know I do have some answers from my sideboard and we'll get a clean game 2 win and then we'll go for the game 3 win. But I guess he knows his deck. Maybe he does have outs in there. I don't know what they would be, but maybe he's got the build cooked up.
That is fair. That's a very League of Legends player mindset of you. Just avoid the tilt, go next game. I have ascended past my League of Legends tilt days, and I would probably just play it out, not super concerned. If I'm the Kaisa, I'm saying, all right, I've probably lost the game. I'm just gonna play it out, think about what I'm gonna be sideboarding, and if the Sivir has a stroke and passes out at the table, then I can win the game still.
Yeah, I mean the problem for me though is with a card game you have a finite amount of time. You have to, if you lose game 1, you have to go 2-0. So you still have to have time to play 2 more games.
That is very
And the
true.
longer this game goes, the less time you do have for those. Admittedly, Aurora games can be very short. Like, hey, they didn't find Aurora and I just went 2-2-2-2. Or they found Aurora and I just got blown out.
Still digging for something. The Kaisa thinks there's something in this deck that is going to win him this game from here. Maybe he has the unchecked power. Unchecked power would wipe the Aurora units off the board.
This is true. Current board state does lose to unchecked power. This is absolutely true. Though we do see the hard bargain in the Sivir hand, so we do know that they do not even have to play around it.
Unless they tap out. Because, yeah, I was just doing the math. They're going to have 9 runes total on their next turn. I mean, okay, there's the Time Warp presumably gone.
Oh, it's probably Watcher, right? Like, what do you was? You can't even play the time
True.
warp out before the game's over. Or actually, it might just be the Void Seeker, so they see less cards. But I mean, both seem pretty. Yeah, I don't know, because he's gonna go up. The game is over on this turn, right? Because he holds for 3.
Yeah.
Um,
Another Elder Dragon. That's still the second Elder Dragon seen. Might have been the one he bottomed, but it might be a 3 Elder, 3 Mind Splitter, and at least 1 Baron. So that's a lot of units for an Aurora
yeah, I was
deck.
gonna say that is a lot of units for an Aurora deck, and interestingly enough, unless I've missed it, I haven't seen any Sabotage.
He has not played one yet, no.
Well, I don't
It's
even
just
think
been the
we've
Mind
seen one
Splitters.
revealed off the Auroras, right?
I did not catch one if it did get revealed. So yeah, it might be 0 Sabotages in mainboard.
Definitely expect them to be coming in post side, but in the main board, I feel like that was traditionally a pretty checkmate card for the Aurora decks, right? Is where they go to 10 and they play the Sabotage, and then they play the Aurora, and they say, hey, there's nothing you can do about it. But if you are playing multiple Mind Splitters, maybe that's the same answer, right? Is saying, hey, I'm going to play the Mind Splitter, I'm going to rip your answer, and then I'll play the Aurora, or hit the Mind Splitter off of the first Aurora and rip your answer.
Yeah, the
different options
Sabotage having a bit of D-ramp
Mm-hmm.
can... It can upset the turn 1 mobilize, turn 2 Catalyst of Aeon, turn 3 Aurora. Otherwise, though, yeah, Sabotage is usually very good for getting rid of the gear height. I guess if you're expecting a lot of green with Disarming Rake specifically, because you can't hit that with Sabotage. But even then, I don't know that the Aurora deck list is so limited on card space that you wouldn't throw it in anyway.
Yeah, I guess if you are expecting a field of a lot of Yi, the Yi gear removal, like you said, is probably just the Rake card, in which case your Sabotages don't do anything. So, like, why play it, right? At least in the main board. It's probably still in the sideboard, because it is still good versus a lot of the other decks, like the yellow decks, to hit decrees, to hit salvages.
Well, Plus might remember better than I do, but I believe based on the population we saw at the beginning, the like meta share for each legend, it's Yi at 15%, Irelia at 10%, and then LeBlanc at 10%. So it might be that the Disarming Rake is expected in China,
Mm-hmm.
and so they are playing Sabotage to avoid that, or avoiding playing Sabotage to avoid the Disarming Rake. Oh, is Diana third?
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, definitely a field that I do like the Mind Splitter focus into, right? The 2 most popular decks are Rake decks, and the Sabotage is not going to be as good.
Yeah.
Speaking of metals, did you see, and I think this is so cool, what they're doing with the regional? It is the regional, right? The regional metal cards?
The metal overnumbers
Yeah.
are alt arts, right?
Yeah. That's going to
I did
be
see that, yeah.
insane. Imagine how much the Ari one will be.
Oh, good grief.
Yeah.
It's gotta. What was the last one? 115,000. So if this is a 3 of a kind, it's gonna be what, 200k probably. That's insane.
Yeah. Is it going to be a 2 or so? I know NAEU, and then I guess the China, right?
And then I think China. Yeah, I would
Okay.
assume there's gonna be a regional in China. It would be crazy if there isn't.
Well, I know they have like a little bit of a different structure than us, right? With like their
Yeah.
format. But yeah, it's going to be crazy. And then also, I think the coolest thing is that they're going to get unique art for the Proving Ground Legends. So you can have one of the only overnumber Ys in the world. Like, you will sit down across from someone, they'll be like, "What is your legend?" uh,
Yeah.
that's assuming that someone would even play with it, but
I had not even thought of that, yeah, because Proving Ground doesn't have an overnumbered for their legends.
yep. And it looks like we are heading into game 2. It's going to be the wastes into the paper tree. Hey, I like the paper tree card a lot. It was like not really played right at after release, and it's only started to see play in the last like few events, which is cool. I think we saw a couple of Relia decks playing it a little bit earlier than that, but it is one of the a different option for ramping runes. It's almost, as an Aurora deck, you almost guaranteed get at least one rune off, right?
Yeah. I think we've seen it become more popular specifically because there's 2 extremely slow decks now with Aurora and the Lux Infinite. Which, have you seen the Akali Infinite that people discovered? Because that's concerning.
Yes, though I think Akali is like pretty bad, unfortunately. So I'm not super concerned, but I am happy to be proven wrong because I do like Akali.
It would be fun to see it at a finals. I don't think it's going to be as impactful as the Lux.
Mhm.
Turn 1 mobilize for the Aurora. Almost threw his rune pile on the floor. So it's going to go 4, 6, 8. So unless he's got a Catalyst or another Mobilize, it is going to be quite a few turns before that Aurora we saw in hand can hit the board. And that is a turn to dust for the Kaisa in hand. So she has the Gear Hate in hand again. But we saw a lot of Mind Splitters, and there's a really good chance that that turn to dust, you're going to need a second and potentially even a third to get rid of that Aurora.
Yeah, definitely not easy to get the hate to stick. And yeah, okay, so there is another mobilize. So we'll be going on to odd runes here.
Yeah,
And
there's a Mobilize and a Mind Splitter in hand, so definitely going to be able to get rid of the single turn to dust if he is playing cautiously around it.
it is a little bit harder when you do go game 1 aspirants, right? Because the nice thing with when you do go for the Mind Splitter into Aurora, just opting to not play the Mind Splitter or the Aurora on the first turn that you can, is when you do have that extra turn from the aspirants. It makes it a lot safer. But doesn't have that luxury this game, but the Gust does cut off Kaisa from another potentially 2 points. So that is a pretty nice Gust to have there. I don't know. Do you think that he's going to play the Aurora, or if he's going to play it safe? I think with this board state, you're totally fine just playing the Mind Splitter, right?
Yeah, he's definitely able to play it safe here. It is very convenient. He's had the Aurora in hand twice, so he's got the option for it. But I'm pretty sure this Kaisa has to play it slow here. Especially when you see that she plays the Kaisa champion unit unaccelerated on her second turn. That means, hey, I don't have 2 little dudes to throw out to try and get more points. So if you're the Aurora, yeah, you can play this very slow if you want to.
It's kind of a crazy place to play the Forerunner, right? Because even if you played in the back line, even the Elder doesn't, like, you still get the tokens, so you're guaranteed to double 2 points on the next turn, and you stay on evens. But playing it here,
it avoids losing 1 more unit than necessary over the course of the game. Because if he plays it at base, the Kaisa dies anyway. And then the Ferris also dies. So yeah, he'll have the 2 tokens, he can double conquer, but over the course of the entire game, he is saving 1 unit by having both of them in the same spot.
yeah.
Interestingly, he does have 2 low-cost units he can use here. So he'll be able to get a lot of units on the board in the following turns.
To me, though, I feel like I value the time more than the like. It is technically more efficient, like you said, if he does hit Elder. But we've already seen that his deck does not play. It plays a lot of units, right? So unless he's siding them all out, like hitting the Elder is not even guaranteed. In fact, I would say it's like maybe a 50-50, maybe, probably less even, like 40% chance of hitting it. And now you're on odd points, which, I mean, odd points are, it puts you a whole extra turn away, which I am not a fan. So yeah, on to 3
Yes.
points here.
It did just occur to me, maybe he wanted the paper tree? Because
Mhm.
he was holding for the paper tree, so he does get that extra rune for ramping. And the Aurora is already at the 9 runes, so at this point the Aurora is not super concerned about how many runes they have. I guess he can hold up like Watcher and Cleave more easily this way, if that is what he's looking at his hand and thinking, I'm gonna need to have this ready.
I wonder what he's thinking about. Isn't it just like, oh, I guess maybe trying to find a. Does he think his opponent doesn't have a?
Ooh, nice.
Oh wow, that's a good one. Okay, okay.
And then yeah, pull back both units, so one of them will live.
Okay.
Falling Star does kill the Mind
Too
Splitter here.
shabby.
He's got 4 runes still up, so he might go for the Raven Bloom and the Noxus Hopeful. Just get all of the units on board. You can only kill one of them.
Yep.
Yep.
I like this.
That's a really good spot for this Kaisa now, with the Turn to Dust in hand. Unless he hits a Mind Splitter. You already know one of them's gone, so at best it's 2 to 4, 1 in 3 chances.
Ooh, the flurry is good though, because he's on 10 runes.
The Flurry's good. There's also a Heedless in there, which means at minimum that Mind Splitter is coming out in a turn's time.
Mm-hmm. He's... Yep, alright, there it is. Let's see what he hits.
Both Auroras in the top
if he
3
doesn't
cards.
hit a Mind Splitter, this is really big.
That... I mean, that might be scoop for the Aurora there, because he's lost both of his Auroras to the bottom of the deck, and he's about to lose his third one to a Turn to Dust, because he doesn't have a Mind Splitter in hand. Or on the board.
It's definitely not good. I don't know if I would say it's total scoop, specifically because we know he has Shovel and Heedless. And then still has access to the Sivir Champion, right? So you still can play the game, but I think with the knowledge we have, it's going to be pretty good for Kaisa, though being on odd points does mean that it is a 3-turn clock, not a 2-turn. If this was a 2-turn clock, I would say it is just GG, right? But because it's specifically this far out, it's a little bit harder for me.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurora player, they have to effectively win the game with their Elder Dragon and a Sivir. Because they can kill the Elder Dragon to get the Mind Splitter back, but that's not going to put them in a better spot.
Mm-hmm.
So this Sivir and Elder Dragon, they're not getting any more units from Aurora, so they're going to have to hardcast things. And they're not at a lot of runes to be hardcasting.
Mm-hmm.
And for Kaisa, unless it's specifically Baron, and we see that Kaisa has an answer to Baron with the Cleave Watcher in hand, Kaisa, as a control deck, should feel okay taking, although that's a lot of units in that Kaisa's hand now. I believe that's 5 units of 6 cards, or maybe 7 cards.
Yeah, they're playing a lot of units. Unfortunate to draw all of those because it definitely doesn't feel great. Nice heads up play here, only pushing up the Forerunner as now the... If you do want to clear a unit, you do have to walk over the Forerunner and give the double mechs So not a ton of value there, but at the same time, playing around like the flurry isn't going to get a lot of value until a later turn, and you're on even points, right? So you still are 2 points away from victory, or 2 turns away from victory now. It doesn't really change anything to try and go 1 turn faster. But here's the shovel. That was 8 runes, so what, maybe just play out Sivir?
Yeah, I'm hoping he doesn't recycle this Mind Splitter, because if he does recycle the Mind Splitter, he can't use Heedless on it. I'm hoping he remembers that he bottomed his other 2 Auroras and is not concerned about putting units back in his deck, and he's more concerned with the game state right here, right now, with the cards in hand.
What, you go shovel onto Elder play, and then you get to play out your Mind Splitter, and then like you have a few big units. It's not totally cooked. It's not great, but
Yeah, that's probably what he's gonna do. He might even, if he has the runes up, he might flurry just to be safe. Because, well, no, it's only 1 rune. I was thinking like a smoke screen could be bad, but it wouldn't be enough to save this mech.
especially with the shovel on it, it is really, really big, and he should have enough. I want to say he's at 8 right now, so in which case you can play out the Mind Splitter and then still have the flurry for the like a watcher when you walk in with a sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I believe he does have the runes for that.
And then you do get to rip the other watcher. So like I said, I don't think it is over. I think that it is not easy, but this Elder Dragon card is very, very good.
I don't know that he triggered his Sivir again to get another gold. He probably doesn't need it at this point, but he did intentionally ready it on the Elder Dragon Conquer.
No, I can. Oh,
I can still see
no,
it.
we can still see it.
Cool.
It's narrating what is on screen, but yeah. So right now he's looking at the hand up, and it's back. Okay, so yeah, still looking at the hand. There is the Brynir, but the Brynir doesn't. I guess the Brynir is like for the 6 to 8 turn, but because Kai'Sa is going to 11, and you have to get over the big old Elder here.
Yeah.
Can you wait? So 2, 4, so 6.
Ooh, very nice top deck there.
What did he draw? I missed it.
He got a Falling Star, which means with a Watcher, he can definitely contest potentially both of the units on board right now.
You do need to do it in a way where you are not giving a window for the flurry.
Correct.
Because if you do play this incorrectly, it is possible for the Elder to heal, and then you just can't clear it. Should be very, very bad.
Yeah, he won't have enough runes to drop the Watcher and Bryn here.
Well, you can go Bryn here,
Okay.
and then and then star on Elder, and then walk all your units in, and then clear the Elder. But because he cannot play out the Elder with Shovel on the next turn, and then you go Watcher Star, clear the Mind Splitter on the next turn.
Actually, he might not even need to. He can Stupefy the Watcher,
Ooh.
Falling Star the Watcher, and then if he runs all 4 units in, they clear this Elder Dragon thanks to their Forbidding Waste.
You are
giving it the
absolutely
-2.
correct. Yeah, clear everything here and put them on Sivir and a Dream. Ooh, and there's a Time Warp in hand.
Yeah, that is a really nice spot for this Kai'Sa to be in all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. What for? Is a shovel
and a cleave
plus...
means shovels
Oh, wow.
+2. And
Okay.
so the shovel cancels out
It's
with
12.
the Forbidding Ways.
Yeah. Ravenbloom is gonna be at
8 at the moment.
yes, 8. So you just need Ravenbloom plus
Mech. Yeah, pointing out the
Wait.
Forbidding Ways. It'll be 11 to 10, so it will
Yes,
clear. Both of the
yes.
units will end up dying, but that's all right because you
Yeah.
have 2 more to conquer with.
Yeah, 1 damage is enough to clear them, so they both die here, which totally okay with. And you get a double conquer, and you have time warp for game on the next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, because he has 10 runes, he'll be going up to 12 on the start of his next turn. I suppose the Sivir can accelerate out the Sivir and try and make something happen with that. The Sivir should be at 10 runes, but I don't think he had good cards in hand for his rune count because I saw an Elder Dragon in hand.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have enough to play it, and that's really unfortunate for him here. Then, so is that stack deck, Elder Dragon, Heedless Resurrection, and Flurry of Blades? So I guess start with a stack deck, see if... I don't know that there would be a card that saves him here, but he can definitely search for something to
Harrowing, right?
make this turn better. Yeah, Harrowing would be really good.
Baron.
Gust.
That is not it.
Disposal order. Yeah.
Is
he
it
can...
disposed? I was gonna say, isn't it disposable and just try and draw and again look for that harrowing? Unless there's a play that I'm missing.
Well, so he's gonna gust the mech, and then run the Sivir in and kill the Noxus Hopeful, which clears both boards. It doesn't necessarily win him the game, but he should have enough runes to then drop a Mind Splitter if he attaches Shovel to the Sivir.
After accelerating? He shouldn't have enough. He'll be 1 off. Or no, he'll be 2 off. Yeah.
Yeah, from the accelerate. Thought he had a few more runes, but he does not.
But the thing with this is he knows that his opponent has a Watcher in hand. So I feel like you do not win with this play, and I think you lose to what he has, and you know he has. So I feel like you do need to go for like Harrowing into Elder. Like I feel like that is your only win condition. Unless you are saying my opponent is going to misplay, and I personally do not like putting people on misplaying if I do have another like route to win. Sure, if it's your only route is them misplaying, then of course put them on misplaying. But in this case, there was a route to win, and admittedly, it's probably a 1 of in the deck. So the chances of drawing it are insanely low, if it's even in the deck still, and he doesn't side it out. I don't know what his siding patterns look like, but...
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's anything he can do with his hand, because he does have the Heedless still, but he doesn't have a unit that costs enough. And the Gust, it will bounce the mech into the ether, disappearing, which... I mean, the Watcher, yeah, it can come out. It does stop the Time Warp play for next turn. It buys him, like, a card draw, but that's not... I don't think going to be enough in this case. Yeah.
Because you just double conquer in that case. You don't need to Time Warp. Or you can even just... you could just push Brynir up on the battlefield and...
Oh, true. It's a 6. He doesn't need a Time Warp.
Do need to make sure you're... So what would you need to play around is think about like Ride the Win, I guess. Make sure you don't walk into a Ride the Win and randomly lose. But it seems pretty unlikely to me.
Well, he would need to spend 2 power to get the boost from Sivir, but I'm pretty sure even with the boost from Sivir putting him up at, I think, 8, Brynhere and Watcher should both be able to walk
Well,
over
I'm
this
thinking more
Sivir.
if he just blind walks Brynhere into the paper tree like he is right now. Yeah.
Yeah, blind walking Brynhere is scary.
Yeah.
I think, isn't that like the third time we've seen someone blind walk a unit in and not play around what their opponent could have?
Yeah.
Because the Ornn did it a couple times as well.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, definitely got the game here. Not
It is
all
1-1.
Aurora decks are playing Ride the Wind. That is something to consider. Like, you might say, hey, I don't think you're on this card. And admittedly, he did see most of his opponent's deck game one, right? With the Aurora triggers. So it would have to be a side deck card. I don't really think that is much of a side deck card. So maybe
No, I
making the
shouldn't
play,
think so.
but I
It
do
would be
think
nice if we saw the
Mhm.
Sivir's deck, because we would be able to know if he has Ride the Wind. Because Ride the Wind with Baron specifically is pretty
Mhm.
strong. And if he
Yes.
was running the Baron swap out that we saw in Hartford, maybe, then I could see it being in main or side.
Mhm.
And to clarify for the chat, the Aurora has not lost yet. It is still 1-1. The Aurora can still definitely win. But it is always nice to see the Aurora lose a game.
For sure. Definitely nice to see it. But yeah, so if he did have Ride the Wind there, though, what? So you Ride the Wind Sivir over, and assuming that there's no action reaction in the hand, the Brynhere can die, and then you play out your Watcher, and then walk in with Watcher, and I mean, it's still pretty good for you either way, but I think the way to play around that probably is you just play the Watcher first, right?
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
like say, hey, I play Watcher, and now I'm just walking in on both battlefields one by one.
Yeah, we've
Really?
talked multiple times about hoping your opponent makes a misplay. This was technically a misplay by the Kaisa, but it was not
Yeah.
enough of a misplay that the Aurora was able to capitalize on it.
Oh yeah, there's another card as well. If he did play, if he was playing any of the counter spells, he also just counterspell the. So if there's like a hard bargain or a abandon or anything, he also was playing into those.
True, because he did go for the Time Warp
Yeah.
Conquer, or Time Warp Hold rather than the Watcher Conquer.
Yeah. Could also, if you wanted to play that as well, you could play Time Warp first. Just first action Time Warp, then walk up, right? Because that gives you more information.
Yeah, I was just thinking, do we see Punch First in Sivir? Because that was something we saw at a regional, and both casters, I remember listening to them, they went, Punch First in Aurora? But in this particular case, it could be Punch First on that Sivir would trigger the Sivir effect, and it would give +5, which I think is enough to clear a Watcher. So that is a potential fear he could have had if Aurora running Punch First is a thing in China. I don't know the China meta well enough to know if that's something you play around.
Well, as far as I'm aware, Punch First has been pretty much totally cut ever since we got Elder Dragons, because Elder Dragon does what Punch First kind of did, right? Where it says, hey, it doesn't matter how much might you have your guys dying. So
Yes.
you do have the answers for everything with Elder Dragon, and you have non-targeting removal with the Flurry of Blades and Elder. Oh, I missed his hand. Was that a Repulse I saw?
Yeah, there was a Repulse, there was a Baron. I think he may have main-handed an Aurora again, and then I didn't see the last card.
I mean, 3 for 3 would be pretty incredible considering the odds of opening a card are what, like 30%?
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, 2 Auroras in main hand, and then a Heedless.
No ramp this time.
Holy.
No ramp this time. So they are going to be slow Auroras, and it looks like Kaisa misses the 2-drop as well.
Yeah, that
For
is
sure.
unfortunate. Means the
to
Aurora
be
is
fair,
not punished for missing
it
the
looks
ramp.
like the Kaisa only plays the Raven Blooms, right? As a 2-drop.
Yeah, it's Raven Bloom. He had the Noxus Hopefuls, but that doesn't really count in this case. I don't even think he was running any 3-drops, especially. It's just Ferris, Watcher, Kaisa Champion unit,
Mhm.
and then Raven Bloom, Noxus Hopeful that I think we've seen.
Yeah. So, if it is unlikely that Sivir opens Aurora 3 games in a row, it is unlikely that you draw Raven Bloom 3 games in a row. That being said, they did do that. Unfortunate, but is what it is. Right, so at least this turn, you are guaranteed to have Kaisa Champion. You do choose to play it out, and looking like opting to not accelerate it. Fair enough. I don't know. I wonder if I would have, regardless.
I think you do regardless here, because we saw he didn't really have a good set of units in hand,
Mm-hmm.
and this is running into the potential issue that this Aurora somehow manages to outpace the Kaisa, because that's kind of what we're seeing with this Aurora's hand specifically, which is knowledge that this Kaisa won't have. But this Aurora is going to go very fast in about 2 turns time, and I don't know that the Kaisa has good enough answers. He does have double smokescreen and falling star, but that is not going to be enough for removal for double Aurora.
I'm surprised he's thinking so hard here. I feel like it's just Catalyst play Aurora on the second turn. Like, you have 2 Auroras, so you're not nearly as concerned about losing one.
Yeah,
guess-
it would be, I guess, if he only had 1 or 2 shovels in deck, he could
Mhm.
risk running out of shovels. That might be why he is concerned. Did he just take Mobilize, though?
Okay. Maybe he wants to... He wants to play something else this turn, then. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't see the rest of his hand. Admittedly, ramping 1 or 2 runes, I mean, they both work, right? Like, you are playing Aurora on the next turn, so it just is 1 extra rune. So I'm curious what he wants to play here as the... Oh,
He passed.
okay. Enough. Maybe he's trying to represent a threat here? I'm sure.
Oh, did he have... He had a hard bargain in hand, right? I don't know what he's
Oh.
specifically trying to avoid, but that's what he's holding up.
Yes, that makes sense. What would he be holding it here for? Like a sprite call or something? Or what are you specifically hard bargaining here that you care about? And my
I don't
opponent, by the
know.
way, he's going so slow here on Kaisa that I don't even know if I... Okay, I was gonna say, I don't even know if I play out Aurora. Like, I could just hold for the hard bargain and then play out Aurora with a hard bargain protecting. I guess that doesn't really work, does it? Because all the things that you're... Okay, never mind. I'm just yapping. So, there's the Mind Splitter. Did he have Turn the Dust in hand?
He had a Thermo Beam, which would have actually been fantastic when the second Aurora hits the board, but I imagine that Thermo Beam is about to turn to dust itself.
Yes.
Though with Smokescreen and Falling Star, if he's left with 2 Smokescreens and a Falling Star in hand, that is potentially 2 Mind Splitters dead. I imagine he will not get to that point with double Aurora on the board, and even if he does with double Aurora on the board, it's not the end of the world for the Aurora player, but that is convenient for the Kaisa player here.
Yeah.
Yep, Thermo Beam immediately gone.
Doesn't have any draw and almost no units in hand, Kaisa. So you are kind of working with your top deck.
We might see the Stupefy Falling Star play again, because that would give him a draw, and it will get rid of that Mind Splitter.
Yeah.
That's looking like what it's going to be.
Yep, makes sense to me. Oh, what do you draw, man? Show me.
Did not see. I saw it was blue, but that does not tell me much. Was it that Watcher he drew, or was that for turn?
Is there a reason we're leaving the Forerunner on the battlefield? I feel like this plays into Elder. And like, you can double conquer on the next turn anyway.
Yeah. I guess double.
I'm sure there's a
Elder
reason.
drop?
I can't think of it though.
Yeah.
And there's the 2.
Oh, I guess it stops the Sivir double conquering, right?
Do you care?
Sivir accelerates in and ganks. I mean, maybe.
Okay.
Sivir, if Sivir double conquers and then an Elder Dragon hits the board,
Mhm.
reinforces the Sivir, and also clears a chunk of the back line, that could be a problem. Oh, and I guess he's holding up enough runes that he can recall the Ferris if he needs to, or Smokescreen, if that was his concern.
Wow.
Oof.
There's a third Mind Splitter.
Yeah.
Alright, and what do you hit now? Does it just start hitting the smoke screens, or actually, is it even just the Falling Star? Get rid of all the removal?
I think it's the Falling Star, because the Smokescreen Falling Star would clear both Mind Splitters, but without the Falling Star, those smoke screens are kind of dead cards in his hand for right now.
Yeah,
I think Recall is the only card that's safe.
Yeah. It would be very expensive, especially considering there are 2 Auroras on the board, but like you said, it just kind of blanks the smoke screens, so definitely happy with that. Oof, this is... Alright, well, Kaisa is going to get a draw here. That is something.
Yes, Kaisa gets a draw. He'll go up to 4 points. Stupefy gives him another draw, potentially. Does Kaisa run any other forms of backline removal? Because I can't imagine she is. I guess like a double rocket barrage,
just drew
but
a
that's so
Cathian Rain.
expensive. Right, that's 12 damage total, I think?
Yeah, so you can clear them both here if you do choose to do so, but it will cost pretty much all your rune.
Yeah.
To put back 4, I think. And then the double Aurora are still on the board, right? So you're going to have to deal with the Elder on the next turn. And it's guaranteed that an Elder is going to get hit, right? Unless he plays multiple Barons.
Is the Acathian Rain. Pretty sure he said 2 and 2, but yeah. Clearing one of them and then gonna smokescreen the other one.
Yep. Very, very down in runes, but hey, you cleared the bodies. I would like to see, yeah, pull back the Forerunner now. You know the Elder's coming out in the next turn. I will say you can also accelerate the Sivir in now.
Yes.
And then clear out the Kaisa if you would choose. You don't need to clear out the Kaisa because you know that the Elder is going to get hit, which deals with the Kaisa.
You can also just drop that Baron in. And I'm pretty sure the Kaisa was not holding anything that can deal with Baron.
You're right.
Based on when the Mind Splitters were played.
Yep.
Obviously, the hand has changed a bit since then, but with the Cathian Rain guaranteed draw, I think there's only the one card that the Sivir doesn't know, which we know is a Stupefy, and one card you're probably not concerned with double Elder and a Baron on board.
Yeah, I do not know what you do here as Kaisa because everything is gone. Oh yeah, everything's gone. And then, because here comes the second Elder. Unless there are multiple Barons, I guess. That is the other. Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah, there weren't multiple Barons that we've seen in any of the previous games. They would have been sideboarded in, presumably. But yeah,
So,
out comes the second Elder Dragon. He does choose to kill the Ferris, which does give the Kaisa a double Does
yeah,
this lose to Time Warp?
No, he doesn't have the runes for it.
Okay, he doesn't have the runes for it. Because he can double conquer up to 6 here.
Yeah.
But yeah, without the runes, he can't Time Warp even if he gets it. Oh, that Turn to Dust is a little too late to be helpful here.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even think it's worth playing it. Okay, sure, I guess.
I don't know that he has the rune sink in his hand to spend on anything else. But yeah, even with one Aurora, I'm pretty sure the last card in Sivir's deck is one final Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Stupefy should give him a card draw.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what card he draw. I mean, I guess like a second Turn to Dust would get rid of the second Aurora, and then he just has to top deck like an unchecked power. But we haven't seen an unchecked power, which means at best it was sideboarded.
Yeah.
And we didn't see it in the second game.
Yep. And we do know that the third Elder is going to be played and is probably going to be played the base. So that does not deal with it either.
Yeah.
As you will kill all three of the dudes, and then there's still the potentially accelerated Sivir, and the Elder. Though you don't even need to accelerate. You can just develop the Sivir this turn if you have nothing else to play.
Oh, he did draw his third
Oh.
Elder Dragon, and
Okay.
I don't think he has the runes to play it, so at least that is safe for him.
Yes. Okay, that's something. Now this does potentially mean that if Kaisa does play uncheck and does top the uncheck, so I feel like if I am Sivir here, then I am holding my runes for my hard bargain in my hand to checkmate the uncheck, right?
Yes, assuming he is concerned about it, because he is also not seeing the unchecked power in any of these games.
It is like the only lose condition, right? Like, so play around the only thing you lose to. Unless there's something that I'm missing. Like, what else is a lose condition here?
It would have to be something into Time Warp, because he's not clearing all three battlefields. So it'd have to be something, clear a battlefield, and then hold with a unit. But I don't know what he can draw to do that. Have we seen the second smokescreen?
Yes.
Okay, so he doesn't have a smokescreen in hand.
Wait, actually... No, you're right. He does have it. He does. He has smoke screen.
And yeah, it will be going into rounds. Probably the game will be over by then, but
yeah,
it is going into rounds in a minute. So, Falling Star smokescreen to clear an Elder Dragon, and then Time Warp on the following turn is, I'm pretty sure, the only out this Kaisa has based on current board state.
Yeah, because the third Elder is just being played from hand on the next turn. Which will... And there's a lecturing Yordle. Hey,
there is that other low-cost unit, yeah. Double recall. Oh, that's so sad.
Nice. Now you just recall, play it again.
I guess, yeah. Because he does not have an answer in hand.
Yeah, needs to draw cards. I don't know what saves you, but draw more cards.
Oh, well, he could try and trade a Noxus Hopeful for that Elder Dragon if he can get one more point of damage or might drop on the Elder, but I don't know that that's gonna influence much.
Right, draw another card. What do we got?
I
didn't
did
even
not see,
see.
but it looked like a unit. I'm pretty sure this Kaisa is now up to 11 based on, or 11 runes based on the single pink rune. Not in the rune pile, in fact, being pushed off into the score tracker.
I dreamed to become a point, so I became a point. Yep, so just passes it over. Does go up to 7 here. And this is turn 1 as well. Not that it matters. So the game will be over in one way or another.
I suppose unchecked power and everything on the board dies, and it would stall out on this turn potentially, but likely the game will be over in 3 turns.
Oh, he still has the accelerated Sivir, right? And then you can even just play
Yes.
out that Elder Dragon here. In fact, I'm again, I want to hold mana for the hard bargain, but oh, okay, this works too. He has the shovel, so you can go recycle some units. Why not?
Yeah. Although, did he just pass? I think.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because he's quote unquote recycling his entire deck here. So that was a pass the Aurora
Why?
triggered, but didn't have any units.
Why? What am I missing? You can even put your Baron outside of unchecked range if you equip that, right?
Yes, he would be able to put the Baron outside of unchecked range. Okay, well, Falling Star and Smokescreen does mean he can clear a board. Because he can get... Or no, the Elder Dragons have 12 might now. Because of the Baron. So that's going to require him to sacrifice his Lecturing Yordle as well. That is going to be 6 in on the Elder Dragon.
Let's see if he remembers that the Baron is given it. And there goes the repulse.
Yeah, so I think that definitely confirms, because now the Kaisa can't even clear one of these battlefields. You can pull the Lecturing Yordle back in hand, put it back out, but it's not.
What are we trying to draw at this point with only 5 runes up? Okay, there's a cleave.
Cleave and Smokescreen clears the battlefield, but it's not gonna...
Yep, and that is going to be GG's going down all the way to the end of match rounds, but Sivir does end up taking it with Aurora. Fortunately, the Boogeyman has won, but we only have 2 weeks until we get Jace Aurora, so there is more Aurora to come, guys. Don't worry.
Hopefully not, because there's the new purple unit. The new purple unit that can banish a gear on play.
True. Good point.
Also, Kaisa gets a infinitely better removal for gear with Brittle Steel, because then even if they Mind Splitter it, you can play it from trash.
This is absolutely true.
I'm
that is
excited.
if people, keep playing Kaisa with rotated metal cards.
Okay, well, maybe not Kaisa. Who else is blue and
Jhin?
red? Jhin. I mean, Jhin gets a good removal.
Yeah, maybe Jhin
for
gets a
gear.
nice little buff. But to your point real quick, NA, well, first thing, we'll kind of close out that round 2. It just so happens that Kaisa, ever since the beginning of Riftbound, has had the hardest of time against Aurora. First in Origins, it was Master Yi Aurora. That was the tech that people figured out how to beat the Queen at the time. Kaisa was 2 regionals up. I believe she won the first one, the second one, and then Master Yi on that 3rd regional. They built a late game Aurora, or a late game Master Yi with Aurora, and it was for the first time ever seen. Everyone was like, wait a second, late game Master Yi? And that was her weakness then. It looks like that is her weakness now, with just a little bit bigger units. Elder Dragon, Baron Nashor, and the Mind Splitters. Just kind of a little bit too destructive for Kaisa to deal with. So GG Sivir, as I've always said, maybe that's our Aurora quota for the national. We got one Aurora on the feature match. Let's leave it at that. Hopefully so. But that was cool. That was cool. But what I was gonna say to NA is, Jace Aurora actually the way? Is that the only way of building Jace, or the best you've seen so far?
Is it the only way? I'm sure it's not the only way. Jace signature spell is very good, and there have been some good gear revealed for him. I'm sure you can play Jace without Aurora, but Jace with Aurora is just like, it's like Sivir. Like, you can play mid-range Sivir. Should you? If you like
So,
Sivir.
right.
Jace has, because I've been messing around with Jace for
Yeah.
Vendetta. Jace does have a good mid-range deck, specifically with Tools of the Empire, because you can get
Ooh.
+4 might
Which
to a
was that
unit,
one?
pay 1 energy, +4 might. So Tools of the Empire is 4 energy, no power cost. Put it on the board. You can exhaust it on your turn. It's slow speed.
Oh,
gives
yeah.
+2 to a unit. But when it's empowered for another 2 energy, it gives +4. So once it's on the board and empowered, the Jace Legend says tap 1 energy, give +8 might to a unit. That plus something like Lucian is brutal to survive. But it's a little bit slow, and it's probably not better than Aurora still. Because Temporal Breach, Elder Dragon, Bellows Breath, Flurry of Blades, you're not surviving that. He's got more removal than you have cards in your deck. Like, what are you going to do?
It really does seem like it's going to get a little bit out of hand. But honestly, I want to see a good mid-range Jace. Like you guys are saying, the signature spell alone, readying like up to 3 units, a 1 rune, a gear to get your +8, like the equipment you were just mentioning, Night Fighter. So I like it. I want to see what people can cook up with Jace. Before we head on a short little break here before round 3, that one went all the way to turns, so it shouldn't be it should be maybe like 10 minutes max before round 3. But before we go on a short little break, I want to ask you guys, looking ahead just 2 weeks away from Riftbound Vendetta, the 4th set ever released, what are you guys going to be starting at for Vendetta? Night Fighter, you kind of touched that you already been messing around with Jace. Is that the only legend so far, or you been dabbling in another one?
I have looked at all of them, and Jace is probably the one I'm going with. Everyone at my local said they were going to play Akali, and so I went, you know what? I don't want to do 9 Akali mirrors, so I'm not going to play Akali, even though she looks fun. So it'll probably be Jace. There's a couple that look fun as, I guess, almost niche decks. Like Renekton looks fun, but I struggle to find recycling all of your runes as a viable consistency deck. Nasus is going to struggle with consistency because it's so late game. Though I did see with the Astral Heron, you can get a lot of energy each turn, so there is something there. Kennen looks really strong, but I don't like it, so I'm not playing it.
Yeah, all those are good choices, and the ones you said that are kind of bad choices, I tend to agree with you. What about you, Ane? Is there one legend? Because for me, I'm a green-purple fan, and there was no green-purple legend, so I'm going to have to, pivot a little bit what I normally go to. But where have you been kind of gravitating towards, Ane?
Oh, this is going to be really boring. I'm playing the same 40 cards in Ezreal because there has not been a single card revealed that I've been like, yeah, that's better than a card already in my deck.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, that can't be true. Seriously? The exact 40? There wasn't a single card? I'm sure there was a blue-purple spell that has to be a little bit better. Not at all, Ane? Dang.
Okay, so there are 2 possible cards, and neither of them are great. There is the Banish purple spell that is like the worst rebuke. It's like the rebuke that can be a banish. That's like a maybe. And then the other card that is in my list, but it's in the sideboard, is Mel. That is the only that is the only new card in the deck. Though actually that's not true. I am siding the Ravenbloom Gear Banish as well.
That one's a good one, right? Definitely, like, for the first time ever, pseudo reaction speed removal for Aurora decks, which is kind of going to be a bit of an issue, to say the least, for these Aurora decks. If they tend to stick around, or we see, like what you guys are saying, Jace Aurora really become prominent. But maybe I'll rephrase my question for you, Na. What set 4 legend have you been kind of looking at, or have you been just all in on Ezreal so far?
I mean, Ezreal is really the only deck that really captures me because I like control, and the deck Riftbound's control decks are Ezreal, Jhin, and I guess there's like a control version of Pyke, and that's kind of it. And Ezreal is the best of those. So Ezreal is the one I'm currently on. If I was gonna play a set 4 legend, I would probably try and see if I can find like cook up a Akali that is more of a control-y deck that plays with like the Falling Stars, the Piercing Lights, maybe even what's the name that's escaping me? The gear card that was awful in set 1 that everyone hated to open. Ravenborn Tome.
Oh,
and
the extra
use that
damage,
plus-
right?
Yeah, because the one thing that Akali does have that a lot of other decks don't have is you have a crazy amount of ramp with the Red Gen and the Stellacorn. Normally, I would say it's probably better to just use the extra cards that just play very aggressively and go 2-2-2-2-2. But that's not what I like to do. So maybe use that extra energy, extra cards, the play removal spells. So if I
Right.
do play something from set 4, it'll be something like that. And it probably won't be very good.
Yeah, I'm excited, guys. In 1 week's time, we're going to be doing our very first set 4 tournament. So be on the lookout for those on our Discord. I always put them under that little event tab or the sign up tab. Exclamation point Discord if you guys aren't already in there, because I'm curious who's going to be taking our very first set 4 event, because I'm expecting a whole lot of spiciness as the meta is technically not even out yet, since the release date is actually the 31st, but we get our first little glimpse, right? The first little cooks that people are bringing to to the event should be fun nonetheless. But that will be it for round number 2. We're about 8 minutes away from round number 3. Let's go ahead and take a short little 5 to 8 minute break, but I'll go ahead and bring in the next caster to join us in for the next couple rounds, guys. So NA45 and Night Fighter, thank you so much for these first 2 rounds. And I think we still got a little bit of a long week, so I'll let you guys take some good rest before we head out of here. If you guys want to let these guys that might not be here tomorrow or the next day know where they can find you online, it'll be a good time to do so before we take this break.
Of course. Thanks for having me, Plus, as per usual. You can find my Twitter at _NA45_, and I mostly post creative stuff nowadays. So a lot of card alters. I've been doing rune sets, so you can check that out there. But besides that, I will be back in, I think, about 8 hours for the next cast. So.
Get some good rest. I know it's so back to back. But what about you, Knight?
Well, you can find me on Twitch, NightFighter7, if I ever decide to start streaming. I was reminded that I do actually have a Twitter account because I got an email when somebody tagged me. Otherwise, probably just here. I will be casting in 8 hours, I believe, with NA45 again.
Is that why I set it up exactly this? I think it was something like that, but man, go ahead and get some good res. I'll be here holding it down, and hopefully I'm not too dead when you guys see me again. But one more time, thank you to NA and thank you to Knight. Guys, we'll be right back, and hopefully we got the Auroras out the way, and let's see if we get some spicier things. Let's get some Pikes on the stream, some Lilias, some Rek'Sais, a little bit of craziness, a Rengar like we're seeing here. But we'll be right back in a little bit. I'll go ahead and bring the next caster. Thank you, Knight. Thank you, NA.
Bye.
Slowing the Lilia's pace down, not being able to generate as many sprites and get extra draws and combat tricks with smoke and mirrors.
Yes. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I think that was sort of the big card that we saw in his hand that really operates off Blue Lilia, where you pick a unit you control and a temporary unit and swap their locations, and Lilia just leaves behind yet another sprite when you kind of do that. So you can pump up in an area, kind of do more damage while keeping Lilia potentially safe as well. We did see the Void Rush being used, the Noxus Hopeful being played as well. So I think the Rek'Sai player are going to be quite happy with how things are working out for now. Now Lilia swinging up. There's no energy left for the Rek'Sai player. So actually didn't see what he hit off the Void Rush, but considering that nothing got played, Yeah,
He
I
hit
guess he just
double Phoenix actually,
Oh,
so wasn't able to play
jeez.
either of them, and now just has double Phoenix in hand. He was able to bin the original Phoenix that he had in hand thanks to Zon Warrens, but now he's got two more in there that he's got to try to get rid of and start to bring back from the dead thanks to their inherent effect when he inevitably does cast that falling star he's got there in hand.
Yeah, we do see a Defy as well in the hand of Lilia. Unfortunately, Defy not quite able to deal with Falling Star thanks to the extra power cost. Now, the double-edged blade, right? We saw a lot of Falling Star back in set 1 with Kaisa because it was such a cheap spell, but for everybody else, it's an expensive spell. Even with the seal, you're thinking twice whether or not you want to do that. Smoke and Mirrors being used on the turn for the Lilia. So putting a 6 might block on Zon Warrens, wanted to make sure those Undying Phoenixes do not get recycled out that cheaply.
Yeah, this is such a powerful card in tandem with this Lilia unit, this blue Lilia unit, and one of the, as I said before, kind of linchpins of the deck, and something that really gives it a big power boost and being able to defend these battlefields, generate some extra card draw, and keep this Lilia safe. And that's one reason why you kind of want to prioritize getting rid of the Lilia as quickly as possible. So surprising that the Rek'Sai player didn't evaluate that importance of removing the Lilia as quickly as much as I think I would, and allowing it to stay there and kind of just waiting to try to get more value out of their falling star. But in this instance, you never really feel that great having to use falling star on a temporary unit that's going to die anyway. So there's not a whole lot of other targets that you really want to use that on outside of the Bright Queen, which will more than likely not be out for quite a few turns anyway. So maybe in the end it was correct to hold it and be able to take out that Sprite Queen when it does rear its head. But for the time being, it seems like he's getting a little bit punished by letting that Lilia stay out.
Yeah, well, choices as to whether, he's thinking about potentially just doing the Falling Star right now, take out the Lilia, and then at least you can try and conquer up to the Rockfall path. But yeah, the thing with Lilia that's really scary is the Lilia Legend as well. For every temporary unit you have, it decreases. Well, you can pay 4 energy, tap her to create a sprite, and for every temporary unit you have, that cost decreases by 1 each time. So it is kind of hard. Like, you have to assume that it's probably at minimum 2 sprites swinging up per turn. But we're going to see Cleave and the Nox is hopeful to get up there. He really wants to get the discard engine going. I love to see it, and he'll still have the 2 energy up as well for the Rek'Sai Legend to be able to try and find another unit.
Opting not to summon the Phoenix that he already had in the bin after killing with the Falling Star, just letting it sit there, has other plans for this energy, looking like he wants to use it on the Rek'Sai ability. Unfortunately, hitting 2 cards that he doesn't care to play at this current moment, so ultimately not going to get much out of the Legend ability. Just dig 2 cards deep and move one of those Vi's to the bottom of the deck, and now using the 2 energy instead to bring out a Noxus Hopeful. So obviously a little bit more rune efficient, as you do have to recycle a Fury rune to resummon the Phoenix. So maybe not entirely worth it to bring it out so quickly, but now that all 3 are in the bin, that means that any point in this game, if there is a spell removal, all of a sudden 3 Phoenixes could come from the great beyond and really pose a big threat to the holding capability of these sprites. As we saw, 3 sprites at one battlefield is a pretty big number to overcome, but that's light work for just 2 Phoenixes.
Sure. I think early on, especially, you have to be very mindful as a Rek'Sai about your power costs. Rek'Sai does need energy to be able to play a lot of those cards. If he had more energy, for example, he would have been able to play actually bring it in the Vi rather than having to recycle that away. So because he paid the seal earlier, I think it's the right call in this case to just kind of build up Lilia. When you play Lilia deck, she's very quick, very fast. She can score on turn 1 with potential sprite fountains. On turn 2, it's pretty much guaranteed that you have a sprite to play just from the Lilia Legend as well. So she scores very quickly, but she does tend to run out of gas a little bit in the mid game. So sometimes it's about kind of holding your nerve, recognizing when you need to swing, when you don't need to swing. Sprites will die anyway, so it feels really bad when you're just losing units to them, even if they don't necessarily conquer. But you're losing permanent value, whereas the sprites are temporary. Literally, that's the trait that they have, and they're always going to be swinging. They're more than happy to trade whether or not they can score.
Yeah, it's a really interesting a take on an aggressive deck where it's just sending units in and not intending for these units to even stick around for more than a turn. It's something that we haven't really seen realized. We've had these sprite generators since set 1 with things like the sprite call and sprite mother, but and they were good aggressive tools in their own right when they were used. But now we're getting a whole new deck just centered around that idea, basically amped up to 11. The whole deck is just revolved around completely utilizing sprites over and over again, and it's a really cool, like, simple but effective aggressive strategy that I'm really getting a kick out of now as we're watching it play out. Just how this is more or less just kind of some basic fair Riftbound after what we just witnessed with the Aurora mirror. Going back and going to this where it's just straight up math of throwing guys at each other is really fun to see the dichotomy between those two completely different styles of Riftbound.
Yeah, now we are getting a bit of sort of a judge call where they're trying to figure out the exact timing of all of these. We did see the cleave being used on a Noxus Hopeful, who was already bigger than the sprite. I believe it was partially one to set up for a sacrifice that will help, channel 1 and draw 2, but also to potentially get a card down in the event that he hits a Legion card, which was one of the tactics of Rek'Sai, was that there was a lot of Legion cards in the old Rek'Sai deck as well, and I'm assuming in set 3 there still is. A Defy coming through to stop the sacrifice.
Yeah, so it looks like he has to pay the cost of sacrificing the unit to play the card. So that card or the unit is going to the bin regardless of whether or not the sacrifice resolves, as it is an additional cost. So it got defied. His unit goes to the bin. But now, because he killed a unit with a spell,
wow.
even though that spell didn't get played necessarily, it is able to trigger all 3 Phoenixes coming out. As we see 2 runes recycled and a red seal tapped, we now have triple Phoenix on board. And now we get to go ahead and resolve the Rek'Sai finally, which just shows us 2 cards that we cannot play, and they're going straight to the bottom as we pass it back to Lilia.
I don't think I've actually seen this interaction before, where the Defy onto Sacrifice doesn't work because Sacrifice, or it blocks the draw on the channel, but it didn't block the actual kill, which was the important part. And that is so unfortunate for the Lilia player. It feels incredibly bad because now there's 9 potential Might ready to swing up. And what does the Lilia player have? 2 Scuttles. I mean, yeah, you can create a sprite, so you'll always have 3 Might. But 3 Might isn't really doing squat, and those Phoenixes don't care if they die, right? They're more than happy to run up, trade, and you can still double conk anyways.
Lilia can go for a double conquer here thanks to the Sprite Fountain I believe
True.
she has in hand, so can go ahead and make 1 Sprite that'll then make Lilia's leader ability 1 cheaper. So
All right, guys, we are back with the Beijing National Open. And if you guys are just joining in, we are heading into round number 3. We had an Aurelia versus Ornn in round number 1. And then it was a Sivir versus, what was it again? Versus a Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa versus Sivir for round number 2. Joining me to kick off round number 3, it is a little bit of Plusception coming at you. It is none other than Mr. Plus. And oh, you got the Rivian Draven art behind you, I see. Fancy.
Yeah, I had to sport one of these new awesome Vendetta Clash Up artworks. I've been really digging all of them, but I had to, rock the Draven one.
For sure. I believe that was your favorite legend. Is that your favorite League of Legends champion as well?
Yeah, basically when I started playing, I started with 80 carry, and it was Ezreal for most of the time, and then Draven came out, and it was all Draven from there.
There we go. I mean, he's a super cool champion, and he did get some nice little. I mean, I wish it was the other Draven, right? But it can't be so because of
Yeah.
the ban. So showboat it is. Since we're on the topic of over number, would that have to be your number one pick for your chase card for the at least the connecting arts, or is there another one you would rather pull instead?
Ooh, that's a good question because there's so many good ones. I mean, if I'm going off of art, maybe, but if I'm going off of a card that I actually want to pull, I like I would like to get the Swain. I think the Swain looks awesome.
Yeah, Swain's good, and I think there's some good little tech with Swain, because it says if you played a non-token unit, a non-token gear, and then a spell this turn, when you conquer, you do one. I forgot what someone had told me, but I know there's some synergy with like the new unit gear thing. So like one card pays
Yeah.
for two of the
The little mech poro.
the little mech world pays for two of the cost there, and then you just have to play a spell, which is pretty much nothing in blue decks. I mean,
Yeah,
blue
you can
purple might be
stupefy
a
or
way of
anything.
kind of getting him to really pop off. Things like ride the wind, double conquer. That's 4 points in a single
Yeah.
turn. That's insane. So I think Swain might be a little bit slept on. So I could see why pulling that over number could be pretty hot to do. And overall, on the topic of set 4, what'd you think overall of this set? Were you kind of impressed, or was it like you expected a little bit more from it?
No, I mean I'm impressed. I think I was a little bit worried going in because we went to 9 legends for the first time. Obviously, it's been 12 legends the first 3 sets, and even in set 1 we got that little bonus extra 4 legends from the proving grounds. So we've always had a plethora of options every time a new set releases. So I was kind of a little skeptical that maybe going down to 9 might make it feel a little less impactful or new or whatever. But I think they did a really good job with everything and really leaning into the flavor. I'm a big fan of leaning into the League of Legends flavor and doing
Right.
this whole vendetta thing with these clash up artworks and the rival legends and having opposite colors. I think it was really cool.
I do too. I do too. The only thing I would say is that I feel like they went a teeny bit overboard with like empowered legends. I guess that was the whole theme of the set, the whole theme for the majority of the legends. But it almost feels like all of them are kind of confined to a similar game plan. Granted, they do a little bit different things, but all within that empower mechanic. Once I'm empowered, do this. Disempower me, do this, right? So we'll see how it
Yeah.
actually plays out. I hope there's not like too many similar strategies, but I could see where it's still going to be a little bit of a diverse meta. I know you were a purple red fan from the previous
Yeah.
sets, and I think I asked you this before, but are you still gun-ho on Zed for set 4?
Yeah, definitely out of the gate. He's who I've been playing the most. I mean, aside from being my colors and being a really cool new take on an aggro deck, I just have to again go back to how great everything looks in this set, and Zed looks phenomenal from an art standpoint. All of his cards, I like his 2-drop that burns on move and gets +1. His overnumber and even his rival art card with Shen. Like I'm really excited for Zed, but my fallback from Zed is definitely Nasus because he's one of my favorite champions that I learned to play the game with for League. I played a lot of Nasus in the beginning.
There we go. It should be fun. Now, Mr. Buzzins, you play League. Is it Nasus or Nasus?
See, I've heard my entire since 2010 when I started playing. It's people say Nasus, Nasus, Nasus.
Chat, let us know.
uh,
You guys are the final verdict. Is it Nasus or Nasus? I'm
There's-
gonna go with whatever you
there-
guys tell me.
There is, I think, the one that I use as a definitive answer to it is that there is a line in the game where Renekton says his name. So I would just go with whatever Renekton calls him because he's his brother. So if he doesn't pronounce it right, then I don't know who the hell will.
True. I mean, Shady Pixel saying Nasus, so Oh, Austin's saying nah, but Renekton in the game says Nasus. Maybe it's interchangeable, chat. Who knows? I've known it more so. At least I've heard it more as Nasus. But keep in mind, guys, I don't play too much, if any, League of Legends. Maxing Player says Nasus. Susan. Our Blue Hurricane,
Susan.
where are you coming from? But real quick, I did see a question in the chat is how does master and ranks all work? Is it depending on previous turns you attend? So Hughes, that's a good question. What they do out in China is not just based off locals, is strictly the summoner scrimmage equivalent out there, which is called city challenges. They have city challenges all week or once a week throughout all China, and they do it pretty much to the entire set. So you get ranking points off those city challenges, but you get even more points off the regional opens they host, 4 of every set. And then of course you get a couple more additional points for these national opens. So all that accumulates to your ranking in Riftbound in China, which is pretty cool. You know, Mr. Plus, do you think we're gonna get a little Riftbound ranking for the Western side?
That'd be cool. I was kind of a fan of that little site that everyone was using, like the Rift Elo or whatever, for a bit, like trying to bring over some of that from what we've seen in these Chinese regionals and stuff. I would like it. Again, it's just a flavor win for me having the League of Legends ranks and everything. And plus, the Elo system inherently works better in a 1v1 game and was designed for chess in the first place. So
True.
if anything should have Elo, it should definitely be Riftbound over League of Legends.
Right. It makes sense. I think it will eventually come. You know, it has just been announced, I believe, literally, I don't know exactly the article it was, but I saw it online. You guys know, love it or hate it, cardio is there's a system they're currently using. They're actually going to be putting that to the side, and they're developing their own system. So I feel like with Riot's own personal system for tournament organization, that has to be an ELO implementation as well. So it should be right around the corner. We get our nice little ELO system alongside how China has been doing for quite some time. So I'm excited for that. Hey, no, Mr. Plus, are these guys saying Susan or Sussin? Because I heard a lot of comments about the overnumber Nasa's artwork being a little bit sus. I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of the overnumbers, or maybe not a lot of overnumbers. It was like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
A little bit different style than we've seen in the past. How you feeling about those specific ones, like the Shen, the Nasus one? Are you a fan of those, or you know, they appeal
cool
to?
But that Shed one you're talking about, I don't know about that one. That one's not for me.
Right. I mean, it's definitely for someone. For chat, I could only imagine there's a good amount of you guys that really want to pull that Shen card. Let me know if you do. Nothing says their only beauty. That's what I'm saying, Joppy. I know there, you know, that is something Riot does really well. They kind of tailor to every part, every person, every community. So some people might not love the card, but others are going to absolutely adore the card. So that's the really cool thing about it. For me, over number wise, you know, I might have to pull up the card gallery to really remember, but Cannon kind of stands out. That was the first one I kind of saw. I think it was the first one revealed on the first card gallery update. But let me go, since the timer went away, Mr. Plus. I don't know what happened with round 3. Hopefully coming soon. But let me pull up the card gallery.
Yeah, that's the cool one because it's the first one where the overnumber has a skin. All of the overnumbers for every other legend of the game are still the base skin, just with a different artwork. But the Kennen overnumber has him with his Blood Moon skin, so that's pretty cool. It makes him unique and stand out. So I wonder if they'll start doing that more, if it'll always be one legend a set or anything like that, because typically we've seen skins reserved for like the champion units and their alts and showcases and stuff. But
yeah, exactly. First time skin and the first reveal. But now look at him. I remember we talked about this before, right? The said one might just be the top dog in terms of chase cards for me. It just looks so cool. Runner up, if maybe not 1 and 2. The Jace one that was the final overnumber to reveal, that one was pretty cool too. I don't think we've ever had an artwork very similar to this. So a whole lot of symbolism going on in the art, which I can always respect. But in terms of just like raw coolness, if you will, I think the said one's looking pretty badass. I'll call you a good second there too.
It's almost like a Starry Night style painting too, with the moon in the background and
Yeah.
everything. It's really nice. But the Zed one's cool, or not, sorry, the Jace one is really cool for fans of Arcane, definitely. If you're big into the Netflix show, that's a cool little reference to.
Right. I
Like
still
a,
got to check it out. I know it's a little blasphemous comment I always make that I haven't even checked out Arcane yet, but every time I do, everyone's saying you have to watch it. So I will eventually. I saw the big topic of conversation online being that they kind of lighten the skin tone of Mel a little bit too much in this artwork. So yeah, I thought that was interesting that they decided to do that, but I think it goes to show that I think this artist. I think it was a pure like Chinese artist. Maybe they don't have too many, skin tones. So she just draws or paints what she's known to do, or known to have done in the past. But I don't think it was like intentional or anything. Last thing on the topic of over numbers before we get into this round 3, chat, is there anyone out there in this entire world, or I shouldn't say that, but in the chat currently, is there anyone that actually likes or feels like the Renekton overnumber is their chase card? I want to know if it exists, Mr. Plus.
I knew that's where you were going as soon as you started that sentence.
Right,
I
chat,
haven't
let me
heard it.
know. Any one of you guys feel like Renekton is the number one must pull card? Because that was definitely at the bottom of a lot of people's lists.
It's crazy because they have so many cool Renekton arts in the set. Like Dominus looks awesome, and some of his other cards, his champion unit. In fact, his rival clash up, that too is probably my second favorite one behind the Riven and Draven. The Nasus and Renekton one looks really, really cool. So I really wish they did him a little bit more justice on his overnumber legend, but at least the rest of his stuff looks pretty cool.
True, and Arkin Saul saying in chat, what if the foiling is amazing? A lot of these cards look way better in person, so you got a good point there. Maybe when you actually see it in person, the foiling kind of makes up for it, but something's telling me they usually do the foiling based off the background. The background doesn't look like it's anything too special, but I'm happy to be proven wrong, of course. But yeah, I'm excited for Vendetta. Have you ordered any product already, Mr. Plus, or you're kind of playing it by ear if your locals has it?
No, I haven't. I didn't get in. I didn't win the drawing for the stuff from Riot, and then my locals doesn't do pre-orders on Riftbound specifically. I believe they just do the first come first serve on release day. But every set, it's been less and less of a problem with supply issues, so I don't really sweat it anymore. I think I can pretty much guarantee I'll be able to get whatever I need to get once the set does come out. So I'm just really excited for pre-Rift next week. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be so much fun.
Super fun. I still got to sign up. Hopefully they haven't sold out just yet, but I plan to do at least 3, if not more.
Too.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm doing 3 as well. I'm going to 2 on Friday and then 1 on Saturday, all at my local TDK. So I'm really excited about that because you mentioned before that there seemed like the set had a lot of revolving around Empower and stuff. And I was kind of starting to think like maybe that might be a thing that they're doing going forward to support a potential like limited format more seriously in the future, because I definitely would like to see their take on draft, because so far the sealed at these pre-rifts has been a ton of fun, especially with the 3-color setup that we don't get to enjoy at all in the regular game. It's pretty fun to do in limited.
Yeah, I could definitely see it. I'm excited for sure for these pre-rifts coming in literally 1 week, but it looks like it is time, Mr. Plus. Round number 3 of this Beijing National Open. Looking to be starting hot with Illusion. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, we get him on the feature table. Let's go ahead and see who his opposing legend will be, but I am a fan of Illusion. Ever since people started cutting a little bit of the gear hate because they didn't expect as much Auroras, Lucian feels a little bit stronger, but we'll see if these Chinese players decided to kind of be a little bit more lenient towards Aurora, because if not, gear hate definitely gets the best of him.
Yeah, there's only more on the way too, so I feel bad for poor Lucian as set 4 rears its head. But in the current status, I'm not sure how much we'll see out of Master Yi main board. There could be some in the main, but most likely it'll have to come out of the sideboard in games 2 and 3. So I'm looking to see Lucian hopefully come away with a game 1 win here and try to play to his strengths while he has the opportunity to.
You know, I have heard from previous Mastery mains that Lucian tends to give him a hard time because they are the ultimate defense deck. But now on the other side of the table, Lucian tends to be the ultimate attack deck where you think they can't kind of get over the total might on these battlefields. Lucian and his legend ability providing the additional +1 might per gear you have it. It is per gear, right?
Yeah, every gear equipped gives assault one.
Right,
Yeah.
so that just ends up adding up to 3 gears at that, an additional +3 every swing, feeling pretty impactful. So he's bringing it here to the National saying, you know what? I get a chance at a best of meta Lucian, but let's see if it's not just for the meta cores. Let's see if he actually wants to make a good deep run, hopefully towards top 16 this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Lucian see some more success. We've heard tale of Lucian doing well in the past, but never really ascending to the peak. He's gotten pretty close. I know that there's been some big proponents of his ability, and I have also heard what you mentioned about the matchup in this regard, that, you know, Master Yi's so efficient at stopping people from getting in over his early game creatures with his free +2 might, but the free assault that Lucian gets makes him particularly well suited to deal with the Master Yi menace. So I'm excited to see if this is going to work out for him, as now we look at this opening hand and there's a Blighted Battle Axe. That's a new addition from set 3 that haven't got to see utilized a ton outside of more recently we saw it in the Pike list that Andrew Duvall was piloting. So it'd be cool to see how that plays in the Lucian deck now, but it looks like it's going to be mulling it away here at the start.
Right, a little bit too heavy for that early game, but on paper, it does feel quite nice in a Lucian build. Just additional might and nice. Picked up the early game he was looking for. The Pit Crew, or the Pit Rookie, does come off the top. Let's go ahead and look at the Master Yi's hand. It looks like the newest addition to these Master Yi lists towards the end of the Unleashed meta, the Fiora Peerless, is it?
Yeah, the 1v1 master Fiora that gets double might in a 1v1. It's been a big new addition, or not a big new addition, I would say. Personally, I don't think it's like this game warping card for the deck, but it has been making the rounds and seeing a lot more play in these Master Yi lists recently.
Definitely. And right as we get things started with this game number 1 of round 3, I do want to point out, keep in mind, guys, this is a pre-ban, pre-errata meta, since the implementation of those new rules hasn't gone out till July 24th. So that Emperor's Deos is actually the old errata Emperor's Deos. So you're able to kind of get the freebie value from bouncing something for free. So we'll see if that kind of comes into play, because I know the errata is definitely going to be mixing things up in about a week's time. But what did you feel about those ban/rule updates yourself, Mr. Plus?
You know, I was about to bring it up myself in regards to the errata, that we got a little bit baited by seeing the Draven Vanquisher errata come out and before the banned list, and everybody thought Draven was going to get unbanned, and we got a little bit rug pulled there. So aside from that, I think that, you know, I wasn't really unhappy with the format personally. I keep saying that I thought Unleashed was the best meta that we've had so far, and that Riot and UVS have really been making strides and trying to improve the game and be really responsive to the community and as much as they can. And I've really been impressed in that regard. So for me, I didn't really expect them to ban very much, or I guess want them to ban very much, but the ones that they did hit, I am, you know, I don't really think that it's going to be a huge deal to me personally, but it's cool for how it shakes up the game and just kind of like forces a more standard game every single round. Now you're not going to have to worry about the aspirants and the arena's greatest mucking up the normal game plan. We're just going to play to 8 and have an honest game of Riftbound every game now.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Just a nice little honest game to 8. No longer thinking about an additional point, or, you know, on the beginning or at the end. So it should be kind of easier to kind of strategize going forward, I feel like. But I think Riftbound definitely agrees with you. I don't think it was too like unhealthy by any means, which is why they didn't ban any actual cards. They only banned battlefields, and of course the one little info combo. I've been hearing little word on the grapevine though that there's a couple other potential infinite combos,
Yeah.
but I think they're just a lot harder to pull off. So we'll see if they actually have some merit behind them.
Yeah, there's a couple of them for sure. I mean, there's one that is technically like doable on turn 2, I guess, but you would have to really have to have the stars align. It's in, I think it's with the red yellow. You have to have like that 3-drop, the 3-mana 3/3 that when it attacks readies another unit. You have to be going second, play that on turn 1, play a second one on turn 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then have like a face breaker to double stun your guy and their guy, so you can just keep walking them back and forth in.
Right.
So but like outside of that, I don't see, I mean, there's obviously still Lux Infinite, so that's maybe the one area where I can kind of agree with some of the more ban happy people in the community that I might have wanted to see ban was the Echo, that has been kind of this big linchpin in all these infinite strategies like we've seen in Lux and stuff. So maybe Echo would have been nice, but I honestly don't think it's the end of the world. And now we even have some new ways of dealing with the Echo. I mean, we have Smite now and some stuff like that to try to exile him, but given the way that those decks operate, you don't really ever get a window to do so. So I think it's interesting that they went for the Stealthy Pursuer but not the Echo, when we've seen Lux pull off infinites with it on coverage so many times already.
Right. The only caveat being there is a little bit more hurdles to kind of jump over for that Lux loop. It seemed like the one they did ban was a little bit more straightforward, but thinking, hopping back into this game, it looks like Master Yi does end up getting the slight upper hand, going up to 3, and now a charm to kind of hit the back line here. So first mate getting dragged over to Peerless, double the trouble in terms of might. I think Peerless is going to be going all the way up to 8 because it's on defense. Or actually 10, because you get the +2 for Master Yi and then double that. So there was nothing
12
stopping
then.
that. What was that?
It should be 12 then.
Oh, the
since
buff.
he has that buff. Yeah.
Yeah, not too
Okay,
shabby. We've
just-
seen exactly why this card is ran, but let's see if Lucian can do anything about that, because he does have options in terms of backline removal. And speaking of, he just ended up drawing the Falling Stars. There is no such thing as not so fast, as Master Yi is completely exhausted on runes, and Fiora, I believe, just has 4 might in the backline. Are we just simply doubling up Falling Stars and then sending in your units to do the rest of the damage on these battlefields?
I think in this situation, I mean, anytime you can get Yi on an empty board, you're feeling really good about it, because Master Yi doesn't typically play a lot of accelerate units, and so it's hard for him to get reestablished and kind of defend the battlefield and get that hold up again. So I think it makes perfect sense here to, like you say, just throw down the Falling Star like we're seeing right now, take out the Fiora, and then you already have the Kinku monk that can walk over the 2
Oh.
battlefields. But
He's going
instead,
for the battlefields. Interesting, because he can
Wow.
interact with the battlefields, but doesn't have a straightforward way of interacting with the back line unless he has things like challenge. That is a curious thing he did, but of course he has a game plan in mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be undefeated going to this round number 3, but looking for the easy double conqueror. But man, I couldn't see any other way. Taking down the Peerless before actually is able to get the additional value on the following turn, it seemed like the correct line. Anything you could think of exactly why he did that play, Mr. Plus?
Oh, I'm really at a loss here. I thought we kind of saw the exact line that, I mean, maybe it's too obvious and we got to
True.
think outside the box. I'm not sure, but that did seem to be pretty cut and dry. You had a 2 might unit to take out their 1 might. Oh, but it was a Sand Soldier, right? So it wasn't a 2 might unit. I mean,
It was
you
Master
could
Yi,
have.
right? So the +2. So I don't think he actually was able to
Yeah.
double conquer, which is why the Falling
Yeah.
Stars did hit the battlefield. So it's making a little bit more sense when we break it down.
Yeah, it's that infamous forgetting about the Master Yi's on defend trigger that catches you up so many times. And definitely makes a little bit more sense in light of that fact that you can't just walk over the 2-2 with your 3-3 because the 2-2 becomes a 4-4. So
Hmm.
having to use the falling star to take out those is definitely, it feels bad. You know, you don't want to use one of your most powerful spells to take out a a token and another a lonely pour. I'll give them a draw for the deal, but you have to do what you have to do here. And now we see the camel in hand for Master Yi, so one of those units that doesn't have to worry about any of those spells and can just become this walking tank menace that'll be really hard for Lucian to get over. But like we spoke about in the beginning, Lucian able to get up to those big might numbers with equips and his assault bonus, so might have a better time dealing with this camel than most of the other red decks that we've seen in the past.
Right, not simply reliant on Q spells. I mean, granted, Fallen Star would be easy way if it was targetable, of course, but other way around is just pure combat damage. So we'll see if that ends up coming into play. Has a good grip of hands, a Rain Guard, Trophy Hunter, 2 signature spells, and a couple other cards to work with. But you know, thinking about to do that final note on the previous play, I do end up thinking the more we talk about it, it was the correct line because you're prioritizing the double conquer, keeping yourself at the point, at the even point tempo, being the more aggressive deck that Lucian is traditionally known to be. You want to go from 2 to 4, 4 to 6, and so on and so forth, all the way to that 8th final point. Now, he has 1 energy to worry about on the side of Master Yi, threatening a potential punch first, but goes for it anyway, saying, I got Rain Guard, Trophy Hunter if worse comes to worse. And more importantly, Peerless isn't getting doubled up on the might like they did before because of the 2 units incoming.
Yeah, she only gets that doubling effect in a 1v1, so having these 2 come in only for 5 might.
Forgot the Master Yi legend ability. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so we're not the only ones in the booth. Even down there under the lights, our players have forgotten Master Yi, and unfortunately that will send both of them to the bin, even though that was the right line like we were just speaking about in the moment. Sending the 2 units in to disable the doubling of the might was correct, but you still had to beat that extra +2 and no buffs in hand. We could have seen that Rengar come down like you mentioned, but I guess he just passed priority, thinking that he was already there, and then his opponent so kindly reminded him that he was not.
Unbelievable. I guess it just happens to the best of us. Better in game number 1 than at the closing, concluding moments of the game. So he will be making sure that he doesn't forget from here on out. At least I would only imagine, because moments like that, especially on a feature match at a national level event, it stings. And honestly, those kind of plays, they stick with me for like a whole week. And I'm thinking about it, I'm like, man, I really just forget Master Yi legend ability? I swore to myself I was never going to forget again. But here I am. I did it again. But moving forward, trying to regain and keep your composure. Let's see how he's able to go ahead and fend off against Master Yi, because not conquering there gives Master Yi an incredible amount of advantage. How will he capitalize on this? Because now he goes up to 6 potential. Oh no, he can't conquer anymore. Thinking about if he wants to retreat Peerless or just try to sit tight and hold and threaten lethal the very next turn. So things are getting interesting, but I think Master Yi might have been locking this one in with that little bit of misplay from Lucian.
Yeah, that was a definite big misstep, a blunder, if you will, as you were mentioning just before in that turn, that the importance of maintaining those even points and going up to 6 that turn. Now being stuck at 5 means Master Yi doesn't have to even worry about lethal being presented. He can just move everything back, set up this big base as you see here, just playing the auction to have an extra 4 body, doesn't even care about stealing any gear. He's just poised to come in on the following turn and get a double conqueror of his own for victory. And Lucian doesn't have much recourse. Lucian is not a hold deck. We've talked about his ability to punch through and punch over and conquer, but on the hold side, he struggles greatly. And he does have a camel of his own currently, but he doesn't have a whole lot of ways to buff it up, not in the same way that a Master Yi does with his own effect built in, not to mention all of his buffs in the green suite with on guards and and disciplines. All Lucian has here in hand is a longsword, so
Right.
not gonna have very much headway in holding. Might have to even just try to load up one battlefield and just hope that he can buy himself that one more turn to go for game next turn.
Right. The only way could be some cheeky signature spell shenanigans. We'll see, though. He does have a little bit of a challenge or a pseudo challenge. I believe that card, if you're attached with an equipment, you do challenge something like that, right? Let me go ahead and pull it up. Do you remember the name of that
You
card,
deal-
Mr. Plus?
I believe it's Strike Down, if I remember correctly. It deals choose a unit, equipped unit, and it deals damage equal to its might to an enemy unit, and then unequip it afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe there's some kind of way to bringing down that back line just ever so slightly, but from looking at the current board state, things aren't looking very good for our Lucian player. Just that one moment of kind of a brain fart, a brain gap, just not putting the Rain Guard on the battlefield really changed the entire course of the remaining of this game number one. Because right now he would have been threatening game, going up to a potential 8 points, but now trying to just fight for 7 points does end up deploying the longsword. So 7 to 8 needs a little bit more pumps on
The
that
8
to
to
actually
8.
go through.
He's 8 to 8 because of the Lucian assault buff.
Of course.
Yeah, so right now it's just a trade, but obviously we need to do a little bit better than that because we need to keep that battlefield held down in the following turn. So we're going to see that Rangar coming down now as 5 runes get tapped. Orange gets sent to the bottom. Rangar comes in. That'll bring us up to 14. More than likely, we will just choose to trade away the Ruin Runner here and leave the Rangar there unless there's something else that Master Yi could do in this instance, but I don't believe there is. We already had a look at their hand. I don't remember seeing a punch first in there, and punch first would not even be enough. So actually choosing to kill the Rangar, interestingly enough, and leave the Ruin Runner there with the longsword attached.
Right, that is interesting because the Ruin Runner with the longsword is the taller unit, so that is a bit of a questionable play, but of course he has good enough units to go ahead and make use and try to close out this game number one. Can Master Yi get it done? I believe there's still a punch first in hand. Let's take a look. Zonya's Hourglass picking up off the top. 2 defies, I believe, but what does he have in terms of might increases? Not very much. Pseudo increases of might in terms of a unit, because I am seeing a first mate potential combo online.
Yeah, just the first mate would be the only thing but even that doesn't really do very much here. Looks like he's just gonna opt to throw away his scuttle to try and get a peek at the hand and see what he has to deal with here.
Right.
I think he picked the Rangar because if he picked the Ruin Runner, it was still Lucian's turn, so the sword would go back to base, and then he could equip the sword to the Rangar, and Rangar is a higher base, so that one might difference might have been the reasoning behind it, but I still would rather get rid of the camel because of its untargetability, because there could be a scenario here where, off the top he drew Charm, and then all he has to do is charm the Rangar away and walk in for a free victory, but there are those 2 copies of Relentless Pursuit in hand, so I'm wondering if there's any kind of shenanigans that might come to pass with those signature spells in Lucian's hand.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the only reason he's holding up energy, saying, all right, passing the Prio Scudder Crab dies. Let me see what is hiding in the hand. What do you have up your sleeve? And is there anything that can actually stop me from closing out this game on this very turn? What is this thing? For some reason, Relentless Pursuit, right?
Yeah, Relentless Pursuit and Strike Down and a Grim Apothecary. So he did actually have the ability, or does have the ability, to flash in the Grim Apothecary for an extra 3 might, but I'm not sure that is really going to help him here. I think it would really have to be something with one of those Relentless Pursuits, but now that Master Yi has the knowledge, I think he can very easily play around it. And right now, I think his plan was to use the Fiora to do the 1v1 against this Ruin Runner here, but obviously Relentless Pursuit and Grim Apothecary can ruin that if they come in, because I think her ability is a check, no? Or is it a trigger?
I believe is on attack. I'll go ahead and pull it up one more time. But keep
Ooh.
in mind, we did see a Defiant hand, and he only has 3 runes available for a single Relentless Pursuit. So if he goes ahead and goes for it, he will be catching a Defy straight to the face, not allowing that rune runner to go anywhere. So here we go. Fiora getting pushed up into Emperor's Deos. Do they go ahead and just attempt it? I mean, you got it or you don't. That is what he's putting on his opponent on, because right now that is his only potential out. But we have the all-knowing knowledge here. We do know there's the Defiance, so I believe Master Yi will be walking away with game number 1. Well played, but I think it all goes down to that single moment where it happens to the best of us, but we didn't want to see it here on the feature table, just forgetting the good old Master Yi legend ability. How many times, if ever, have you done that, Mr. Plus?
I try not to keep a tally because it would be too embarrassing, but
Right,
I
right.
definitely have done it my fair share. I mean, we didn't talk about this before, but one of the most infamous things is forgetting Arena's greatest, and now nobody
True.
has to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, maybe that's why they banned it. A lot of frustration, but Relentless Pursuit looks like going to be deployed and saying not today as anticipated. That is a GG. Master Yi will be getting game number 1 as Lucian, despite being first, I believe he was first, right?
I believe Master Yi was first. I think he was
Okay.
on 2, 4, 6, 8 mana, if I recall correctly.
True. What I was getting at is besides having the early point tempo, managed to kind of throw it in that mid game there. But GG, let's head on over to casting booth one more time. And let's see what Lucian could do going forward, because that was a non-sideboarded game. So we do know we do have confirmation that Action is main board. Action tends to do a little bit of work against Lucian. Do we feel like there's going to be some sabotages coming in for the side of Master Yi? Or does he even need it? Because he had a pretty clean game there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we spoke about it in the beginning that it seemed like the best time for this matchup for Lucian was in game 1 when there were less sideboard tech options to answer what Lucian's trying to do. And with Master Yi taking that game 1, it makes it a little bit more worrisome for these following games going into games 2 and 3. But I think that the tools are still there for Lucian to get there, and I wonder how differently that game would have gone had that slip up not occurred, because he was playing the matchup, I think, pretty correct
I think
and
so.
efficiently going up until that point. And that just one critical mistake, that blunder really sent him spiraling out of control very quickly.
Oh, yeah. You're 100% right. I believe Lucian actually had it all but locked in up to that point. So, hey, shoulda, woulda, coulda. You got to go ahead and keep your head up and look towards that game number 2, because he was playing sharp, as we said, up to that point. To answer a couple of questions in chat, TD Chris saying, so China does Nats prior to set 4. So, Chris, what they've done in the past, they do 4 regional opens, and they conclude the set with a national open, which is what we're seeing here. So, this is their final concluding major event of set 3. And then the next wave of set 4 regionals is going to be in a month's time. That's usually what they've been doing in the previous sets. And Temp saying bans are not live for this event. That is right. You know, Temp, bans are not live until the 24th. So erratas get implemented the 24th. The bans, the sideboard additions, all the goody erratas get implemented in about a week from now. So, of course, this tournament is pre-bans, which is why Emperor's Deos was played right now.
So someone said, what's your favorite card of set 4? Mine is the Pirate. And we didn't talk about the Pirate at all, but Gangplank is a pretty cool card.
So good.
Have you seen some brews around Gangplank at all yet? I've heard tell of some cool Jace brews where you can retreat your Gangplank for just a ramp and a +3, and stupefy your Gangplank for
draw
a +3 draw.
I think mid-range Jace has some legs. NA45 and Night Fighter earlier were saying that Aurora might just be how you build Jace, but think about game playing. Think about the signature spell, assembly something. If I'll have to look back at the card gallery. I think there's definitely something through it. Gameplay alone being virtually untargetable in a way, right? Whenever you would bounce it back to hand, whenever you would move it, and then there's another little line of text there. Do you remember, Mr. Plus?
Stun, yeah.
Stun, okay.
Yeah,
Instead
whenever you
of
would
getting
stun
those 3, you
me,
get +3.
Yeah, stun, return to hand, and minus might. All of those. I think the only thing he doesn't have immunity from is just outright kill spells. I
Hmm.
think if you just target him with vengeance or like Pike's death from below or anything that just says, or the harness dragon, anything that just says kill a unit, I think is fair game on Gangplank. But
Hmm.
everything else, all the more relevant stuff like Starcrossed and Stupefies and all those, and Defiant Dance, there's so many cards that he outright not only disrespects by not being targeted by them, but just gets the +3 buff if they do try to use it on him, which I think is a cool different way to take that design of a card. We've already seen the Ruin Runner effect be reprinted on Baron, and I wouldn't want to see just that same line of text reprinted on a card in like every color, just slowly over time until we have one in every color.
Right.
So I like that they're already innovating in that way and like making a different type of Ruin Runner kind of effect, even though it's not as strong technically. I think it's a lot more cool and fun to see now how people will experiment with it and what they can come up with.
Right, I definitely agree. I feel like Gameplank is going to be one of the MVPs of Set 4. I could only imagine people are going to find ways to really make him work. He's a slightly bit more of a top end, being a 6-drop, but that's not too expensive with Riftbound being 2 energy per turn, right? So I feel like
Yeah.
he's definitely going to be making some waves, and I am here for it. I am excited. Lemon saying Avengers Assemble. Yep, that's the signature spell. um, But yeah, guys, we are heading into game number 2 for this round 3. It looks like Mastery does have the slight upper hand, but now Lucian will be going first. And keep in mind, Arena's Greatest has been banned. So I would imagine with the go first game plan, Arena's Greatest might be coming out to really just speed things up and make sure he's able to close things out before those kind of annoying rule runners come in. I mean, he didn't truly have a problem dealing with the Fiora Peerless. It was more of the little misstep that actually happened, because other than that, like we talked about before, Lucian seems to, in theory, have a decently good matchup against Mashi. So I think we still have a good game on our hands.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me a little bit after watching that first game is that the main board auction, I don't know if there might be even more of them in the side or not, but potentially auction could be a big problem for Lucian to deal with, because especially after we saw the Blighted Battle Axe in the list, there are some key big equipments that you really don't want to have stolen. It's almost worse to have it stolen away by auction, or I mean, yeah, it is worse to have it stolen by auction than just have it straight up removed.
Right.
So at least when it gets stolen, you have the capability to get it back if you can somehow kill the auction. But it's kind of hard in Master Yi, because Master Yi, obviously, as we saw in last game, runs cards like Zanya's and has defies and ways to protect that auction and make sure that he doesn't get his gear back. So I'm a little bit worried on that front. But like you say, we've definitely seen that Lucian has what it takes to get the job done. Let's see if he could string that together in game number 2 as we look at our battlefields. We have Star Spring for Master Yi. And right as I went to read Lucian's, we went away, but I believe it was Forbidding Waste.
That's right. Forbidden Waste tends to be more used, obviously, in like Kha'Zix build, but we've seen the past be a battlefield choice for like aggressive decks where you're not really too worried about having units holding these battlefields, and more so to enable it easy conquering from your side of things, right? So Mastery is going to defend. They're going to be defending for 2 less on that battlefield. So I do like this inclusion, maybe trying to save Arena's Greatest for the very last game. If it gets there, of course, is the big question that Lucian has to answer here. But I am excited. Last little question from chat. I saw TD Chris saying, I thought this was Nats like in the one in December for the US. So the big difference is the Nats is a closed event. It's an invite only. You have the top 64 previous regionals. This is actually a national open event. So the national closed event in China will be later this year as well. But this is a little bit different. This is an open versus the closed. But here we go. Game 2. Lucian starting things off. Does he get a nice little early drop like we saw the little pit rookie before? And that is a big fat no to start things off.
Definitely not the way you want to start game number 2 when you're down a game, going first, missing that turn 1 play. But did see the Relentless Pursuit drawn off the top in that first turn, so already has access to 1 copy of the signature spell, and that signature spell in particular is quite powerful. And now we're going to see the Chosen Champion come down again, another quite powerful unit. It's crazy to think about how many strong cards are in the Lucian deck, and Lucian just hasn't been able to really piece them all together perfectly to get all the way to the top. But the tools are there, and hopefully we'll see them come to play this game. That Lucian Merciless is so good at coming in and scoring you points quickly and efficiently.
Right, just a little get in, get out strategy. You love to see it from the Lucian side as you keep maintaining your control and your board state developed over time, as you don't have to overextend and leave these units exposed, or more specifically, leave Lucian exposed on the battlefield. But speaking of good cards and good tools to use, it looks like Master Yi wants to take these away ASAP. Sabotage getting deployed out. Looking at the hand, so again, these are kind of a little bit sticky. Actually, I thought there were 2 signature spells. That's a Sabotage there. So Sabotage, Relentless, an equipment, or the Doran's Sword, Falling Star, Action, and the Forerunner in hand. So not the worst hand, not the best, kind of a little bit in the middle.
Yeah, so I'm imagining he might take the gear here, but seeing that there's only the 1 signature spell, it might be worth to take the Sig spell as well. The Sig spell is very powerful, and however, it is also defiable, so perhaps might just leave it there, because we did see that the Master Yi did have a defy in the starting hand. He actually drew 2 in his opening hand and mulliganed 1 away. So there is a defy at the ready, and another one hopefully not too far behind, but 1 is definitely at the bottom of the deck and won't be having to deal with 3 defies this game, luckily. And it looks like in light of that, you did choose to leave him with it, and hopefully looking to bait that out and then hit it with the defy. And it was the Doran's Blade that was chosen, no?
No, the Falling Star, which makes some good sense to me, because that's the only card there that's undefiable. You would have to rely on things like Not So Fast. And of course, we saw how impactful Not So Fast are against the Master Yi deck. You go ahead and do the damage before they get the additional value from the Legend ability, of course. So I think that was the correct play to go ahead and take that out of the hand, making it, because right now, a nice little Falling Star would go 1-2 punch on both these Lonely Poros. That is a +2 draw for the Master Yi ability, but as you point out before in game number 1, putting Master Yi period at no units is never a good position for the Master Yi players to be at regardless. So we'll see how not having a Falling Star in hand is going to be impacting this, as he has a couple decisions to make, because he could attach Doran's Blade and then send in swinging a Lonely Poro, but decides to just go in and out on Forbidden Waste for now.
Yeah, not opting to go in to the battlefield and try and fight this Poro. There are 2 runes up and a Discipline in hand. So right now the Poro is already defending for 4. The Discipline would make it 6, and with just the Doran's Blade, that would be a tie, 6-6 with that assault buff. So not enough to get there. Instead, opts to just take his free point at the Forbidding Waste and then safely retreat Lucian back thanks to its On Conquer ability to ready itself, and then deploy it some backup there in the base with a Ferris Forerunner. 6 mana, 12 might. Such a good card.
Yeah, super good card, especially when you don't have to worry about any kind of purple cards like Starcross / Rebukes. I mean, right now, Master Yi's only way around it is roll Might, trying to go ahead the good old-fashioned way, of course. But now, looking at things, Master Yi does hold to 2, potential conquer up to 3, having quite the upper hand so far, despite Lucian going first, just missing that 2-drop, being super critical to his position so far. So does decide to get to 3 points, even though that's not even points. I think you just want to go ahead and establish units, especially units like Lonely Poro on these battlefields, because of the little extra points that you get, not extra points, but extra value you get from that additional draw 1. So I like Master Yi's position, but slowly but surely Lucian has to kind of do something in this game. He has to deny one of these battlefields. Is this the turn to do so? And is it off the back of something like this Ferris Forerunner?
Yeah, it might be time to start throwing down a sabotage or two. We have two in hand now, so here comes the first one. Want to get a peek at the hand and see if we can take away some of the answers, see what we'll be dealing with. In this instance, we could see the Defy come out for the sabotage, but no, he is going to just reveal the hand, see the double discipline and that Defy, opting to take now the Defy and knows exactly what he has to deal with those two runes up. It will be a discipline, so knows the exact might capabilities Master Yi has. Should make it a little bit easier to come away with a double conquer here. And it is going to make things a little awkward going forward because, like you said, now both of our players are on those odd point scoring structures right now. But next game, next turn, however, could see that changed up for Master Yi as now the second sabotage does come down, gets rid of one of those discipline, and now we're playing hand control Lucian.
Yeah, and look at that. He even has the third sabotage and does decide to fully invest on ripping every last card from Master. He's saying, you know what, I have it. It's a little bit power hungry play, but it's quite the impactful play because now these portals are stuck at 4 apiece. So Lucian able to push in Forbidden Ways, kind of equalizing the legend ability. So 3-2, that will be netting him a draw. I'm wondering, you had to do it this way. You had to sequence it this because he would have had a discipline to go ahead and buff up, because usually you want him to draw more cards before you go ahead and sabotage. But this is the one rare situation where this ends up working out. This position, double conquer is online for Lucian, going up to 4 points, or 3 because he was on odd, right? Yeah, 3.
Yeah, 3. Does get the ready up to send the Merciless back to base, keep it safe. Down only to 4 runes again after all of those sabotages. So a little bit rune intensive turn, but was able to get these Lonely Poros out of the way and deal with a little bit of that hand. But unfortunately, those Lonely Poros brought that hand size right back up. And now we have the Chosen Champion out as well from previous turns. So do you have that should be an active. No, he did play it last turn. Yeah, there we go. So has the ability to move in with the Chosen Champ to that Forbidding Waste if he wants to get up to that even point threshold, and then drop down that first mate to ready it up and bring it back, and then try to resume play from there on even points and try to see how they can get rid of this Ferris Forerunner in an efficient way. But I think this card is really posing a big problem for Master Yi right now.
It really is, right? Right now, as well as the previous sabotage, is completely ripping the only kind of buff increases he had, or I should say efficient pumps he had, because he does have one in hand, but a little bit expensive. But since your opponent kind of went power crazy last turn, I think it's only fair to go a little bit power crazy this turn as he goes ahead, invests the 2 runes for the punch first. That's going to be an easy way to get over the Ferris Forerunner. I believe Signature Spell is on the table to go ahead and move that Ferris Forerunner over to the other battlefield to go ahead and conquer on your opponent's turn. I believe you can move battlefield to battlefield, correct?
Yeah, and that pivotably would set him up on an even point scoring tempo. He'll go to 4 and then hold to 5, and then if he can conquer over the Master Yi, go up to 6 and then be threatening lethal from there. So it is a pretty decent turn of events for Lucian, all things considered. But this is once again another recycle cost, bringing us down to 3 runes now. So not going to have tons of runes to deal with, as it looks like we're getting a reversal from the judge.
It had to resolve first, apparently. Action versus action. So punch first. They're doing everything as proper. This is a national level event. So punch first resolves. Now it's time for Relentless Pursuit to resolve. So picking targets, picking locations. He doesn't have a define. Now we're seeing how crazy amount of dividends those triple sabotages are playing. Rip 1 defy, rip 2 disciplines, and that is how he's capitalizing on this. Moving over to the Forbidden Waste, allowing him to go up to 4, potential hold to 5, and then threaten to conquer up to 6. If he's able to get over that Chosen Champion, which might be a little tricky to do so, but when you conquer, return back to base is the last text line on that signature spell. That's one way to do it. I'm liking Lucian's position here.
Yeah, that was a really cool, actually, because we got to go to even points on our opponent's turn and then safely retreat our unit back to base, and not to mention get that free equip of the Doran's Blade while we're at it. So have an 8/8 Ferris in the background, ready to come in, try to push us up to 6 in the following turn. And not a ton to work with in Master Yi's hand. I think we saw the first mate, which looks like is what is being put down now. This is going to trigger the Star Spring to move the Master Yi back to base, and then opting to use the ready on the Scuttle Crab so Scuttle can move in. Obviously not wanting to leave Master Yi stranded at the Forbidding Waste with only 2 runes up. Not a ton of ways to keep him alive there, so opting to just now send it back to base, sacrifice his Scuttle Crab at the Forbidding Waste, which will, of course, give him a little bit of knowledge, but there's not much to gain with only, looks like 2 cards in hand. So the hidden card, more than likely, I believe, was a Zanya's, if I remember his hand correctly. So getting down to the bare bones of these 2 players' hands right now, having 1 and 2 cards apiece. It's coming down to the wire as we're moving in to these late stages of game number 2, but it's looking pretty good for Lucian, I'd say.
I believe so as well. Of course, you get the additional assault 1 per the equipment. So swinging in for 9 total might, just a little bit too tall for that Master Yi to deal with. Does get the trigger of Zonya, so saves it for the next turn. But this is exactly what Lucian wants. He wants to go ahead and double conquer as often and as possible as he can. Scuttle Crab reveals the action, reveals the first mate. To be perfectly honest, not a whole lot of gas remaining in the hand. But Lucian Conqueror is able to retreat back to base, and if Where's Forerunner dies, you get 2 little mech tokens, and you have the possibility to go ahead and try to do some kind of cascading with the Doran's Blade. But against Master Yi, that just has single units on the board, that doesn't really pan out all that well. So this might be a tricky thing to kind of actually close out this game, interesting enough.
Yeah, he has the first mate here to ready the Ferris Forerunner and move it back to base, and then just have first mate Lucian and Ferris with the Doran's Blade all ready to move in for the attack and go for game next turn. But that's, of course, assuming that Master Yi doesn't have any answers for that in the following turn. Perhaps another punch first, or an ability to maybe get this Master Yi buffed up this turn and challenge the Ferris. If not, just challenge one of these smaller units just to kind of dwindle away that might. But it is looking a little bit scary for Master Yi player or fans here, our Master Yi supporters. I think this game is definitely in the favor of Lucian, which is at least good to see that we might get that game 3 after that game 1 was unceremoniously punted away.
Right. Getting a little bit of vengeance in the second game. But keep in mind, one thing I do want to point out is the incredible amount of value this Forbidden Waste has been able to generate for our Lucian player. And even so much so that it could be pretty good for this closing play, because he has enough might to get over the Star Spring. And thanks to Forbidden Waste, is going to be a whole lot more manageable to take down the unit on that battlefield as well. Let's see if he tries to reinforce with any other unit. It looks like a first mate just to bring the other first mate. Probably not back, because you're kind of just looking to defend as much as possible. So stacking everything onto the Forbidden Waste, and says, Lucian, do your worst. Can you get over? Legend not online, Forbidden Waste not online. So let's do the math here. I believe it's just 6 + 4, 10 total might on the battlefield.
I wonder what the logic behind playing the Fiora there instead of at the Star Spring was, because in that instance, he could have played the Fiora at the Star Spring and then sent the ready first mate back to base, and then had it move up there and still had the same amount of might present at the Forbidding Waste, but then at least be defending the Star Spring with the Fiora, who wants to 1v1 and would make the double conquering a little bit more tricky for Lucian. Not saying that it would have made a huge difference or made it impossible or anything, but would have given him at least a little bit more room, I think, or given more pause to our Lucian player. But in any case, Lucian was able to come away with that victory in game number 2. So we're going to get a game number 3 between our Fury body and our Calm body matchup.
That is right. Lucian does manage to kind of close down that game 2. Well played, well executed. As Mr. Plus said, we will be getting that nice little game number 3 here in that round number 3. Lucian played it sharp, as you were kind of pointing out there. I feel like the Fiora could have had a collective total more might if you played it on the Star Spring to generate the value from the legend and its actual ability of doubling the might. I believe that would equate more than what he actually did there, because there was only 3 might on one battlefield versus 10 potential might on the other battlefield, making it a little bit tricky because he pushed in with Forerunner and 1 unit, leaving only 1 in the back line. So he would have to invest those 2 units to get over Fiora. And then the 1 unit wasn't enough to get over the 2. So I wonder if there was actually a world where Master Yi could have actually turned things around at the very end.
Yeah, I don't recall what Lucian had in hand. It would have really been dependent on what Lucian was capable of presenting on offense there, because, like you said, at that board state that we witnessed, with only the 3 units there, you have to devote 2 to the Fiora. Otherwise, she's a 10 might defender in the 1v1. So it's kind of difficult to get over that battlefield just having that one Fiora there, even though it may not have seemed like it would have mattered. I think that was at least, you got to play to your outs. That would have at least given you the best possibility of trying to come away with the victory there. Obviously, could have lost to something like Falling Star, and there's a bunch of ways that Lucian could have outed it, but that was the best possible opportunity for the Master Yi player to come away with a victory there, was, I think, using that Fiora at the Star Spring and then sending that first mate over to help at the other battlefield. And given that we saw how it turned out, I think it could have been close, but we're going to get a game number 3 to decide who ultimately comes away with it. So maybe perhaps both players have gotten the punting out of their system, and game number 3 will be a true 100% match between both players.
All right, both of these players are nice and warmed up, got 1 game apiece under their belt, so feeling good. Let's see how things kind of close out in this game number 3. Can Lucian kind of take down what I would consider the current boogeyman of the meta, being Master Yi? It was the most represented deck here in the National. Out of 2,048 players this weekend, 15% of them decided to bring in Master Yi. And I believe Infinitus, thank you so much for the Twitch sub there. And Jordan is saying, seeing Lucian gameplay, you don't see it every day, so we got to soak it all in when we can. I saw someone said, did Lucian get a little bit better in Vendetta? That's a good question. Mr. Plus, what do you think? Does he feel a little bit better? Because I remember there's one card that specifically says, the equipment you have on me is basically Lucian ability in a unit. Do you think something like that can push it over the edge and actually make it even more viable?
I haven't really looked into Lucian too much for set 4, but you make a good point, because I do remember seeing that card, and now thinking about it too, there's been some pretty good gears introduced in Vendetta as well that Lucian, I'm sure, will be happy to have. Not a ton, but I think that Pendulum Blade is pretty good for Lucian, and the Jagged Cutlass as well could also be pretty decent. I mean, we don't usually see like Hex Drinker in Lucian decks or anything like that. It's mostly Doran's Blade, but I'd be willing to pay 1 more energy for the Doran's Blade to get the ability to not be moved by spells and abilities. I'm not sure if that's going to make a huge difference for him, but I think at least there's some stuff that you could start messing with and toying with the idea of upgrading Lucian with Vendetta.
Definitely, and Real Leave you as well. Thank you so much for the sub there. The only caveat being is we thought the gear control was a lot to be found in set 3. It's only going to be getting even greater in set 4 with a whole lot of gear interaction. That new purple card that kind of has the reaction speed kill a gear, and then there's a lot more introduced as well. So I think that's the only thing that will be holding Lucian back, but that is set 4. This is set 3 now. Game number 3, can he get things done with the untraditional battlefield pick here being Windswept Hillock, allowing all your units there to have ganking, and that's all your units. So if you have multiple units there, you could send them all in at the same time, which a lot of people don't see coming. And on the other side, Arena's greatest, as we actually were anticipating Lucian to bring out to the game 3.
Yeah, Lucian going for the Windswept Hillock is pretty cool. I've seen this before in Lucian, and even in some other body decks that are revolved around Lucian Merciless, the champion unit we have here as our chosen champion for Lucian. Because of its on conquer ready effect, you can go to this Windswept Hillock and then immediately gank over and double conquer. So it really speeds up the pace of play in similar ways to what you see like LeBlanc take advantage of by making the ready clone token at the Windswept Hillock to just be able to move over and try and score those 2 points a turn really rapidly. Lucian can do a similar effect here with this. So I like seeing this inclusion. It is definitely a little off the beaten path and can sometimes come back to bite you, since your opponent obviously has the ability to use it themselves. But hopefully we'll see it get utilized to some good effect here as we see Clash of Giants.
Do you see that card in hand?
That's crazy. I've not seen that registered in a deck list before.
Remind me, what was the name of that? Because we don't see it every day, but I believe it's pick 2 of your opposing units and they
Clash of
basically challenge
Giants.
each other.
Yeah, it's called Clash of Giants, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. It's the one with Volibear on it. That's the only reason I remember it so well. That's you choose 2 units and they deal damage equal to their mights to each other, so you can use it on your opponent's units and have them kill each other. It's a really cool card, but it's not very often that it actually works out that way, where it 2v1s your opponent, unless they have to have 2 units with the same might, and that is capable here. We've seen it happen a few times, and so maybe we'll actually get to witness some glory and some Clash of Giants gameplay out of this Lucian deck.
Right, I would love to see. I believe it's a little bit of sideboard tech coming out from the side of Lucian, but as you said, going from Windswept Hillock, gaking on over Arena's Greatest, just pushing the pace of this game, threatening out a 4-point conquer. Or did he already get the conquer up to 3? I think he did, actually.
Yeah, it was up to 3 because they started on 1 with the Arena's Greatest. So the point, it's another interesting aspect of the Arena's Greatest is that it can sometimes force you onto a odd number if you're a deck like this that wants to get that double conquer very quickly. And here it's not going to be the end of the world, but I think leaving this Lucian stranded is a little bit worrisome. This card is such a big mover for the deck, and now having it be at the Arena's Greatest all alone, it might be not too long before we see it head to the trash, as a Rake is in hand, so we can actually just deploy this right now and get rid of that Doran's Blade on the Lucian, make it even easier to walk over it. And it's looking like a pretty big hand size lead for Master Yi right now, 7 cards to 4. As that does, it was not a Doran's Blade, it was a longsword. So longsword goes to the bin, and Lucian followed right behind as Master Yi comes in to conquer the Arena's Greatest. No punch first available for Lucian here.
Right, a little bit of a bluff there, but that Faithfolk just chilling there in the back line, all so lonely, not being able to generate too much value, because usually you would want to go ahead and utilize it when you have additional units to kind of capitalize on the fact of bringing in one of your opposing units. But right now, what is Faithfolk realistically doing? I mean, granted, if you pump it up enough, yes, it can maybe do a little bit of something, forcing Master Yi to be the attacker. Actually, you would be the attacker because you're contesting the battlefield first. So Master Yi will still be the defender. This Faithfolk is as good as I don't want to say as bad as useless, but almost effectively on this next turn.
Yeah, it's really hard to optimally utilize Faithfolk against Master Yi a lot of the time, especially in the current board state position where it's the only unit on board and no gear to give it even to pump it up. And now might have an instance where we could potentially utilize the Clash of Giants if we wanted. We have 6 runes, right? Okay, yeah, 6 runes. So we do have the 6 runes. Could use it to double clear the Fiora and the Rake. Oh wait, no, Rake is only 2 might, so can't even do that.
Everything's 1 might apart.
Unfortunately, we don't have a way to get this card to do very much right now, so we're going to see just a Ruin Runner deployed and a pass on over.
Yeah, kind of just foregoing any further advancement, saying, you know what, Faithfolk's not going to get value this turn, but let's go ahead and try to make sure it gets value in a future turn. Let's deploy out this Ruin Runner and make things rather difficult for Master Yi in the future turns, as we said, but double punch first, the Fire Challenge, and a Zonya's Hourglass to work with for our Master Yi player. Feeling pretty good with that hand, especially because you can take care of the Fate Folk that might be up to something the next turn. I would imagine something like Challenge coming down, and you never really have to worry about, even if Lucian had energy to work with, a Challenge is 100% always going to be able to resolve. The only downside being you wouldn't have any runes, any body runes to go ahead and punch first on defense if worse comes to worse.
Yeah, and here we're just seeing now this point situation kind of rearing its head with them being on the odd numbers here means that there isn't a real big reason to push in here and force it up to 5 points, but is opting to do so anyways, giving the Fiora the ability to 1v1 with the Zanyas as backup. So even if they do come in with the 2v1 here and attempt to take out the Fiora, she'll just move on back to base thanks to Zanyas. So feeling a little bit more safe to push it up with the Zanyas in the base. And I believe there's even a second one hidden alongside Master Yi at the arena's greatest. So has redundancy in keeping their units alive now, but could see something cheeky like now moving the Ruin Runner and the Fey Folk together to the Windswept Hillock and then pulling the Master Yi. In the event that that is not a Zanya's, it would force them to try and to have to reveal it or lose it. And if it were, say, a back off or something, you would just lose the card. So could go for a play like that if you're thinking that it might be something other than a Zanya's, but otherwise I'm not seeing a whole lot of use cases for the little guy, the irresistible Fey Folk right now.
I like your line of play. I like what you're getting at, because not only are you denying the legend ability, you're also going to be denying the Fiora Peerless ability as well. So you only have to worry about raw 7 might. You technically don't have enough yet. If you had a little equipment to attach on one of these units, you would have enough to get right over the top of that battlefield. But that's not taking into consideration any combat tricks coming out from the side of Master Yi. And we know what is lurking in hand. Not 1, but 2 punch furs ready to come online. Obviously, he can't play both of them, but at the minimum, 1 punch furs, allowing him to almost build up that impenetrable wall that Master Yi is so known for.
Yeah, just trying to figure out the best way to approach this. There is still 3 runes up for Master Yi as well, so a lot of things being threatened here. Obviously, we've seen the disciplines and punch first put in their fair share of work, and there's not a shortage of those cards in this Master Yi deck, so has to consider all the options here. And being on the odd point threshold does give him a little bit of extra breathing room, with knowing that our Master Yi still has another 2 turns before they can win. So may not feel incredibly pressured to push the issue right now. Could see him set up just a little bit more in base. We already had the Kinku Monk deployed. Could now throw down one of those Kaisas. But it looks like he's opting to try and go for it now and push in.
I mean, you have to do what you have to do. Just put your opponent on having it or not. He's going to find out the good old hard way. So Faithful bringing in the Peerless or the Rake over to go ahead and deny the Master Yi legend ability. So denying both, but little does he know he has the Defy, he has a punch first. Things aren't going to be working out, and even has the extra insurance of double Zonya's Hourglass. Here we go though, Mr. Plus. Grim Apothecary getting ambushed out, just adding a little bit more might power onto the battlefield, but I don't think anything is going to be getting right over 5 total might increase. Apothecary is good, but that's only going to be 3 additional might this turn.
Now wondering if he's going to actually decide to return the Fey Folk to hand. Could do so off the Grim Apothecary trigger. Looks like he is going to do so. Now has the ability to replay that to base after this combat resolves, should he need the extra unit, which I'm believing that he's gonna, based off of what you already laid out for us. Having that punch first in the hand for Master Yi means that this 7 might is gonna go all the way up to 12, and the 8 might Lucian has is not gonna have enough to get over there. But it looks like instead we'll just see the double Zanyas relinquished.
I like this. You know why? This is the prioritization of your rune economy, saying, you know what, if I go ahead and punch first, yes, I win the combat. Yes, I hold to 6, but I'm going down to just 3 runes and only 5 runes my next turn. Let's go ahead on the other side, go up to 7 runes, and going forward, feeling a little bit more comfortable about that. So stays put does kind of allow your opponent to get the conquer, but he's so far ahead on board state, having 3 extra or 2 additional units, make that 1 additional unit versus your opponent, or taking 3 to 3, but you definitely have the stronger units on your side being Master Yi. So interesting play, but I don't hate it. I think it was actually a smart one.
Yeah, it works. It works out pretty well. I mean, it ends up being similar to like a set turn. Basically, you're just using your bodies to trade and then keeping them alive with the set effect. In this case, we got the Zanyas to do so. So just making efficient use of the units at play and keeping that punch first for a rainy day where it might be a little bit more crucial, since in that instance it wasn't make or break. And now we're at that even point threshold. We have a 6-4 lead. Can now just opt to set up as we see challenge come down. Gonna get rid of the Kinku monk back there and leave us with just the lonely Fey folk. And I'm feeling like at this current moment, Master Yi is in a pretty good spot to close out this round.
Right. You could definitely say that again. Just a little bit extra salt on the wounds with that Kinku going down, leaving for the second time in this game 3, a lonely Fey folk sitting there in the back line. Not too many other units to go ahead and make use of its ability. Passes on over, threatening lethal in the very next turn, saying do your worst. Even if Fey folk goes ahead and moves one of these units, even if you're able to go ahead and take down both these battlefields, I have still 2 units in the back line, backing it up by 2 punch first. If I'm able to get fortunate enough to hit double body off my rune deck, that's 10 total might added onto your push. Looking pretty good if you ask me, but Lucian is currently undefeated for a reason. Can he find a line? Can he just go for the big brain plays? Because how I'm seeing it, I think Master Yi's all but locked this one in.
Yeah, the Lucian finally has a punch first of his own, but a little too late, I think, here. Nothing I can see from this Clash of Giants either. You could play it for the memes to have the Rake and the Pit Rookie kill each other, but I don't think that's your path to victory here. So unfortunately, unfortunate that we didn't get to see that card utilized in some cool creative way we hadn't seen before. It was cool just to see that artwork included in the deck list, but not quite sure that that was the tech card needed for this matchup.
Definitely doesn't. I mean, maybe he thought there was a world where this kind of going to find 2 units with even playing field, but just not really working out the way he had drew it up. And now finding the tremendously hard task of taking down both these battlefields. An accelerated Kai'Sa is a step in the right direction, but is not really going to be closing things out. He has about 10 runes to work with, so that would be half of his runes expended for just that 1 unit. Punch first, making that 6, leaving 4 energy behind, and that is nothing left in the hand to go ahead and use this turn. So I'm just not seeing it with the current hand. I believe as we keep going back to, Master Yi is as good as locking this one in, keeping his undefeated dream alive and showing us exactly why Master Yi is the most represented here out of the 2,000 players in today's National.
Oh, he's playing it though. We do get to see it come down anyways. Here comes the Clash of Giants. What are the 2 units going to be selected here for this?
And yeah, I'm right there with his opponent. I'm like, wait a second, what does this card do again? As Mr. Plus broke it down for us earlier, you pick 2 units and they do damage to each other with their current might. So at best you could take down the Rake and the Rookie, get a 1 for 2 or 2 for 1. But saying Master Yi and the Fiora, the bigger value units, but only one of them is going to be able to die, and that's the Fiora currently.
Yeah, perhaps he's just looking to get that 3 damage onto the Master Yi, so that now if he pushes in with the Fey folk, he can pull over the Rake and it'll just be, without the Master Yi ability, a total of 4 might between the 2 in regards to their health threshold. and then that punch first bringing our Fey Folk up to 5 would be enough to kill both of them, but that's obviously barring no buffs in hand for Master Yi, which I believe we know he has some of his own. So going for a Hail Mary play here, trying to grasp at those last few straws at the bottom of the barrel.
Are
But
we taking into the account the 3 mark damage though? Because now that's going to be effective to my increase, or you could say net increase, because all you have to do is clear 2 units and your opponent's only able to conquer one battlefield the very next turn. Is that the little, extra room you needed? It's tough because you are at 4 points, so there is just too big of a margin between both of these players. But here we go. Punch first does get invested, so Fey Folk not so little anymore, swinging with 6 total might versus, what is the battlefield on Master Yi's side? Is it 6 as well?
7 might, but there's the 3 damage on the Master Yi, so all he needs 4 to kill both. But of course, Master Yi has a punch first of his own, so punch first coming down here, gonna buff up one of these 2 by 5 to match that buff that was deployed by Lucian, and that's all it took. And we have a victor in round number 3 of the Beijing National Open. It'll be Master Yi coming away 2-1 against Lucian.
Right, throwing us the peace sign, feeling good about an undefeated streak going forward. Keep in mind, guys, there is 8 rounds today. So 3 rounds in, still a little bit under halfway to go, but Master Yi looking good. But unfortunate for our Lucian representative, not getting the victory there. I'm wondering, I know we've gone back to it a couple of times, does it all get pinpointed to that misplay in that game number 1? If that didn't happen, will we be in a different dimension where Lucian would actually be victorious in this round 3?
Yeah, it's always so hard to say because it seemed like he could have come away with the victory in that first game. But then, how does that change the whole dynamic of the second game? Do they pick different battlefields? Does the play draw aspect completely change it? It's this whole butterfly effect. But, we can speculate and say that if he won that first game, as it looked like he had the capability to, could have ridden that momentum to a victory in game number 2 and gotten that 2-0. But alas, Master Yi's effect is so easy to forget. And unfortunately, it was the thing that sent Lucian packing in that round.
Right, and such a powerful legend ability, so much so that it actually got banned from 2v2s. I wonder if that's a bit of an indication that Riot has a lot of intention of actually getting themselves into a competitive atmosphere of 2v2s. How do you feel about 2v2s? Have you tried it yourself, Mr. Plus? I can't remember if you were the one that told me you loved it.
Yeah, I did. I played it at Vancouver, at the Vancouver Regional. I played in the 2v2 event on that Friday, I believe it was. The big 2v2 little championship thingy they did was pretty fun, actually. And I gotta say, I'm really glad about that ban because Master Yi was in every single team comp we played against.
Yeah, it seems busted because it's +2 on all your allies units too, no?
Yeah, Beth's there. And so the most we played against it, we played 4 rounds, and 3 of the rounds were the exact same team comp. It was Master Yi with Yasuo, because Master Yi could play a unit, and then Yasuo could use his leader effect to move it up, and then now Master Yi makes it +2, and it was obnoxious. So I'm glad to see Master Yi go. It'll be cool to see how that shakes up that meta, and I would love to see a competitive scene or development for 2v2. We can get some of those blame my duo memes from League of Legends now and stuff like that. But it's a really cool format. It's fun the way that it interacts, and you get to see some cards that you never get to see in the 1v1 format actually see play and be good. The Party Favors card was so strong in those decks, being able to net you so many draws and runes, and there's a couple other cards like that. And there's even some smaller aspects of the legends that you don't think about, like certain legends will say buff a friendly unit, which means you can buff your teammates' units and things like that. So I think the game has been set up And I think Riot even said, from the beginning, set up in a way to facilitate this multiplayer archetype or game type. And I've enjoyed my experience with it so far. Not so much the free for all one. The 1v1v1v1 was a little bit not my speed, but 2v2 definitely has some grease or some fire to cook with.
Definitely. I haven't dabbled myself with 2v2s, but I'm excited to do so. Jay Potto in chat saying, let's go true League of Legends style 5v5. And Bandit, that's what I've heard as well, that Master Yi needed this ban. So I'm happy they did so. Guys, real quick before we take a short little intermission break as things get set up for round number 4. If you guys are just tuning in, it has been revealed the last 2 over number connecting our set, Morgana and Kale. These one of the best cards released in Vendetta in my opinion, so this is on the screen. And for those that missed it as well, before we head to a break, let's go ahead and try to manifest round number 4. Let's see the total. Actually, I just realized you don't have access to it. Let me post it in the caster chat. All right, link 1, link 2. So chat, let's see who we got here. So as we said, Master Yi is the most whoop, I pressed the wrong button. There it is. Master Yi is the most represented deck, followed by Aurelia, which is interesting because I believe in the previous Chinese regional, it was Aurelia 3rd, Diana 2nd, or it might have been this way. Actually, thinking about it, Aurelia's always been number 2. But one thing that has caught my attention as a green-purple player myself is Vex coming in at the 4th most represented. Is there some new tech people have learned throughout the little time we spent without a regional in China? Because Vex at 4th over LeBlanc, over Azir, over Victor is not something I would have considered very likely for a national event.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the adaptation. I suppose we might be lucky enough to get to see it on coverage and see what this potential spice is, because I haven't seen a whole lot of waves being made in for Vex myself, but 89 players, wow, the 4th most represented is pretty staggering, especially when you see what it's up against or alongside with the likes of LeBlanc and Victor and more than Azir, these decks that are proven to have gotten all the way to the top and make it into top 8s of major events and put up consistent results. And somehow Vex is up there contending with them. So they must have figured something out, and I'd love to see it.
There we go. Bandit saying Vex has a good Master Yi matchup. Bandit, do you really think so? I feel like against Master Yi is play draw. Like if Master Yi's on the play, Vex is always losing. If Vex is on the play, then Vex is always winning. I guess you could almost say that about every Vex matchup, but specifically Master Yi, it defends so well that Vex never is able to break through. I know this firsthand. So I definitely feel like Vex has an uphill battle against Master Yi, but hey, maybe there's some new little tech Kha'Zix coming into the mix. We'll see. I'm excited for it. But chat, let us know, who do you guys want to see? Do you want to see something like a LeBlanc? Maybe we could bring in some nice little energy on our side of the world and make sure that Riot brings it on round number 4. Lilia could be fun. I'm always down for a good Kha'Zix. I know if I'm Mr. Plus, there's 41 players on my old favorite legend, Pyke. I don't think you would mind watching that game, would you?
No, sir. I love watching some Pyke gameplay, especially with all these new versions of it that have come out. No longer is it just control Pyke. Now we have some mid-range Pykes coming out like that Andrew Davalis that are really fun to watch.
Definitely. And someone's saying set gaming. There we go. A little set for round 4 would be nice. It looks like 33 players. Keep in mind, guys, set 1 best of metal cards are still up for grabs here in the final set 3 major in China. In the west side, we're done. You're no longer able to get the actual best of metals. This is it, the last ever major event that you're able to get your hands on. So Lux is a good pick. Already we saw on the first page, but this is probably where we're seeing some other set 1 legends kind of a little bit more prevalent than we've seen in the past. But what I was getting at, 33 potential Lux Loop players. Is Lux Loop have a potential to do pretty good? Because if you guys recall, China was the actual meta that debuted the Lux Loop. have they innovated even more so as they were the original Lux loopers, if you will? How you feel about the deck? I know you were mentioning Echo earlier, but can it do a little bit something this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's a strong deck. I mean, we've seen that it can have these really non-interactive game states and just be very efficient and do what it needs to do more consistently than you would typically, at least for me, want to see out of a combo deck that is essentially just an OTK combo deck. It feels like the ability to pull it off at a almost deterministic rate is a little bit concerning. Obviously, there is ways to interact with it and stop it, but it feels like there's not a plethora of them. You know, there's not a ton of ways to interact with it and stop it. So
It's
I'm
tricky.
a little bit like not a huge fan of it personally, but I think it's cool for decks like that to exist in the game. It's kind of this tight wire rope walk that you have to make to get it just right, where it doesn't feel oppressive and unfun to play against, where you're just sitting there watching your opponent do their own thing. I mean, that's why we saw Called Shot ban and the Miracle decks and stuff. Nobody wants to sit down to play the game and then just have
Not
to
play
stare
the
at their
game, right?
opponent. Yeah. They'll watch them play and not get to play themselves. So it didn't hit any bans, so maybe that means that Riot believes that it's not going to be an issue going into set 4, that there's going to be plenty of tools and decks that are capable of dealing with it. And that could have something to do with maybe even like the burn strategies, because now that there's ways to burn your opponent's deck, you can disrupt their combo by like forcing them to reshuffle their entire discard pile back into the deck if you force them to deck out. If they go too low in deck size or something like that, perhaps that's their
There is
line of
burn
thinking.
now.
Yeah, so that could be something to look forward to as a potential counter towards them, and maybe just burn as a mechanic in general will be able to be a way to stop them by just burning some of their key pieces away if you get lucky. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that there's just so much new stuff coming out that, and I don't expect people to put a ton of focus on Lux combo at the start of set 4. We'll see how
Same.
it fares as the set progresses and we start getting into those major events.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I said before, our first set 4 weekly is in exactly 1 week, so I'm super excited to see what
Nice.
these guys are bringing to the table. Of course, it's online, but that is where you get the best of the players around the world. Players like Nurov always making an appearance in our events, a little bit from everywhere. We have just NA players, EU players, a little bit South American players as well. I even think we have some Australians sometimes. I know just last weekend, a Chinese player, Sin the Kid, joined. His internet wasn't the best, but he was playing all the way from China. So impressive to see how much people were able to go ahead and kind of bring together and play in these awesome events. So I am excited for 1 week from today to see the first little look at what set 4 is going to be bringing. Because it looks like a fun meta. I'm hoping that the Legends coming out actually makes some good waves instead of like being okay, but not better than Diana, Aurelia, Ezreal, Master Yi. Because something's telling me that those Legends might not be going anywhere. If anything, they got a little bit stronger.
Yeah, some of them definitely seem like they got some nice buffs that I'm both excited and worried to see how they come to play. But I'm always excited to see how old decks get buffed, like you were speaking about in that previous round, like potential buffs we might see to Lucian out of this set. Maybe if we get some the right tools with either some new units or some new gears to interact with what Lucian wants to do. It's always fun to go back and revisit some of like your old favorite champs from the early sets and see if they got a big buff. I know NA45 was saying his Ezreal deck is exactly the same, and that's not what you want. Yeah, you don't want to have a new set come out and feel like, oh, well, my deck doesn't change at all.
Yeah, a little bit crazy. You'll probably come around and be like, okay, there's a couple good cards here. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and throw it to a quick little break as we go ahead and bring in our next caster, who is right here in chat. But we might be able to take a little bit not too long of a break, but there's still actually two players, or I should say two tables, still fighting it out here in round number 3. But because these guys are going so deep into overtime, it's probably going to be eating at the normal 10-minute timeline. So it'll be two tables and then probably like a 5-minute break. So hopefully it'll be like another 10-minute break. We'll see if we come in before that, but let's go ahead and take a short little intermission break. I'll leave you guys to the previous game you guys are watching. I think it was Lilia and Kazakhs, but we'll be right back for round number 4 of the Beijing National. So see you guys soon.
Can tap out to make the 2 sprites and go for a double conquer here, but debating on whether or not that's worth neither sprite capable of holding the battlefield thanks to triple Phoenix on board. And even if you were to double up, that only answers 1 Phoenix. He still can send 2 in, take out both your sprites, and then double conquer all the same. And then from there, you know, in the same way that we were discussing how the temporary units, you don't really care about them getting traded away because they're temporary. They're going to die anyways. You're using them just to score points and make it obnoxious for your opponent to score. That's kind of what the Phoenixes do as well. Like, if you do remove them, they can't just come right back.
I think it really comes down to what we were saying about how both these decks, the difference between them is that one gets to hold with temporary, the other gets physical bodies, which can't hold with the sprites, whereas the other one can with the physical bodies, but it kind of costs a little bit more. And that difference is also going to be a power cost difference, right? Because to bring back the Undying Phoenixes, you got to pay power costs, but their energy cost is cheaper than the sprites that Lilia has to make. We're going to see a sprite burst actually be the call, right there, burning out all of the mana from Lilia to be able to double conk while still keeping the Scuttles back in base. They can conquer as well, potentially, on empty battlefields like we had seen in this situation. And it looks like he discarded the Sprite Queen for the Zon Warren's draw. That's 1 Undying Phoenix in.
Yeah, the Phoenix is going to go ahead and come in, get the conquered, opting to choose Zon Warren's discard draw first before going ahead and resolving our Rek'Sai ability. Rek'Sai is going to come in and reveal a Noxus Hopeful plus sacrifice, and a Rek'Sai player opting to use that sacrifice while that assault bonus is still live on the Phoenix to off it for the ramp plus 2 draw. As we see now here, the ramp comes and the 2 cards are drawn. Interesting that he was also able to play that same Phoenix that he just sacrificed as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things I know people had been kind of complaining about, is the fact that you can sacrifice Phoenix to kind of do it all again, as it were, and just kind of bring it back. But it fits the theme and the lore of the Undying Phoenix, I guess, the fact that you can, that it just never quite really dies there. Now, the problem is the other sprite. Are you going to run both Phoenixes in to score and try and keep pace? I almost feel like you don't have to opt into this game right now. You are 4.25. Playing on even numbers is good, and for Rek'Sai as well. Like, yeah, the legend's already been used, but yep, there we go. Just gonna swing that in for now.
Yeah, just trying to keep up on point tempo, I believe, and get some extra card draw off of sacrificing these Phoenixes, which is always nice. Being able to supplement your draw on a deck that is already trying to do so just off of the leader effect, getting you like pseudo extra draw. So trying to keep the advantage rolling, and Phoenix being a great card for that, as it's a card that just keeps coming back from the drop, never really needing to take any cards out of your hand, aside from obviously the spell you're using to trade away their units with, or your own in the case of sacrifice. But just a hyper efficient strategy that is more or less pretty straightforward and linear, in not too flashy, but very effective, especially in an aggro mirror where your opponent is desperately trying to race you to the finish line, and they're not having as many removal spells and capabilities as you. They're trying to do it off the back of almost exclusively units and a few pumps here and there, but nothing like Hidden Blade or Falling Star, the just outright kill spells that the red and yellow have access to.
Heart of Dark Eyes on the Scuttle Crab. Okay, and it works with the Stupefy as well, potentially, to lower it down. You know, we were just joking yesterday, Mr. Plus, that the only thing that makes the only legend that can make a Scuttle Crab actually a threat is Master Yi, when it's defending alone, +2. But today we're proven wrong. Heart of Dark Eyes, good gear.
Yep, Heart of Dark Ice is enough to get our Scuttle Crab his first kill, probably of all time.
First offensive kill, I guess.
Yeah. Now the points go up to 6, putting Lilia in kill range. This is a point where you always want to be as the aggro player, where you're just on the cusp of being able to go for that double conquer win. Now just going to try to clean up the board state a little bit more, get rid of these Phoenixes, and kind of force his opponent to have the ability to bring them back out. But unlike the sprites that come in ready, this Phoenixes do not. So even though he can recur them, they're just going to come in tapped, and they're not very good on defense either. So this is actually a potentially very powerful position for our Lilia to be in, now going up to 7 points, just 1 point away from victory.
Now it is worth noting, because the sprites can't hold, Lilia sometimes gets into a bit of an awkward situation on her 7th point, where it's easiest for Lilia to just double conk for the win. It's kind of difficult for her to hold for the win. And for the Rek'Sai player right now, you just need to take out that Scuttle. The Heart of Dark Ice has worn out. The heart has stopped pumping. Scuttle is back to 0. You sneeze on it, and it will drop dead. The Lilia is completely tapped out as well, so you have plenty of options as to how you'd like to proceed on this.
Yeah, as we see Void Rush, Sacrifice, Falling Star, and Hidden Blade in the hand of our Rek'Sai player. Few options to work with. 9 runes on the turn, so Void Rush being able to get 2 cards off the top, find something worth playing, maybe hit an Under Titan to extend the reach on this turn. Still rocking that Rek'Sai in the champion zone too, hasn't come out itself yet. Could also be an acceleratable target here this turn. A lot of options to consider, and definitely something that he's going to tank a little bit on, as we've stated before, that Lilia can more often than not come back with a double conquer pretty efficiently and effectively, especially with Heart of Dark Ice on board, plus the Sprite Fountain on board right now, is guaranteeing that we're going to start the next turn with a ready Sprite that can attack for 6 thanks to Heart of Dark Ice. So he already has to account for 6 might crashing into him on defense once he passes turn. And it's going to make this turn very crucial in how he chooses to approach it, whether or not he wants to set up on a battlefield to try to hold, to prevent the double conquer, or if he needs to perhaps just go for the double conquer and hope that he can defend at least one of the battlefields instead of going all in on both, because there is the capability, although like you said, Lilia is not the one often to hold, that a hold can happen thanks to something even as small and innocent as a Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and for the Rek'Sai player, because of the Rek'Sai chosen champ that he has as well, he can actually look to accelerate things that come off the Rek'Sai Legends ability as well when he wants to play it on. So I almost feel like you want to wait, hold your accelerates for next turn. You just have to get through the Lilia's turn first. And you're doing some math, you're saying minimum 6. That's a minimum 6 that Lilia's swinging in with next turn on one Sprite. You've got to assume there's at least another Sprite from the Lilia Legend itself, not to mention whatever fresh hell is coming out of that hand. If there's another Sprite Burst, that's going to be 2 the Sprite Burst, a very cheap 3rd from the Lilia, and then suddenly you're staring down not 6 might, you're staring down 15 might that could swing in from both sides. So I think that's the sort of thought process that the Rek'Sai player is currently trying to math through and trying to see if like he can actually set up a block to stop all of that coming through.
Yeah, like you said, 6 might minimum is a wild proposition to be staring down the barrel of, as you're not only looking at just that 6 might minion coming in for free at the start of the turn, there's 9 runes up at the disposal, so you could have Sprite Burst plus the leader ability making 3 more sprites, another Sprite Fountain coming in the mix making you 4 more sprites. There's just a big potential for a huge clapback on the next turn. So it puts you in this awkward position of whether or not you're able to try to defend one battlefield as a deck that is not typically known for
No.
being a defensive deck like that and holding.
Yeah, the only sort of defensive or reactive option would be that Hidden Blade. Now, did just draw a Vi, which is potentially helpful. I mean, it's great on offense when you can stun. Defensively, it's just a 5-body unit, but 5 might be all you need. I'm assuming he's probably going to play the Honest Broker right now, just to defend on. It would have to be Zon Warrens, yeah, because he's not on the Ruffle Panthers yet.
It looks like he decided against it. Yeah, just put it down after all. And now we're gonna send the original Honest Broker up, which will get us up to 7, making it a tie game. But now the death knell of the Scuttle will trigger, revealing the remaining cards in hand. And now Lilia is aware of the sacrifice, aware of the Hidden Blade, knows what he has to play around, as well as this Vi, which is a powerful ambush unit. However, the stun is only on attack, so not as good on defense, which is going back to what we were just talking about. This deck is just not geared towards defending almost at all. It's very aggressively slanted. Almost everything it wants to do is proactive and not reactive. So if they're put into this position where they're going to be put on the back foot and being forced to play defense, a lot of these cards aren't going to hold up as well as they normally do, and might make it a little bit close to over for our Rek'Sai player, barring any great top decks off of this sacrifice or Hidden Blade, should he choose to Hidden Blade one of his own units. Although in this scenario, we're almost certainly going to use it on defense against one of your opponent's units.
Yeah, and the thing with Hidden Blade was you could just hide it for a power. He does actually have floating extra power with the seal, so that's why I thought he'd just play. Okay. There is one. Okay.
That wasn't on my bingo card.
It wasn't on mine either. I am quite shocked about it. I thought that's why I thought you just play the Honest Broker for the extra 2 might, right?
Oh, he wanted the Phoenixes. That's why. All right. I guess falling starring a Scuttle Crab is worth it if it brings 2 Phoenixes back from the trash.
Is it? Because here's the thing: you could have just used Hidden Blade to do that on the opponent's turn, and then it's a surprise Phoenix party that pops out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose could have gone for the surprise Phoenix party.
And now he's got 3 runes up too, which is a really awkward number of runes. Like, you can't vie with this.
I guess he was kind of worried about potentially like the Heart of Dark Ice going onto the Scuttle and getting the free Conquer at the Rockfall path, and then allowing Lilia to throw everything else, the whole kitchen sink, over to the Zon Warren. So just loading up with the 9 might there. Can't use Falling Star on defense, so might as well use it on your turn and then save the Hidden Blade, which you can use on your opponent's turn, to take out 1 extra unit here as well. So not the most outlandish play I've ever seen, but still one that kind of had us both turning our heads a little bit at first, as it looks like Watchers coming out.
That is a choice, knowing that there's a Hidden Blade on the other side. And you do need to clear both. Both players are at 7 points, so...
This is, of course, a green deck, so that 1 remaining rune is most likely for the Defy that he just pointed to.
I think I'm sitting across from my opponent, and, you know, like, he sets up, points at the card, I'm just like, okay. That card has my name written on it. Like, and you know what it's going to be at this point, so...
Interesting that he didn't hide it either, like you mentioned. Could have definitely hidden the Hidden Blade here, so that way, if the worst does occur in the scenario and the Hidden Blade does get defied, at least you could attempt to sacrifice. Oh, I guess in this scenario, now that you've been Watcher, there's no universe where you ever get to sacrifice.
Yep.
As the Defy comes out for the Hidden Blade on the Sprite, and we scoop it up, giving game 1 over to Lilia, the new aggressive deck on the scene. Rek'Sai being one of the more premier low to the ground aggro decks of set 2.
that's why it's a little bit awkward trying to gear kill it, because sometimes when you kill it, it just actually gives your opponent another thing they can do this turn. Like instead of just conquering one side, it's suddenly they can go for both sides with the sprites and or
Yeah,
do even more damage.
you would want to do it on your turn so that the temporary triggers
True.
as soon as you pass it over to them. But
That's-
because yeah, definitely doing it on defense as an action would be bad. To just be like, I'll draw a card, you make another 3/3
Yeah.
to beat me up with.
Yeah, I'll suffer even more. I do also wonder about the D-ramp side, because I know that for example, LeBlancs or a lot of the like Luxes or Victors or whatever, who were previously running Salvage, have actually switched to running Turn to Dust because there's no power cost on that. despite the fact
That's
that
a fair
Salvage
point
is a
too,
reaction.
especially with how power hungry Rek'Sai is, as we've seen. I mean,
Yeah.
he's even got the red seals in there. Obviously, a big boon for getting those Phoenixes back out of the drop as well. Another thing that we didn't see deployed at all last game was the Chosen Champion, and you had mentioned
Mhm.
how all of these cards that he's attempting to hit off of the Rek'Sai ability could be accelerated. Also, we could be accelerating these Phoenixes out, which of course have Assault and can come in and attack for 5. So interesting that the Rek'Sai never got to see play in the first game. Maybe this game will actually see the Chosen Champion come out and get put to use with that accelerate addition that it can add to some of these other cards.
And I think it also comes down to the sort of resource management we're talking about, right? You need multiple seals to comfortably be able to do that. So a lot of times it's almost used as a finisher, where you accelerate the Rek'Sai itself, and then you play the Rek'Sai, and then you kind of use a spell to bring in all the Phoenixes and ready them up, because it's so power heavy when you have to be paying all those accelerate costs as well. So you got to time it very carefully when you want to do it and when you want to accelerate. Oh, did he miss the trigger? Oh, no, he got the trigger. So I'm not sure what they were kind of talking a little bit about for the arena's greatest. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. No.
I think so. It looks like we're.
Yep.
Oh, maybe we.
Wow.
Wow.
Wait,
I guess maybe they're saying that he didn't pick. He just didn't tick it up before playing the unit and missed the timing, since it's supposed to happen during the beginning phase.
Yeah. I thought they changed it so that you were allowed to do it right up to the end of your turn.
I thought so as well, but this is Riftbound, a game of many rules that often change and are often confusing. So I wouldn't put past them to be in a little bit of a debate on whether or not this is meant to happen this way. I think he should be awarded the point, but it looks like they're saying that he's not getting it. So Lilia gets to start off with a 1-point advantage going second against the Rek'Sai.
Okay, that is doubly tilting. Triply tilting. One, because you missed a trigger. Two, that's your battlefield.
Yeah.
I've done that plenty. Like when I forget my own battlefield and I'm like, oops. But thankfully in the West, at least, our rules allow it to the end of the turn. So usually when I see, my opponent can score, I'm like, oh yeah, right. But triply, because Lilia decks do sometimes want to run Arena's Greatest. I've seen quite a few Lilia decks run that because it's such a fast deck. And now suddenly, okay, like you're looking at your opponent where, it could have been worse. Like, they could have just, if they had Sprite Fountain, that would have just been 2 points right off the rip. And then you're suddenly behind 2 full points, which is more than an entire turn and playing uneven. So not the worst case scenario for Rek'Sai, but a very rough start. Hopefully it does not tilt his mental.
Yeah, definitely have to bounce back from something like that and not let it phase you, as we see Seal come down, floating 1 rune. We have double Void Assault in hand, I believe. We have a Pharaoh's Forerunner, and I think a Falling Star there in the back as well. And I'm not sure what the final card is, but we are going to move into the Arena's Greatest and get us our first point that we were so cruelly denied on that turn 1. And now Rek'Sai trigger coming out, revealing a gem cutter.
It is a wonderful day. We are saying goodbye to Unleashed, but before we can, we have to get through our last National Open. Next to me is no one less than Mr. Plus, and we are getting ready to jump into game right now.
That's right. Round number 4 coming off the back of that game 3 of between Master Yi and Lucian. Now we'll see what we get to witness in round number 4. Looks like it'll be Kha'Zix coming out on one side of the mat. And what is he facing across the way? Will it be the infamous Rengar? No, it'll be Lee Sin, a very underrepresented legend. That's going to be really cool to see how this one comes.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I always enjoy getting some less popular legends to be cast in. I enjoy that a whole heck of a lot. But when you look at a Lee Sin matchup, right, to get that metal plated card, these first 5 rounds are so extremely pivotal. When, 4, 5, 6 wins can sometimes already secure you the best of, you really have to be on top of your game from the very start. And when I look at the matchups going in, I feel when Lee Sin, and we'll have to wait and see which archetype they're actually embracing, if it's more of a go tall strategy with a few very big units, or more a go wide strategy with a lot of friends. It might be very favored for Kha'Zix, as they can make most of their isolate, so to speak, where they have a single defender and they get all the extra buffs. Or it can be an absolute slog where Kha'Zix will struggle to find an opening.
The one thing that I find interesting about this matchup in particular, the Lee Sin versus Kha'Zix specifically, is that, wow, what the heck is this? 10-10, 7-7? Let's do an odd even, boys. All right, there we go. Victory coming over for Kha'Zix. But I think it's funny that Kha'Zix is the I'm you but better meme. He has to pay 1 and tap to give 1 unit a buff, and Kha'Zix is like, I can just do that for free. It just costs me an XP instead. And I also have an additional effect. Yeah. Well, it's not a rune. And yeah, that's the real money in this game, tapping runes.
Here's the thing. What I am a little worried about as a Lee Sin is if this Kha'Zix, and we have seen this list implemented a few times from, I believe, even 6 in the Runes and Rift tournament settings as well. There are a lot of aggressive Kha'Zix builds that are looking to, kind of finish the game in the first 6 turns sometimes even, with all those extra move effects that the Void Assault brings them. So that is a real threat you have to be looking out for. And if your start is a little on the slower side when you're playing Lee Sin, and your first few units get already taken out when you least expect it, that is a hiccup you just might not recover from.
Yeah, this is interesting, too, to think about how both of these legends revolve around buffing units in some manner or form. Means that they are both going to have some inclusions in their decks that are going to be based on that. In this instance, even here we see this game number 1, the Monastery of Hirana, typically a battlefield you include with the idea that, oh, I'm the only one that's going to be able to take advantage of this. But in this rare instance where you're facing down a Lee Sin, now he can take advantage of it as well. And I'm wondering how many instances like that might come up and how much of an overlap that we'll see in the card selection in both of these decks, at least in the body domain, the color that they both share. Once we get into the purple and green, we already know what those 2 colors offer and how diametrically opposed they could be in this type of setting. So anxious to see how this one turns out with Lee Sin on the play in game number 1. Going to start us off with that Lonely Poro.
Yeah, getting another 2-cost unit in hand. We already saw the Scuttle Crab. And from what I'm seeing right here, when I see Fizzes being played, when there's a lot of Rengars being shown already, that gives me a signal that this Kha'Zix is not particularly looking to, get a swiftest of starts in this game. Getting a tight turn out there, just a 2-drop, taking it easy, keeping things simple for the beginning. Now, choosing to Oh, there we go. We will be debuffing the Poro and getting an extra draw in. And that is really important for our Lee Sin. A color that can struggle a little bit to keep up in card advantage. It's really going to come down to Scuttle Crabs, to sometimes Sunken Temples later in the game where mighty units get to pay one to draw.
Yeah, we could see, like you mentioned at the start, like a more go wide strategy for this Lee Sin deck as well, with Kinku Initiate, I believe, the one that can give 2 other units a buff, and some of the other
The Kinku Monk
more.
is that.
Yeah, okay, the more buff wide or wide buff enablers to get this Lee Sin in the Chosen Champion zone, the Lee Sin Center, to some pretty big might levels, being that he's essentially similar to the Set Kingpin over in the yellow color for Set.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. You will have to keep in mind that, of course, with the Aurelia coming through, I feel the spread of our Lee Sin has some pretty interesting powerhouses to be working around. 2 challenges already in hand, so you got to be very fearful for any Kha'Zix that might come out a little bit early. If you are in this position, it is going to be so important how Kha'Zix gets to duck and weave through these minor threats in relation to these major threats that are being put out. What do I mean by that? I am talking about a little Fey folk that to some people seems irresistible. Being able to manipulate your opponent's unit's positioning and lure them into unfavorable showdowns can really be a backbreaker when you're playing Lee Sin and you have over-invested already into some very costly units.
Yeah, and the inclusion of the Aurelia Fervent in Lee Sin is pretty interesting. It is a cool synergy with the leader ability to tap and give it a buff by selecting it, obviously giving it an additional +1. So getting that extra little might buff from the legend ability is maybe something to think about going forward with this matchup, and how that might help in regards to trying to get over something like this Set brawler that can get rather huge. But we are just going to see the challenge deployed now, and that'll get rid of that Set brawler and leave Kha'Zix with just a Tide Turner. And I think that's not going to last very long here, as we see quite a few cards in hand that Lee Sin has the ability to throw down to get us across the finish line here.
To me, the blade really cuts on both sides, right? Whether it is manipulating Lee Sin's units and get rid of them that way, or the challenge that is being put in this regard, getting the extra draw off of the Lonely Poro anyway, making sure you deploy your Zhonya's afterwards for a more bountiful target to be saving. This is such a major setback for the Kha'Zix, because that is pretty much the entirety of his previous turn erased. And that for 2 energy and power is just such a low-cost investment for you to be making. Now, you do have to land a bit of a follow-up punch here. And I do think deploying something like the Aurelia in this regard, or the Lee Sin centered, but pretty much only the Aurelia, because you have very little other units. It is the line that we will be playing through, to keep up the pressure. And because it is Kha'Zix currently moving first, so to speak, who got to deploy his bomb a little bit earlier, it is now up to us to make sure that we can protect ourselves to any, let's say, Starcross plays coming out, to any irresistible Fey folks that might be hitting the field soon.
Yeah, a key factor in that is leaving that 1 rune up to have Defy at the ready for something like the Starcross, should Kha'Zix try to play that and pay through the deflect on the Aurelia Fervent. And as well, we saw him elected to hold back, not go up and conquer with the Scuttle Crab. Had the ability to, if you wanted to apply the buff to the Scuttle, move it up and get that draw, but wanting to just stay at the even points and not give the Scuttle the free kill over onto the Scuttle and waste the Zhonya's Hourglass, which of course we would much rather have keeping our Aurelia Fervent alive. And now Set coming into the Monastery of Harana is going to get that buff spent to draw and then regained off of its own Conquer effect.
Here's the thing. What makes me a little nervous right now as the Kazakhs, it's like we're walking into turn 5 and 6, and we haven't had a single experience gained yet. Not a single one. And that can kind of hamper your progress as the StarCraft is being played. But, I mean, you can already see what is waiting ahead of it. That will come to a swift end, you will have to say here. Yeah, that's exactly what will transpire.
And no abandon or hard bargain to stop the Defy either. So Defy is going to be able to resolve and send that Starcross to the trash. And like you say, this the Lee Sin player here is playing around combat so effectively and not allowing our Kha'Zix player to win any combats and start gaining that XP through the legend effect, forcing him to rely on some just an XP generation from something like the 2 mana on play create an XP or some hunt cards, but we're not seeing any of those yet. So perhaps maybe only trying to generate XP off of combat victories, as well as the Kha'Zix chosen champion lying in wait. Does have 4 runes at the ready now. Could opt to pass and leave those open to threaten the Kha'Zix, but instead is going to drop down a Fey Folk and now follow that up with the signature spell Void Rush coming down.
And this is a major investment coming through, right? To potentially deal with just some units popping through. Now, getting rid of the Scuttle already just to make sure that there's no safety net whatsoever for that Irelia. It will come at the cost of the hand information that will be coming through. A first little pip of experience for our Kha'Zix pilot. Now, you do have to keep in mind here that when we are popping through our cards like this, spending so much power just to get rid of a single zone, yes, the fact that you get to at least bring your big bomb of a unit back to safety is honestly almost more important than it is to, let's say, get a major blow done to the Lee Sin.
Yeah, well, now we're sitting in a position where the Kha'Zix is tapped out and on low runes, like you said, after having to pay through the deflect costs and paying for the Void Assault. We've gone down to only 4 runes, so not a lot to rebuild with on the following turn. And as we see here in the Lee Sin's hand, there is a challenge that will be able to get that set off the board yet again, just like before, challenge the set away and leave just the Fey Folk lying there to try and claw back in with that Tide Turner, but the Tide Turner is more than likely going to go to the bin as well right now. So it's looking pretty good for Lee Sin and being able to keep this board under control. And I'm wondering how Kha'Zix is going to try to climb back from that position.
And the most important aspect to keep in mind is how efficient Lee Sin is keeping the reins onto the Kha'Zix, right? Irelia moving out, getting rid of the Tide Turner. Then a single challenge being able to deal with the set. The fact that you're getting all these card positive plays, you only have to look at cards available and cards spent, mana spent, energy available to see that these Lee Sin is eking out favor after favorable trade time and time again. And you really kind of start to understand why Lee Sin is bringing Abandoned Hall to this type of game.
Yeah, the Abandoned Hall synergy with Irelia Fervent needs no explanation. It is just so powerful. It makes complete sense why he's running this battlefield when he seems to be trying to gear this deck around that Irelia a little bit more than I would have anticipated the Lee Sin deck to be doing in the first place. I would have thought that we might have been going for that go wide buff strategy, but instead it's going to be a go tall defend the Irelia strategy. And I don't hate this idea. I just like to see Lee Sin see any type of, love and appreciation. So hopefully we can see this deck go quite far in the tournament, as they seem to be playing rather well into this Kha'Zix deck in this game number 1.
So it really comes down for the Kazakhs right now to just get into the swing of things once more, to have more bodies to play around with. It is being made rather difficult as Lee Sin is once again threatening another Defy, but it's going to be a little tougher to try and threaten a Defy when you're trying to ambush your Kazakhs. But this is the tricksiness of Calm and Body being paired up, because a single energy representing Punch First as well, you really cover off both of your bases in this regard, where you're saying, all right, if you go for another Starcross attempt, I am threatening the Defy. If you go for an ambush play, I am threatening the Punch First. Now, it would absolutely devastate the Lee Sin rune economy in that sense. However, the fact that you have to force your opponent to make that extra mental leap of like, all right, I can't make a decisive play. I'm just going to have to guess which one is in hand and hope I guessed right. Hope I deduced from all the information that is floating out there how to continue forward. Because if you don't, the next turn is where Lee Sin starts running away with it, holding up to 6, being able to double retreat back to base, whilst still being able to run around with a Stellacorn herder.
Wow, a Vex being deployed, apathetic to the base alongside another irresistible Fey Folk. So just kind of setting up, and now for the first time, Lee Sin going up into the point lead, and on a point lead exactly where you want to be, 6 points, 6-4 now. Lee Sin is threatened lethal next turn and has just got himself a second copy of Punch First, which should make going for lethal a whole lot easier, having 2 1-for-5 might buffs in hand, and the Aurelia Fervent, who of course loves to be selected by spells, especially on something like an Abandoned Hall. So I'm feeling pretty good for our Lee Sin player here, but obviously it's not over yet. We have the ability to move up our Stella just to get us an extra draw, but may not be entirely necessary. Might as well just set up,
what do you
drop
want to
the
draw?
second Fervent, and then
we already have it. We already have
gear up for
we
next
already
turn.
have Punch First.
Yeah, double Punch First, as it were, too. So going up to 8 runes next turn is quite a few to work with, and then having the ability to throw this Vex Apathetic onto a battlefield for Kha'Zix means we will get that stun effect live, but I don't think Lee Sin is really trying to ambush anything. At least we haven't seen it yet, but I would be surprised not to see something like a Rengar Trophy Hunter not included in a body deck.
It's tough to imagine, but I feel like the tipping point for Lee Sin we've already passed. They are already set up for success in their next turn. They really have to start chipping away, and they have to start with that now. And that means you're going to have to invest something, just a little bit, to start dealing with these Aurelias. And I'm going to be very honest with you, a third Irresistible Fey Folk is not going to cut it. You're going to have to make the leap on maybe a Fizz play. See if you can get another Void Assault out there. But who is picking up the punches here? There is no punching bag on the side of Kha'Zix's field.
Yeah, and not a lot to really help out with this Fizz into Void Assault play here. I mean, you have the Chosen Champ able to ambush in, potentially could try to go over to the Abandoned Hall there to put us up to 6 ourselves, and then maybe from there try and hold out. We do have a Repulse if there's anything like the third challenge, but it just feels like there's not enough going on in the Kha'Zix's hand, or trash for that matter, at this point to be able to come away with the victory here. But going for the Star-Crossed, actually, not the Void Assault. So opting now to recycle the 2 purple and select Fizz as their unit they'd like to return. And then I'm assuming that from there we're selecting the Aurelia, which will now be paid through the Deflect and unfortunately be met by the infamous Calm spell Defy.
absolutely devastating. You see all the hoops that Kazakh has to jump through to get access to another star-crossed, only to meet a very similar fate as earlier into the game. And that should be kind of the wake-up call in this regard for, well, to maybe see what is coming up next. This turn for Lee Sin, they are looking to gain control of game number 1 to get a win in their column. Now, Aurelia's readied, so they are already enjoying some extra delicious buffs.
And of course, we can move our Stellacorn into the abandoned hall, draw an extra card just for some more ammo, throw down that first mate to ready it up, move it back, draw some more ammo should we need it. But I don't think there's anything really that's going to help our Kazakhs come out of victorious against double Aurelia Fervence, especially with double punch first.
You see the Lee Sin contemplate, and what I think is going through their head, is it worth to sacrifice my Scuttle Crab just to know what's in the hand of our Kazakhs, right? We can kind of scout out the way if you want to, because they do have 5 energy up still. Now that you don't want to suddenly choke on a Rancor you didn't see coming or a last minute challenge. Whatever shenanigans can be popping through. Now, there is the initial investment, as we will be seeing a Kazakhs make its way onto the battlefield.
Yeah, this seems like a little bit of a misstep, in my opinion, to go in with this 1 unit at a time strategy, knowing that the Kazakhs was there, giving him the ability to get that free +2. Obviously, I don't think it ultimately makes any difference, but it is just an extra free 2 XP and 2 might for our Kazakhs player to send in the Stellacorn by itself just to try and trade away, I believe, what was originally just going to be the Vex Apathetic. But after this punch first now, it'll be the Kazakhs as well as the Monk.
And this is the luxury that Lee Sin has. He is so far ahead that he can throw away 3 cards just to scout out ahead. In any other regard, I would have a hard time calling this a winning play, but it doesn't matter for the Lee Sin. He is so far ahead. He can throw around cards. He can pay as much power as he wants, because it doesn't matter in the end. He reigns victorious game 1 to Lee Sin, and Kazakh will be fighting for their life in game number 2.
Yeah, great game from our Lee Sin player in this first game number 1. Well played, well executed, had a clear game plan, and this is one of those interesting dilemmas that we talked about at the beginning when we saw the Monastery of Hirana come out for the Kazakhs player. Like I mentioned before, it's typically something that you do because you're thinking, I'm going to be the only player most of the time to take advantage of this. But I think in that game we saw Lee Sin get more draws out of it than Kazakhs did. So interesting how that ended up playing out, and wondering if that might be another point of pain for this matchup going into these follow-up games, if there's going to be any more overlapping battlefield decisions that might inadvertently advantage his opponent more than he originally anticipated.
And going into game 2, I think a lot of the advantages that a player can procure for themselves in this matchup is in, can I address the threats of my opponent that are coming out one by one? In the same regard that it is incredibly devastating for an Aurelia deck to lose their Aurelia the turn they play it. It kind of worked similar here, because Kazakhs, every time they invested most of their turn to either put out a bomb or to try and make a minor unit hit the battlefield whilst also addressing a larger threat on their enemy side of the board. Now, every single time, they had an answer ready, Lee Sin. They had the Defy ready to counter the Star-Crossed. They had the challenges ready to address their opponent's threats. Now, if Kazakhs gets to go first, at least that very first turn, you get to be the player who gets to addresses the threats outside of their board. Is that enough to shift the tides? Or can more and more Zonias keep Lee Sin keeping up? Because we saw how many tight twists and turns they had to ring themselves in to even get rid of a single Zonius. Can the sideboard really help them out here?
Yeah, I'm very curious to know. I mean, maybe you know, Bandit, what the traditional opinion on the matchup between Kha'Zix versus Master Yi is, being that it is as well a calm and body domain deck.
So it really kind of, yeah, it's so boring to say it depends, but it does. If you're going with more mid-rangey Kha'Zix, as it looks like to be the case here, usually you're not too upset, because with the access to challenges that you have, and because the Master Yi kind of wants isolated fights, right? With a single defender, you can kind of keep up through that.
Okay.
You have
Yeah.
access to a lot of irresistible Fey folks to get comfortable showdowns for yourself. So the Kha'Zix matchup into Master Yi, it's still Master Yi that you're facing off against. So, the floor is so incredibly high. It is so resilient and so
Yeah.
adept at keeping themselves in a match. And facing down a Ruin Runner is just as much a nightmare for Kha'Zix as it is for literally any other Chaos deck.
Yeah.
So, even though you can say, oh, there's definitely answers, calling it a favorable matchup goes maybe a little bit too far. But with the Lee Sin coming through, it is a lot of similarities, except for the fact that there seems to just be just a few more bodies and
Yeah.
their tendency to stick around longer than you'd like them to.
Yeah, they have to compensate for the lack of that free might buff that Master Yi affords by playing a couple extra units to make up that difference and present more of a threat. And like you said, that it also means that they're not forced to play on this axis of trying to take the solo battlefield showdowns, and that is something that Kha'Zix is able to prey on, typically, like you mentioned, against the Master Yi. But in Lee Sin, not feeling the need or not having the need to have a unit defend by itself means that more often than not, he can attempt to play around the Kha'Zix's isolation preferences a little bit better than maybe Master Yi could. However, there are still some clear advantages that you get from being Master Yi over Lee Sin. And one of the things that I was actually curious to see maybe out of this Lee Sin deck is whether or not it would include the signature spell. It's a card that I don't get to see played very often.
Yeah, the Dragon Rage, it's like a challenge with extra steps, right? It's
Yeah.
You get to move some enemy units around, have them deal damage to each other. It feels highly situational.
Yeah.
I would love to see it, because we do see a lot of tall units being played. We see Aurelius being played. Even when you look at Rengars, being able to move those around, it works wonders. However, it comes
Yeah.
with quite a price tag that is still defiable. So
Yeah.
you're kind of, on the one hand, if it would cost 5 energy, you'd be like, oh man, that feels really expensive for the effect that it does. But at least it couldn't be defied. So sometimes
Yeah.
that tipping point between 4 and 5 energy is really important. Now, I want to talk about the battlefields, because we have some more isolated punishment coming through with the waste popping through. And a familiar phase, we talked about it earlier, the Sunken Temple. More draw available ever still.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, in game number 1, this color combination of calm and body can sometimes struggle in the draw power department. Why you see cards like Stellacorn be such an MVP for these versions of this type of deck is because of how difficult it can be to get back into the game once your early plays start to dwindle away, once you're forced to throw down those defies and your Zanyas and whittle away your resources. If they can break through, it can be really hard to come back. And having this extra ability to draw cards off the battlefield is definitely something you're going to want to see Lee Sin take as much advantage of as possible. And I think the buffing from Lee Sin is going to be paying into that.
I do believe we saw an abandon in hand for Kha'Zix. Did you see that as well? Or did I absolutely hallucinate that one?
It is right there, right behind that Void Assault that was just taken off of the stacked deck. So he had a signature spell in hand and a abandon to back it up.
That feels awful, into the Lee Sin, right? There's no big spells that you want to be countering. However, abandoning your own spells to get them past Defy, how do we feel about that?
That's an interesting. I mean, it also is not awful into everything. It's pretty good to abandon a punch first if your opponent really needs that +5 might. How willing are they to spend 4 runes to the bottom for it?
It's definitely it has its uses, but to me, it my gut feels like, all right, what are we abandoning here? Defies, challenges, all cards that are they're probably happy to pay more than once. They'll have to leave enough energy open. Like it's not a bad card, but in let's say in retrospect, a Singularity or like against an Ezreal or the ones, the big ones where you really feel awful when it gets abandoned. We'll see how it pays off. For the moment, we have once again Lee Sin coming out onto the battlefields, making a safe retreat, and just leaving very little openings to be taken advantage of for the Kazakhs to get a good trade through. Now, the next step for Lee Sin is to establish a larger body, the Lee Sin Center, the Aurelia, so we can start leveraging those freshly drawn challenges once more.
And the Lee Sin buff actually being the only reason he was able to draw off the Sunken Temple there, cast On Guard onto our Lonely Port to bring it up to 4, and then granted it that buff to bring it up to 5, so it could be mighty enough to draw us a card at the Sunken Temple. Something uniquely afforded to Lee Sin in this case, but across the way we're seeing our Kazakhs now move into the battlefield, not able to get that draw themselves. They don't have a 5 might unit, but now utilizing Void Assault will be able to move on over to the Forbidding Waste, and as Void Assault does say on the card in this instance, you are the attacker, so that means the -2 effect coming across on that first mate will make this an easy victory for Kazakhs, and now got some XP rocking and rolling.
However, you are left a little bit exposed because now you are ending your turn on the wastes, where unless you have a tight turn to sitting around, like you are vulnerable next turn because you are a sitting duck on your own battlefield, suffering the -2 might if need be. And trading with a Poro on there, I don't think the Lee Sin would mind too much. However, the victory points have been accrued, and Kazakhs is looking to up the speed at which we've been playing just that little bit.
And Kazakhs being tapped with 1 XP available leads me to believe that I missed him playing that buff down onto his 2-drop there at the start of that turn. And had he not given it the buff, I believe it still wins the victory at the Forbidding Waste thanks to that -2 onto the first mate, which means the buff wasn't necessarily required. And he could have then used the 2 XP he would have had to move this back and keep it safe. But opting to maybe just actually use it as bait now to come in and now drop the Grim Resolve to give it +3, bringing it from should be 1 up to 4, so 4 to 3. It's winning by 1 currently. Does Lee Sin have the answer to come back and get the victory at this battlefield and stop the extra XP generation that Grim Resolve will gain?
It will have to come down to that, and how willing is Lee Sin to stick it out on this one, right? Because a single discipline here, a single On Guard, will shift the tides once more, and this Lonely Poro will be sticking around just that little bit longer. Now, why is this so important? These players are playing with very little units available as of yet, and the longer there is only the Irresistible Faefolk laying around, is going to be really, really tough to deal with these major threats like the Aurelia. So playing out, tapping out for the Lee Sin feels safer than it usually would.
Yeah, and in this instance, we saw the tap out be followed up by the Zanyas being hidden at the Forbidding Waste as well. So typically you don't want to drop the Aurelia Fervent down without a way to protect it. And here we have just that with the Zanyas. And of course, the Zanyas can be played in response, I believe, to the death knell. So being able to trigger the death knell should this Lonely Poro go down and then save the Zanyas for our Aurelia instead is a nice added bonus here by
But
having this Lonely
are
Poro
we
at
at
the
risk?
Forbidding Waste.
Because we can still Irresistible Feyfolk and send Kha'Zix in after with the ambush trigger.
That's true, but that
Like,
would
yeah,
mean
you'll
we
have
would
to
have
pay
to have a
for
way to
deflect.
get through this initially with something other than the Feyfolk, as there's nothing else currently on board.
Yeah, but you can ambush the Kha'Zix, right?
You ambush the Kha'Zix and then move the Feyfolk with
No, you
what?
move the Feyfolk, you lure in Aurelia, and then when the showdown starts, you ambush with Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix gets the +2 for the fact that Aurelia is alone. You trade your Feyfolk for the Aurelia, and then you get to pay 1 and draw off of Sunken Temple as well.
That's not too bad, yeah. And then we don't get rid of the Aurelia because of the Zanya still,
The
but
Zonyas is hidden. It is, in fact, hidden. It is
Yeah.
to the side. I kind of missed that. I thought we were talking about it for the next turn or something. It is...
no,
I mean,
yeah, I
when-
was saying that it's hidden at the Forbidding Waste. So there's this Aurelia is
You're completely right.
completely fine, as now we get the activation. Whoa, preemptive actually. He flipped it. Oh, he was forced to because of the pull from the Irresistible Feyfolk over to the Sunken Temple. So now the Zanyas will be utilized on the Lonely Poro, so not going to get the draw off of the Lonely Poro, and now also has no protection for this Aurelia. So if there's a challenge here, could pay through the deflect and
Challenge.
just challenge
Void
the
Assault.
Aurelia.
We're really looking for more and more. Like a Void Assault here would be perfect because you can move over to the wastes and still have the experience ready for Kha'Zix to get back to safety. But it is not what will happen here, and that is a really painful point because now your Kha'Zix is vulnerable once more. Now it is Lee Sin who gets to dominate and see if they can deal with the threat of a Kha'Zix.
And there is a challenge in hand for Lee Sin yet again. So has the ability to drop the challenge, to take out this Kha'Zix. And if Kha'Zix doesn't have anything to respawn with those 2 runes up in hand, then
I do believe they
Well-
have the counter in hand.
okay. Oh, there is repulse, but
repulse.
repulse has to be at a battlefield, so can't repulse a challenge.
In
While
this
it's
case,
at
it
base.
definitely does. Walking to safety might have signed his own death warrant.
Yeah, now we're moving in for that conquer, tying us up at 4-4, having a
And just
tie
think
game.
of how doomed this will be, because that will leave this Kha'Zix with no bodies whatsoever.
Yeah, and Lee Sin's contemplating it, wondering if there's anything that he can perhaps respond with that might make this challenge go the wrong way. Again, we don't have any protection for this Aurelia anymore. The Zanyas has gone away to the bin after saving the Lonely Pora, but we will get the activation of Lee Sin, which will afford us that extra +1 thanks to targeting Aurelia, bringing us all the way up to 7 with that buff. So 7 challenging 4 means that there needs to be something big in hand, some kind of big reaction, but it'll just be an abandon that is going to send that challenge back to hand. Seeing a Starcross on top, opts to throw it to the bottom, and now Lee Sin more than willing to pay the price yet again and get
And that
this
is the
challenge.
the awkwardness of the abandon, right, against a deck that employs so many cheaper spells. This is not the punch first where they have to go very, very deep into their pockets to be paying for it once again. You are kind of content with the damage that you're doing. Kha'Zix has to start from scratch. Only something as a Rengar could kind of keep them up in tempo still, but that would still leave them exposed. Do you really feel confident enough to deploy a Rengar into an Aurelia?
And he's all spells in hand currently, so Kha'Zix needs a unit off the top
Oh,
and draws
Oh.
a hard bargain. Oh, just a absolute brick in hand for our Kazakhs player. And that might
to
be
add on
all
to
she
it,
wrote right there, as now the double hold is going to come across, get us up to 6. And I don't see any card coming off the top that's going to remedy the situation for our Kazakhs player.
and to make it all worse, like he predicted a Starcross and bottomed that as well. So that is just a bit of a unfortunate turn of events where all your spells are, well, they're not social distancing, let's put it like that. They are all huddled up. And in this regard, as the Lee Sin, would you double retreat once again just so you can cover off any Rengar plays that might be coming out? It is the way we're going.
Yeah, just playing on the safe side here. You got that 6-4 lead. You can set up this big base, drop this Stellacorn along for the ride as well. Has another copy of Zanya's if he really wants to set it down, if he's that afraid of something coming that could answer it. But it'll just be a first mate, and he's just going to scoop off of that. Nothing that he can do with just a first mate to come away with a victory here. And that'll be Lee Sin taking a surprising 2-0 victory in round number 4 of the Beijing National Open. Kazakhs getting defeated by the Blind Monk.
Biting the dust, being put back in it where insects belong. Now, I do have to say, when we are looking at the matchup, the surgical precision and efficiency that Lee Sin gets to address these threats that Kazakhs putting out one by one, honestly, it almost feels reminiscent of like the way Annie likes to play, where as long as they can address your many, many resources in only a handful of cards, they are having a splendid of a time. But having to face off into, let's say, a Victor might be a lot more difficult for Lee Sin. No matter for this round, as they will be moving on victorious.
And you love to see it. If you're a Lee Sin fan, you don't get to see him very often. Doesn't have a high
'cause he's blind.
representation. And but now we finally have Lee Sin not only showing up on coverage, but showing up and showing out with a 2-0 victory over Kazakhs, who I made the reference to in the beginning, saying I'm you but better, but turns out not the case here. And I
Lee Sin's still
like
the OG.
I love to see the Lee Sin victories, because Lee Sin was one of my like original favorite heroes, because I always love the Bruce Lee characters in like every fighting game and every video game that I play. And that overnumbered Lee Sin, the Dragon Fist Lee Sin,
It's
really
gorgeous.
man, it's so nice. And seeing it on display and getting to come away with the win is always nice to see, and gives me a little
it's
bit of
layered.
hope for the future of Lee Sin. I haven't looked into him yet for set 4, but maybe set 4 might have given this guy a little bit more room to work with as well.
And I kind of love it as well, because I feel like the iteration of Lee Sin, it's also kind of like closely tied to competitive league, where
Yeah.
before like
Insect.
Muay Thai came out, this was kind of like one of the go-tos to kind of be running around with. At least when I see it, I'm kind of hit with nostalgia in a way. And the way they
Yeah.
depicted it, once again, they've been knocking it out of the park art-wise. Now I'm going to have to look around. Is Plus joining us? Plus, are you here?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Ko, I'm not sure if you guys heard that, but I think we will be throwing it to a little bit of a break right now. When we get back, we will be getting ready for round number 5. Mr. Plus, may I thank you for your wonderful assistance. If I were to be interested in to see what your breakfast was yesterday, where could I keep track of you?
Unfortunately, Bandit, I don't think there's anywhere on the planet that you can keep track of my breakfast. But if you want to see more of my
I'll have to do it
Riftbound
for you
related, my Riftbound related content, you can always follow me over at X. I try to interact with the community as much as possible. I love the Riftbound community. And if you want to see some podcasting, startup in its fledgling form, I have a new podcast over on Conquer and Climb. Links are available by Plus. So go ahead and check it out if you guys want to get some more of my content. But that's about it for me tonight in
Yeah.
this form of the Beijing National. But I will be back for day 2 tomorrow, as well as in a few hours, I will see you guys for the Germany 5K. So I am got a
Stick
lot of
around.
casting
Stick
ahead of
around.
me.
Give it a little look over. We'll be throwing it to break. In the downtime, you kind of have to see what Mr. Plus is up to in the meantime. And, well, maybe after that, there will be a round 5. Don't go anywhere.
Gem Jammer, and Gem Jammer and a Phoenix Undying.
Yeah, and there's a power cost of playing that Phoenix, so you're kind of thinking about that. Like, is that?
And I believe we have a Pharaoh's Forerunner, and I think a Falling Star there in the back as well. And I'm not sure what the final card is, but we are going to move into the arena's greatest and get us our first point that we were so cruelly denied on that turn 1. And now Rek'Sai Trigger coming out, revealing a Gem Cutter, Gem Jammer, and Gem Jammer and a Phoenix Undying.
Yeah, and there's a power cost of playing that Phoenix, so you're kind of thinking about that. Like, is that? I actually think you just play the Phoenix this turn. The Gem Jammer giving you ganking. If you play it, you kind of just lose that ability. But I think he's considering this. Is there a different card he might be thinking of playing on his turn? The Falling Star is there again. And
Yeah, I
know,
wonder
if
if
you heard
he's
Mr. Plus.
considering that after the last. I mean, at least this time, you know that what can happen. Maybe he was like not super well versed in the matchup or something like that in that first round, in that first game. But now that you've seen exactly what can happen if you let that Lilia go unchecked, you are maybe a little bit more inclined to go for it. But nope, we're actually just gonna get a Void Assault that isn't gonna hit anything you really want to be playing here. Just a draw 2 and pass it over. Letting this Lilia live to fight another day, as a Smoke and Mirrors, the premier combo with this card, gets drawn off the top. All things are not looking well in the Rek'Sai believers' homes tonight, as that arena's greatest trigger miss plus the way things are turning out right now for Lilia is making us kind of feel like it might be a replay of the last game. How are you feeling about this one so far?
I feel like it's worse than the last game right now. Because the Void Rush is so ambitious as well. Like, generally speaking, what a lot of Rek'Sais want to do is they want to play a card before they go and conquer, right? And then you want to try and maximize the value on that. Void Rush cheats that in a way. Again, because there's a chance with Legion cards. And I don't know if this Rek'Sai is running Legion cards, but I've got to assume that he is. And so you often want to save the Void Rush to be something you play at the beginning of your turn, because it counts as a card played for the sake of Legion. And instead, he ends up playing the Void Rush, not hitting anything he can actually play immediately. So he's just going to lose that 2 energy. He's deramped himself further by paying those power costs. And now you've also wasted Gem Jammer. And Undying Phoenix has gone to the bottom of your deck. So you're not going to have the Phoenix party anymore. Like, at best, you get a pair. But you don't get all 3 just swing in left and right. And then, in the meantime, you also have to tap out. So Lilia is more than happy to make all of this happen once again, with the Devil Sprite holding on one side, other Sprite conquering away. And as far as Lilia is concerned, like you said, Mr. Plus, this is just a replay of Game 1, but with better starts.
Yeah, honestly, almost an exact replay, because we got the Smoke and Mirrors right off the rip as well. So showing just exactly what you want to be doing in this type of Lilia deck. This is your game plan. You just want to be as efficient at bringing out as many sprites as possible, as often as possible as you can. And it seems like a I don't know, like a really simple and potentially easy to out game plan, but these little guys can really be frustrating to deal with. It on its face, you're thinking it's just a bunch of tokens. I can beat that,
Yeah.
but now we see how much power these provide by taking down another Falling Star. Actually, I'm sorry, I missed that. We just saw the Falling Star come out. No Phoenixes though being brought out from the Falling Star.
Yeah, no Phoenixes to be had, because that one got recycled. So
Oh, we got recycled, and now the Gem Jammer Conquer giving us the Rek'Sai ability reveals 2 2-drops, both easy enough to be played, but is that what he wants to be doing with the rest of his turn?
and the question is, does he want the gold, or does he want the Void Hatchling sort of scry ability? I almost feel like you want the Void Void Hatchling, pardon me, at this point, if you're going to use the Rek'Sai Legend. One thing to think about with Rek'Sai Legend too is that it is basically almost like card draw for Rek'Sai, because you're drawing the cards, you've got the options to play them. It doesn't use your hand. So when you keep using the Rek'Sai ability and choose not to actually apply it, you've got to remember that you're shrinking your hand size as well and your options of what you've got. So I'm glad that he did ultimately opt to go with the Void Hatchling. It is really good for Rek'Sai to get it. The sooner you get it out, the better, since it gives you more chances to look for what you want.
Man, the Lilia's hand is looking real juicy. The Spriper's coming out now, but there was also a Vile Maw back there. And we're going to get this double conquer coming out again. Lilia, the queen of double conquering, just relentlessly sending sprites at you. And, you know, it's this interesting thing where you have these other decks that are playing cards like the Investigator to look at your opponent's hand and gain hand knowledge to see what kind of threats that they might be presenting your way. But in Lilia's case, while looking at their hand will give you knowledge of what type of threats they will send your way, more oftentimes than not, it's just how many sprites are you going to send my way? I already know what the threats are. It's just how many of them can you make?
Hey man, there's always the start of Scuttle, Mr. Plus. We must not forget Scuttle's first blood.
You're right.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with you. That's one of the frustrating things about playing into Lilia as well. You know the threat, but it's inexorable. It's inevitable. It's just going to swing in. And the question is just, do you have enough might to deal with it? And that goes back to what you were talking about early on about Rek'Sai. You've got a lot of small drops, but trying to hold on is going to be kind of tough because those sprites are going to be more than happy to trade with you. And besides the Noxus Hopeful, you don't have a lot of bodies who can kind of block in. We do see Void Rush being used. And again, we talked about this. This counts as Legion, so the Noxus Hopeful could be played right now, just like that with the 2 might, and it would only cost the 2 energy, pardon me, for the 4 might.
Yeah, and it'll be free thanks to the discount from the Void Rush too. So one of the great combos with, like you said, because of the Legion, getting that cost reduced to 2, and then the Void Rush being able to pay reduce that cost by 2 further, making you a free 4/4, and then adding the Hidden Blade to hand. One of the honestly, one of the best hits possible for your signature spell in Rek'Sai is what we just witnessed. So good hit for our Rek'Sai player, but will it be enough to get them back in this game, as it's already 5-2? And once again, I would be remiss if I wasn't the resident clock looker, or remind everyone that the clock is a potential enemy as well. This is for 2 aggro decks that we thought were going to be all gas, no breaks. This 2 games have taken a long amount of time, and this one, although it's 5-2, it still for some reason doesn't feel like it's really close to ending right now. So we may not have enough time to get a game 3 in. So Rek'Sai is really going to need to try to piece this together a little bit faster if they want to stand a chance at maybe getting there in the 3rd game. But you know, in the aspect of speed, I think Lilia edges Rek'Sai out just a little bit if we even do make it to that 3rd game.
Yeah, this one feels like almost a blowout for the Lilia right now with how fast she's accelerating, and the fact that the Rek'Sai is fast running out of options. I think this turn he's wondering, do I accelerate? Do I bring my chosen champion in? Because that Void Hatchling is not strong enough to overcome. And if you Hidden Blade a sprite on your own turn, boy, does that feel bad. The Lilia's just like, oh, sweet, card draw, I'll take it. And you've got to remember to, yep, there you go. There's the accelerate that I think he was really thinking over, because it's kind of just like the one movement you have, the one shot you have. And yeah, you got to take out the one in Duskro's Lab, or else it's just card draw for the Lilia.
Yeah, so we take out the Duskro's Lab, get to trigger the Rek'Sai, even though there's only 1 rune floating, not very much that you could. Oh, except for the cleave that you can use on your hatchling to get over the sprite. Yeah. You know, that isn't what I would have expected to happen off of this Rek'Sai hit, but that's why this Rek'Sai player's piloting the deck and not me. He knew that there was something that he could hit with just 1 rune up, and he hit exactly that, and it was what he needed to get these sprites out of the way and tried to claw his way back into this game, but now 9 runes up for Lilia and a Ravenbloom student already established. So if we start slinging a few spells to create more sprites, this Ravenbloom's going to be a threat of its own.
Yeah, and we've got to remember Rex tapped out, fully tapped out for this Rek'Sai play. He did not opt to hide the hidden blades, so both those units are exposed and vulnerable. And for the Lilia player, you can always just make a sprite and send it in. Like, I do think you really want to kill that Rek'Sai that can accelerate things. So any sort of spell, even a Stupefy would be enough to conquer one side, take the other, and then, you know, potentially just set up for the win on the very next turn.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny thing about the sequencing of that last turn is that although I'd have to go back and rewatch it exactly, but in terms of available resources, that one resource that was used on the cleave could have been used to accelerate the Legion, the Noxus Hopeful, I'm sorry, that was played that turn should the Rek'Sai have been on board already prior. So leading with the Rek'Sai that turn could have given him that capability where he didn't have to rely on that top deck cleave. But
yeah,
nonetheless, we are in the situation we are now, which is a big hand for Lilia, a Scuttle Crab, Viamod, Defy. I didn't get to catch the rest of it.
I'm trying to catch that as well. I understand, though, the reason why it ended up being the way it was with the Noxus Hopeful, because when you Void Rush, you're kind of looking to see what your options are early, and if you hit like maybe a Falling Star or something, maybe that could have changed things, right? You didn't want the Accelerate was sort of a move of last choice that the Rek'Sai ended up doing because he didn't hit anything else or better and didn't have really any other options in hand. Meanwhile, we did see the Stupefy come down, and we were talking about the potential double conk to come in, knowing that he's tapped out. So Ravenbloom to one side, and then we see the Sprite, of course, to the Dusk Rose Lab. I actually think the Scuttle being dropped early might have been a mistake, because if you had put it on the side with the Sprite, there's the threat of holding. You just need to hold one side to win, and I don't know how much Accelerate the Rek'Sai has left, so they'd have to burn a spell to kill both sides.
Yeah, that's true. And it's funny, the way that we just were talking about the previous turn kind of went back to what you said during the break about my aversion to gambling compared to some I'm on the one hand thinking like, yeah, you could just accelerate the Noxus Hopeful and not have to worry about what you hit off the top, but you're totally right. Playing and seeing getting more information with the Void Assault first before committing the Rek'Sai is more often than not the correct play. It's just you know, that's why I don't play decks like Rek'Sai and Dazzling Aurora. I don't want to gamble.
And you know,
at least as little as I can in a card game. Obviously, we're always gambling a little bit, but I'm trying not to dial that knob all the way up to 11.
And if we've learned anything tonight, Mr. Plus, it's that you're a very wise man. Don't gamble beyond your means, because the gambling has not worked out right now. The Misfortune deck ended up losing to a slightly more consistent Garen deck. What a wild statement to say.
Really, truly wild. In 2026, that's what we're talking about. In Riftbound Unleashed meta is Garen outperforming Sivir as an Aurora deck.
Consistent, jeez. And also, the Rek'Sai has just not been hitting, unfortunately, for the Rek'Sai player. So, very, very, very tough. And you can see now he's considering his options. We've got a Void Rush, a Sacrifice, a Call the Weak, and then he found his hand close a little bit faster than I could see, which means that he can survive this turn. But I don't think he can survive the Lilia's turn.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the aspects about Rek'Sai that is a little bit scary for me to get behind the wheel of, is that it feels like it can be so feast or famine. I've been told that it's a lot more consistent in general than my perception of it is, but it just feels like sometimes that this deck can be just incredibly powerful, where you're hitting under Titans and playing out Noxus Hopefuls for free and getting all of your removal, and it just feels like it's this unstoppable force. And then other times, much like we were talking about with Aurora, it can just feel like it falls flat on its face. Whereas Lilia as an aggro deck is the antithesis to that. She is Mrs. Consistent. All she wants to do is the same thing every turn. And I think that's what is interesting in like deck selection and approach to tournaments and everything about like these are two aggressively slanted decks, and if you consider yourself an aggro player, you might be considering both of these decks. And so then the decision comes down to what flavor of aggro do you want. Maybe the ceiling on Lilia isn't as high, but she's much more consistent. And Rek'Sai, on the other hand, may have a much lower floor, but man, the ceiling can be really, really high. So it's kind of this weird decision point now, especially since they're from different sets too, on perhaps whether or not like the design philosophy itself is changing after how powerful certain legends were in set 2. Maybe we'll see legends going forward not being so swingy and be more consistently focused like we see with Lilia, as now Viomok comes down onto the arena's greatest.
So this is the trick tech that we see with temporary, because he's reacting to the temporary trigger to drop Valmont. And now you need to have a reaction to kill it. You can see his face. He's just like, come on, come on. He's got to define hand too. That's worth noting. So
I like the editor. Whoever is in charge of coverage right now, that was like the perfect spacing and timing for you to cut to that exact moment of him looking him in the face like, what are you going to do about it?
Get Valmont. Is that a hidden blade he's holding? None.
I think he's trying. He's going to try to sacrifice his Ferris Forerunner to dig for a hidden blade potentially.
Okay. But hidden blade can't react to this.
Oh,
Hidden
that's
Blade's
right.
action speed.
Hidden Blade's in action. He can't. I don't know what he could.
There's nothing.
I don't think there's anything he could get.
Okay, well he's gonna try, and that's fair enough, right? Like if you lose right now, you lose the round. There is no game 3 here. If the Lily wins, so he's gonna try everything he can do. But really well played from the Valmont. I was trying to remember if he could do that, but I kept thinking in my head that he only had 7 runes, but I forgot that. Yeah, he's gonna channel. Wait, yeah, because I kept thinking he had 7 runes. I don't know why I kept thinking he had 7 runes, but he actually had 9 runes, so he was able to do that. Because in my head I was like, he needs to channel first, and it's gonna happen in the beginning phase. So, yep, that's he is bumped.
the pop off. I respect it. That's a cool way to win. You know, just hey, I know you thought that this. Yeah, show it off. That's what we're talking about. You thought that little sprite was just gonna go away and you're gonna have to fight me up for a whole nother turn. Nah, I'm just winning right now. Viomok, get in there.
Point. And with the draw you get from Kinko Initiate, with the runes you've been getting from the battlefield as well. Okay, and we've got a player called Nirvana here, along with a
cool
player
name.
who looks like he's from some team. Again, with the nails. The nails are on point for some of our players today. I know chat was popping off in game 1 about the thing. Ari, okay.
Yeah.
That's a legend we also
Wow.
haven't seen. When I first saw the cards from set 3, I did think it'd be good for Ari, and plus is going to get his Rengar.
Yeah,
There we go.
Right.
Offense versus, well, I guess Rengar's not really offense, because just when you play it, you can ambush on your opponent's turn.
Look, and it's the Chinese exclusive Rengar that we are not going to get. Very cool. Thank you, right?
We said
But
this last week,
anyway, the Ari is kind of interesting. They are opting to play the green Ari instead of the the blue. I feel like generally it's the blue one because it's just a little bit higher value on its own, right? You play it and it's getting value every combat, whereas green is, well, you have to hold, which, as we discussed when we were talking about Vex, holding is not guaranteed by any means.
Yeah, Starspring, as well as the Raven Bloom Conservatory. Starspring gonna, I think, pretty obviously gonna be the Rengars, whereas Raven Bloom is the Ari staple. Going back to your point there, Fritz, about the sort of green versus blue Ari. I think in set 1 and set 2, for sure, blue had a lot of value, and it's sort of a low guaranteed cost that you can play out very easily. But in set 3, I was saying one of the things that excited me about Ari was that there's a lot of cards that strengthen your hold now, right? You've got Valmont, you've got Alpha Wildclaw. So it's much easier to protect green Ari now once you're set up. And you don't even have to go first anymore. As long as you get onto a battlefield of your choice and start stacking all those defensive measures, once you've got any sort of tank or Valmont down, Ari can come out and then she'll swing the game so that even if you're behind, you'll catch back up in points and pull ahead.
Okay, fair enough. I trust your judgment there. I cannot say I have played a lot of Ari in set 3 yet.
Yeah, I thought about it, thinking of the best of. So yeah, that's a bunch of friends who are
Nice.
just kind of testing around with it. You're still relying on a lot of the old stuff, but you can already see with the Blue Sentinel, with the Sona, the idea of just holding and getting all those hold effects can be absolutely massive. Blue Sentinel and Sona, especially together, oh my goodness, it just gets, it's kind of ridiculous. It's like Annie on steroids.
Mhm. Yeah, no spells in hand, only units, which is a little bit spooky, but when you're going first, you really can't complain, right? Having the units, because you are going to almost guaranteed get that first hold. And then at that point, you can start loading up and building your wall. Rengar might be one of the better leaders at dealing with that, though, with the ambush, and does have the ambush champion as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting because Ari will negate it if you're using the ambush offensively, but as we mentioned as well, if it's as long as you play a unit, it gets a +1 on that turn from Rengar. So defensively, it could potentially make a difference. If there is one thing that Ari does struggle with, it's actually kind of conquering and moving up, challenging into fights. A lot of times they're trying to use spells to remove people. Raven Bloom, of course, the 2-drop that we knew was available, should, as you kind of pointed out, guarantee the Raven Bloom conservatory for the Ari player.
Yeah, definitely not going to complain about that one. And first mate being played down. And gives it says, I'm giving this +1. Here you go. Why not? You love to see it. But should be a pretty straightforward push up. I imagine it will be onto the conservatory, as you said. I mean, seeing the free cards is going to feel good.
Oh,
okay.
I mean, for the Star Spring.
I don't hate this either. You can say, hey, I'm going to deny this from the Rengar, and I'm going to instead cut their mobility off. I think I'm going to get more value by limiting their options than giving myself more options, giving myself draw. In this case, they're going to say, I will choose to not get these extra draws at the cost of making it a little bit harder for my opponent to move around. Because the Star Spring is a lot of mobility, right? Especially with the Rengar deck.
And I guess if you're Ari and you're going first anyways, you're able to get onto a battlefield so early. Raven Blue Conservatory doesn't matter if you never attack it. So the Ari might be saying, okay, you can take that. I don't care. I'm already on your battlefield. I'm just going to deny it away from you. I'm just going to hyper sack here. And there's nothing you can do about it. And one thing about ambush, of course, is that when you're ambushing, you can't equip gears or anything, right? Like it's only reaction speed that can really follow up, or maybe action speed as it goes into showdown. So, with an Ari, with the -1 as soon as it pops up, once you hit sort of critical mass, it does become almost impossible for a Rengar to be able to remove with just the options that they normally bring to the deck, unless. Maybe they have like an Elder or something, but I can't say I'm very familiar with Rengar decks. I don't imagine that Elder is something that a lot of them are running unless they're running the Aurora variant.
So this will be the moment where we get to see if Rengar does want to contest the Star Spring. I actually don't hate contesting the Star Spring here, but opts to instead go for the Conservatory, which is probably fine. It does feel a little bit spooky the moment you start letting the big hold build up, as there's the Sona there, which, like you said, is going to get a lot of value, and then we know that it's Green Ari. The Green Ari will come down at some point, and we saw the Sentinel in hand, so there's a lot of hold value.
Yeah.
And instead, opting to move up for the Conservatory. To be fair, it is Rengar. Like, there's ambush, there are ways to deal with stuff, and as I say that, comes a challenge.
Yeah, and this is where things get a little bit dicey, right? That's the Rengar player. Yeah, because you had to assume that there was going to be some sort of combat trick to protect those champions that were sitting on Star Spring. That's why you'd play the Sona on turn 2, to ready up those runes for combat tricks. And it was almost obvious that it was going to be the Discipline, just because if it was the On Guard instead, they would probably have kicked back the Ravenbloom student off the Star Spring, so that it's holding alone, and then the Sona gets kind of big. So if you were going to challenge and try and kill it, I do feel like you should have just swung the bodies in there, throw in an extra ambush. With the Rengar on the side as well, you can get it up to a 5 on the attack, 6 because you played it that turn as well. But yeah, with just the first mate, it kind of backfires a little bit. Ari is still in a very, very comfortable position, and the hold continues. And every turn you're not killing something on that side, it's another turn it just gets rougher and rougher for you to try and break.
Yeah, I definitely would not have hated just throwing my first mate and then a ambushed Rengar there. And then you still do have the challenge if when they do try and stop your push, because then you kick them off the battlefield and then you stop this right here, where now there's going to be a double score with the Star Spring, and there's still a Sona and a Sentinel on the Star Spring too, so it's just kind of spooky. Like, I feel like you do need to make these aggressive plays.
Well, the Ari player now doesn't have any more combat tricks, so
This is true.
it's a bit of a game of chicken and bluff right now. You've got
Yeah.
the Sentinel, which has shield 2 as well, so it's a 6 defending. You've got the Sona, which is a 4, so that's effectively 10, and you've got the -1 on the swing ends. We do see a punch first, so it's a question of how much does Rengar want to commit to make this work, and also how brave is he, right? It's a game of chicken. You've got one unit up, you've got your
Yeah.
pit rookie, you get a swing to one side here. Which
This-
side do you go for?
Were there no red runes? It's so hard to tell. I can't. I'm not
there's a red
colorblind, but no, on the previous turn, because someone in chat is saying there are no fury runes. But I thought I saw a red one.
okay.
But maybe these body runes and the fury runes, especially the alt arts, are so close looking to each other. Especially when you're mixing up all the arts. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Are there literally? Wait, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it literally 5 different? No, arts on
Different
the
types of
table right
runes.
now, I think.
The different arts. Yeah, he certainly has a spread.
Wow.
Yeah. So can confirm he was on 5 body runes
Yeah.
last turn. So yeah, good catch from chat once again. I keep forgetting to look at the color of the runes. I just always assume that they have the runes to be able to kind of do the things they want to do. But
that's fair. That's fair.
now it's complicated because even with Pit Rookie, even if you bring Rengar in, that's 6, that's 8 total, you need to punch first. And it would deramp you so heavily this turn for you to do that. So for now, looking like it's going to go for the Raven Bloom Conservatory, going to go for the trigger first. And keep in mind, the Pit Rookie has a -1 on the swing, so you will need to buff up the Pit Rookie.
See what we hit off of the defend trigger here.
Oh,
That is a good one.
we don't have to use it yet, though. We got to see what pump now. And as a Rengar player, it's like, well, do I still want to pump now? Is it worth it?
Oh, that's demoralizing. Now
Very
it's like,
much so.
do you even want to commit? Because now you commit and it's just getting stunned. Yep. So it does opt to play out the pretty kitty Rengar.
Oh, the graphic they had was the base art. Unfortunately, come on, give
I
us
know.
the pajamas. There is still the potential for punchers as well as the Nidalee
Yep.
in hand. But the problem is either way, you've already deramped one rune. Do you deramp another for Nidalee?
Yeah. You have to pay so much to get this to go through, and all you deal with is a single Raven Bloom and a card they got for free. So it does not feel good at all.
Okay, and he gets to draw a card. Imagine he hits an on guard off of that. Like that's just nightmare fuel at that point. Because Raven Bloom is gonna get a +1 from this. If he hits an on guard, it'll be a +4 total. So that'll be a 6 might Raven Bloom. Even when you throw in that Nidalee, you just trade at that point.
Yep, so it does opt to throw down the Nidalee here.
Oh, he did not. He did 1,000 tailed off of it. Okay, so
Not a card you quite need in this situation when you have that nice big hole built up. Have the point lead. I think I see a Fade the Dust in the hand. It looks.
yes, turn it up in hand. Blue Sentinel, 1,000 tailed. I think it was guard. Oh no, the other one. Oh, I always get those two mixed up.
Desert's Call, right?
Desert's Call, yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why I always get those two mixed up. They're 2 different colors. Desert's Call is the green one, of course. Okay.
so first.
But unfortunately, didn't have the extra pump spell he needed. Didn't have another spell he could play. So Raven Bloom can only take out the first mate. And with the Nidalee conquering, card draw for the Rengar, more options. Will be tapped out for this turn. Will still be behind in points. And that's not getting better anytime soon, I don't think.
Yeah, definitely does not feel good. Ari will be going to, 6 runes, I want to say?
Yep.
Which does mean that we probably... I guess you could still play out the Ari champ if you did want to, specifically because there is the Sona. And you are getting the Sentinel. I want to say it gives a power, correct? Blue.
Yep, on your hold, it grants you a floating power at the start of your turn. So you do have to use it or lose it.
Yes, yes.
Discipline,
Oh.
1 turn too late, but does finally show up. Now, the problem for Rengar as well a little bit right now is that in terms of ambushing, it's when you're attacking, but you need something to attack up. There's no accelerate or there's no way to cheat like the start ring because you're on the Raven Bloom side of things. So you're kind of looking for what, a Rengar, the orange Rengar from your side to be able to attack that battlefield directly and then try and buff it up with the punch first. As for Nirvana, the Ari player, yeah, he just needs to keep adding body. He just needs to make this as expensive as humanly possible.
Wait, did he not use the floating power?
Hold on a second.
That is how that works, right?
It.
Like,
yes, I think he forgot about floating power.
oh yeah, look, he's like, he grabbed the bomb
wait,
and
hold
the
on.
burn deck there. He's like, no, shoot. Okay, well,
Yeah,
it happens. It happens.
Okay, he's gonna hide a card with it, so
yeah,
that's gonna be fine.
Yep. That's a funny one, but I don't think it'll make too much of a difference here. We have Sona restanding everything, and you do have to play into 5 runes plus a fairly big hold there.
Yeah, that's the scary part too. And again, no tank. So you're kind of drawing aggro into the Ari, and you're also saying that, well, I'm betting that you don't have Rengar, or if you do, I'm going to force you to use it this turn, and how many Rengars are you going to hit? As you can see in hand, no Rengar. I believe that, is that a Pike?
Yeah,
Alt art, I think.
Yeah, he's going to play it here. So paying the optional cost, we'll let it come in ready with +2. So it is essentially an accelerate, and then Rengar going to make it into a 5 might. Probably going to just throw it into the battlefield.
I couldn't quite catch if he had another sort of ambush card in hand to back this up. No, it looks like by playing Noxus Hopeful, that tells us that it's just the punch first that you're looking for. Potentially to do more damage. No, actually you have to because of the -1, so everything is above it, and it'll have to be a punch first to get it up to, what is that, a grand total of 8? So you could kill Sona and Ari potentially.
I feel like if I'm Rengar, I'm just passing priority and saying, if this goes through, I kill the Ari, which is fine, because then the points are still, it's not snowballing too hard. And if my opponent tries to buff up their stuff, then I can commit the punch first and then go for like a big yeah. So now I think you commit the punch first.
Well, the scary part is, what do you draw off the discipline? Imagine it's another back off, right? He's got enough mana to do it. Oh, another discipline.
That's a good one. Oof.
Okay, so Pike now is up to, where's he at? 6, 5, 10 might? So he'll be able to kill something. The question is what he actually wants to kind of go for, because Ari is now at a 6. He could go for Ari Sona, or he could go for Sentinel Sona. If he buffs up Sona, then there's only one, like, you can only take out one thing at this point. That's the Pike.
Mm-hmm. There's the hidden as well.
True. There's the hidden. That was the Emperor's Divide. So he could pull everything back if he wants to. Give that point over to Rengar.
It wasn't a call. It's the divide.
It was the Emperor's Divide, right? Or...
Okay. No, I believe. Because you can't hide the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Emperor's Divide. Yeah.
So you're right. So you do just pull it back here, and you can pull everything back, right? Everything at the battlefield. Oh, okay. That's fair too. Says I'm just gonna say my Sona, and
so he's just gonna let them trade. Oh no, it'll be 6 and 6 right now. Sorry. So he's just forcing only one of them to die at this point.
Yeah.
Unless Rengar's all tapped out at this point. Interesting choice.
I'm sure I'm missing something, because I feel like you just play the discipline there, right? Oh wait, was he too big? I didn't catch how many counters were on him, because he got 5. What? So 5 from punch first. Plus
and then
3.
he had,
So 8, 9. Oh, it was 10, right? Yeah. So he could not have saved the. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
Yep.
So Nidalee is now at a 4 on the Ravenbloom Conservatory. So I actually kind of like the call from Brana. I think it's
Yeah.
what he's kind of trying to do is just save the discipline for a potential pump on the next turn. Either as a defensive pump or offensive pump. Either way, he could make something happen. And Rengar is completely tapped out at this point. So Nirvana can actually go to 6 by conquering on the Ravenbloom, put the Rengar in a really awkward position where you've got to swing up on both sides. I'll find something one way or the other. The question is more just how he wants to go about doing this.
Yeah, Rengar has barely any runes left. We're only at 3. It does have a fair amount of units, so maybe you can just say, I'm just going to save these for challenges and stuff. Then, wow, that is a card.
Set
I have
1
not
Eager
seen in a while.
Apprentice. Yeah, when it's at battlefields, energy costs get reduced by 1. So it helps you kind of pump up more spells. And I actually find it very interesting that, okay, I thought he was going to try and Star Spring the Blue Sentinel back and then maybe swing out the other side or something. But instead, no, he's just playing it there. And it looks like he used the Desert's Call. He's going to make 2 Sand Soldiers. Do we just hyper stack the Star Spring? I mean, there is a Noxus Hopeful and a Rengar on the other side. The Rengar will be swinging with the Assault 2 as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could just hold them in base, yeah. So it does opt to hold them in base. Get the Sona. And it's still pretty scary to swing into this.
Yes. I mean, it should be a 9 swinging, but because of the Ari, if Noxus and Rengar go up together, it's only a 7 at this point. And we got to keep in mind the shield 2 of Blue Sentinel as well means that the defending total might is like 13 might. Plus the discipline he has in hand. And again, as the Rengar, you've got to be assuming that there's some sort of combat trick. You don't know what it is, but something's there.
Yep, absolutely. Thankfully, not on even points though. So Rengar is pretty safe here for 1 more turn. If they do choose to try and play it a little bit slower and develop for a turn, I can't imagine that's the play though, because the longer you wait, the more stuff just gets thrown on that battlefield. It's a little bit scary.
Yeah, definitely. He's thinking about what he has options wise. He's only got 3 mana up, but that's enough for most of the ambush cards.
Yeah.
I don't know what he still has left in his hand right now.
All right, so swinging in for it is going to be 5 on the Rengar and 5 on the Hopeful. So swing in for 10 face value, and then I think I saw a Nidalee in hand. I want to say.
Yeah, that was the ambush card I was thinking of. Wait, so actually Rengar's swinging in with 6 right now because he got the +1 from the Legend when Pit Rookie was played. So that'd be 11, so down to 9 currently. And then, yeah.
Isn't it? Well, doesn't he have okay, am I doing the math wrong? I thought it was Assault 2 and then +1 and then -1 for Ari.
Yeah, so that's 5 on the Rengar and 4 on the Noxus Hopeful total right now. So
Makes
9
sense,
total.
makes sense.
So using the Discipline early to pump up the Sona.
Okay. So, yes, the Rengar too.
both.
Actually, the Rengar. Does this just cleanly beat? I think it does, right?
14. Yeah, it gets up to 14. Yeah, that should be just 1. No, it's not enough because of the discipline, I think. Hold up.
15, right?
Gotta
Because
love
you get
that.
another +1 for the Rengar leader.
But then you get -1 from the Ari. I hate the Ari Legend because of the constant +1, -1s that you gotta keep
This
doing.
is true. This is true. You make a good point.
If he's short 1, I think he's short 1.
Oh, that would be quite unfortunate.
Oh, they're also trying to ascertain the math here. Yeah, I think the Rengar miscalculated. He's looking very concerned all of a sudden.
Oh, did he maybe forget that Sentinel had shield?
I think so. Yeah, the shield too. So Eager Apprentice will survive after that. All that madness.
I mean, I guess you could go for this and say like, you won't have units. I mean, the Ari deck doesn't play an insane amount of units. It seems pretty crazy thing to hope for at this point, but
Yeah. Especially when you do see the 2 Sand Soldiers back at base as well. It does get worrisome, to say the least. Yeah, I think the Rengar player knows he's shafted. Usually, it's towards the end of the game. Usually, when we see the player know that they're kind of cooked, then they start checking and looking through to perhaps learn what is in the deck for next game. Double Thousand-Tailed Watchers as well.
Yeah.
Blue Sentinel. Yeah, this is really it's definitely not an easy position for this Rengar to have to play through. The good news for Rengar is he should be able to conquer at least one side. The bad news is it might not matter because this Ari should be at a 7 and just needs to hold one of the 2 battlefields.
Yeah, I don't even. No, I guess you could go for the hold. I was gonna say because you have double Thousand Tail, I wouldn't even hate just playing a 1,000 Tail here, retreating, pushing the Sand Soldier up, so I'm at 7, and then just saying I'm gonna push with 1,000 Tail next turn, as Rengar should not be able to hold like multiple 1,000 Tails. But this works too. Just gonna develop a bunch of little units. This is actually better. Yeah, this is more might. This is 8 might instead of 7 might. So yep. Definitely works.
Yeah, same concept, which is just save the 1,000 Tail for next turn, and you're just everything off. Yeah, the thing with Ari players a lot of times, because they are so hold pilled by the time they're when you play a lot of Ari, it's all about holding and defending. That a lot of times they will try and go for that hold instead.
Yeah. So used to one game, you got to be flexible.
Yeah, exactly. And especially into a Rengar, because the math you got to do with Rengar is that there is assault potentially when they're attacking. So if you can get them to defend instead, it's actually much easier to take over them. So I like the call here from Nirvana, from the Ari player. And yeah, I expect to just see 1,000 Tails with the 8 runes or 9 runes that he's got. 8 runes exactly? Yeah, 8 runes. No, he did get 9k. Yeah, just swing in. There's no real good answer from Rengar. Was it 2 cards in hand from Rengar? 3 cards in hand?
I guess the only thing to be careful of is, I guess, like 3-drop Accelerate plus Thrill. Or sorry, 3-drop Ambush plus Thrill. And if they like attack incorrectly.
Sure.
But it's like a pretty high ask. To say the least.
Oh, they did hit Thrill.
Okay. There's
Look at that.
I mean, it still seems very unlikely, but
he doesn't have enough mana for. Okay, because I was thinking like if he has like the orange Rengar or something, right? You could drop that 6 might plus 1 from the entry because you're defending. It's straight up 7 might, and because it comes after a potential 1,000 Tail drop, like you'd be fine. But yeah, right now I like the way he's playing. It's not the immediate 1,000 Tail drop. He didn't immediately try and reduce might. He's actually trying to bait things out first, burn the runes, so that when 1,000 Tail swings later, he doesn't have to worry about fresh units being dropped with more might.
I mean, this will get a lot more value of the 1,000 Tails for sure. He's committed these Accelerate units, and now he hits 2 units with the Watcher.
Yeah, and you know that, well, what options do you have, right? If you use Throw of the Hunt, you only have 1 mana up, which at worst would just be a punch first. So, yeah, that's why I really love this. And now your Sand Soldiers are also big enough to conquer these. So you just send your Sand Soldiers in to probe to see, okay, what is your combat trick? What options do you have here?
Yep. Yeah, I don't see a way this wins.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to hope for the punch first, I guess, off the top of the Raven Bloom Conservatory. Not able to find it. Thrill of the Hunt, however, does work. So it'll come back in 5 this time because of the Rengar.
Yeah, because like even if you do hit a wait, so if you hit a punch first, that's a sabotage.
Yeah, if you hit a punch first, you can get that up to a 10. But it doesn't matter because you send a Sand Soldier on to the other side, and then you just swing everything else onto.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is like the same thing as the previous game, right? Like, it's
they just don't surrender.
Okay, so putting on your opponent to misplay, which is it could happen.
It could.
It could happen. We'll see if he does opt to play around a punch first.
Yep, okay. There you go. Okay, to be fair, yeah, I think the Rengar was just hoping for a potential sort of misplay. But the problem is he didn't have punchers in his hand. We saw it. Yep. So if you I guess he just wants to kind of psych out the Ari player. Sure. I personally don't know if there is a psychological advantage to that. Like when you actually just didn't have it in hand, you're delaying for a couple more seconds. I also don't think it's particularly detrimental. Like,
What are you putting in for Rengar? What's your side deck looking like right now?
I mean, I think just the Valmol pump spells is kind of good enough already. I don't think you're changing that much out from your sideboard from what's already in there pretty much. Because you've got your disciplines, you've got your on guards if which you're probably running as well. Those are big spells to kind of handle most of the things that are coming in. Maybe you put a couple more back offs because if you don't already have a bunch of them in there, specifically to deal with the likes of the punch first. Because that's really the main thing you're concerned about is just punch first.
Yep. I think that makes a lot of sense. And we did see a cool card that we did catch at the end of the last game there is a Confront in the Rengar's hand. And I like this card a lot in the deck. It does make all these units into kind of, it makes them into pseudo accelerates for the cost of 2 extra energy.
Yep.
And it means that if they are an accelerate unit, well, you don't have to pay that extra power cost. You don't have to pay it for the pike or the any of the units, which is kind of nice. And this really hasn't seen a lot of play outside of like set 1 Yi lists maybe. So, and sometimes these Aurora lists that just use it as like a draw one. Pretty cool to see it actually in a...
Yeah, I think it's very mana efficient, and especially for an ambush deck like this, because like we said, besides the orange Rengar, all your other ambushes actually need an attack to swing up. Oh, here we go. Here we go again. He missed the Arena's greatest trigger.
No.
I love how like even the scoreboard on the stream like started at 1-1, and then I feel like we see this almost every single China stream. It's like somebody misses the Arena's greatest. We were just talking about how Ari needs to find a way to get ahead. Yeah. The Rengar just gift wrapped it and served on a silver platter.
Oh my gosh, man. That's ridiculous. And especially when it's your Arena's greatest.
Yeah.
You can see he is not happy. Oh, that poor guy.
Yeah. He just cooked himself. And it's even okay. So he also had an unfortunate sort of 2-drop, right? He's relying on Infernum to get in there, which is great on the attack, but not so good on trying to hold. So if you swing that up and there was a unit from Ari, it'd be even worse because now like you lose the ability to try and hold. And Ari just gets onto board anyways. Thankfully for him, it wasn't complete disaster. The Ari player didn't have a turn 1 play.
Ari brick. Well, maybe not brick, but it did whiff, and it does look like you get to go for a front double combo, which is not bad at all. I mean, okay, Ops not the dot.
Didn't go for that.
I
am too.
Okay, fair enough. Need to develop instead.
Okay, I am not a fan of this particular play. Like I agree, developing board all good and well, but when you're developing with Infernum, when it can be sort of an ambush card from hand with the plus assault, it just feels so much better to play it from hand when you're swinging up. And Ari doesn't have a lot of accelerates, especially not this early on, like unless they're running sprites, which I guess could be a thing, but isn't. I don't know how many of them are running. I guess sprite bursts.
It could be like playing around the sprite burst, but I feel like you do want to take that aggression, especially after being set behind because of missing the Arena's greatest point.
Yep.
Right. So
and you can play the Infernum as well from ambush and get the Rengar trigger to keep things alive. So I kind of didn't like the play there. He could be up even more points at this time. He could be up like 4 points potentially, or pardon me, up to 4 where he's playing on even numbers. But I guess in his mind he was trying to play around the Ferris Forerunner, and that's why he opted to maintain his runes. He didn't want to deramp so that he could actually get the Ferris Forerunner out.
Right, so already getting pushed up onto the Arena's greatest. Right, in the holding position now. A lot of cards to work with. I'm sure this hold will be a bit of a okay, just opting. I was like, what is he doing here? Or no, he's just trying to decide if he does want to play units here. I think I see a divide in hand. Is that a divide?
I think so. Or I think a divide, discipline, and feral strength are sort of his responses that he could look for. Which to me, this is probably a desperation play because he had to play the Ari. That tells me he didn't have Brave and Bloom last turn. So he had to brute force it with the Ari.
Yeah.
But he doesn't actually have the protection he wants for Ari. 4 runes when you see double Infernum is not the call. Infernum is assault too. So those are going to be 7 total swinging in. Sure, -2 down to 5, but that's assuming there isn't another ambush in hand. It gets down to the wire a little bit as the Ari player right now. So you're low-key gambling a little bit that, hey, I have enough to handle this, that he doesn't have that many ambushes. Unfortunately, the 3rd Infernum coming through, that plus the Rengar would be enough to break.
Yeah, that's a lot. I think you definitely go to try and break this here. You know that Ari has a lot of tricks in hand for sure, seeing as they just kind of passed. But I'm absolutely going for this here. And wow, okay, opts to play out the confront here. Okay, fair enough. It is going to just be a cycle at the worst.
Yeah. Oh.
Is there a unit in hand you see? I feel like in this situation, it's just kind of burning energy, but does have a lot of energy to work with, as they did get a couple channels off of the peak.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if he still has 6 runes up. Okay.
True.
That's actually pretty good if you've got the Ferris Forerunner, which you could accelerate and swing in. Even if the worst happens and it dies, you still have the 2 mechs next turn, and you're burning through resources. And most likely you should be able to kill Ari, because at 4 runes up, you're assuming it's like double discipline. It's the worst case scenario in this situation, where you pump the Ari up to an 8 and 1 Infernum and that is not the Ferris Forerunner. Okay, Determined Century.
Yeah, well, opting to not play the Forerunner out then, which I guess fair enough. It is cool with the confront though, where you could like swing and then they pump up their stuff and then you have the mechs. But does that like really change things? Okay,
I'm not sure what the purpose of the Determined Century is, because Determined Century it says that I can't move to base, so that cannot be.
It is, and it's like 0 might, right? Oh no, Ari can only go down to a minimum of 1. It's like one of the old cards, right? So technically it is a +1 here.
A warm and hearty welcome back as we are getting ready to jump into round number 5 of the Beijing Nationals. My name is Bandit. I am joined today by Alchemy. Alchemy, are we excited to cover round number 5?
I'm thrilled. We just had a huge break and got caught up on everything and talked a little bit about both the Chinese tournament as well as the German tournament, and we've got a lot to cover and a lot to talk about on this stream for the rest of the evening.
Honestly, I'm caught off guard by that shirt. Honestly, it spoke to me on a personal level. I think we should get high and kill the night. That is words to live by, as we are getting new life mottos presented to us over in Beijing. Now, as we are getting ready to reveal the legend that will be facing off with each other in round number 5, we have to keep in mind, if we see something off meta, if we see something special, they could be fighting for their best of metal card already. In the first player corner, we will have Azir, a tried and true tested legend that, well, is most definitely capable of putting up major results. And oh my, would you look at that? That is the new Garden Art box set Lilia. I am already in love.
And a little jealous, right?
Oh yeah, no, they. I mean, it's nice that a good thing happened to them, but it should have happened to me instead.
I agree. I actually keep walking away and talking myself out of getting the Chinese New Year Aurelia as well as we speak. But man, those things are just so cool.
They are gorgeous.
Looks
now,
like... Oh, go ahead.
it will be a bit of a tough matchup, I feel like, because Lilia, well, on the upside, the risk of them facing a Vex is very, very low. However, I feel the matchup can be quite tricky because the power spikes that Azir can introduce onto the battlefields might just be a little too much to chew through on the side of a little itty bitty Lilia.
I agree. I think that depending on what this most likely aggressive Lilia is playing, if they can get their gears up, if they're playing like the masks, for example, to get one over, then they could provide a pretty good challenge for the Azir. But likewise, if the Azir is able to stack up their units and get all their gear up, it's going to be an interesting duke out.
And it's going to be at least the Azir starting, so that is not the start that they were hoping for. It's like you said, you're going to really be dependent on your masks. You're going to be dependent on your what's it like shard of true ice to give them the +3 extra might. And if you can get the ball rolling and you can keep a steady stream of sprites rearing their head, you are actually one of the decks that can trade relatively favorably into the Azir because you yourself are not losing that much card advantage. Now,
True.
if you're opening hands and there is already an Arise in hand, but not a single little gear that they can be dropping in the first few turns, you're a bit split as an Azir, aren't you?
This could be honestly devastating. I mean, the Lilia has the opportunity a lot of times to conquer twice on the first or second turn, depending on, you know, what they have in hand. And losing point tempo as an Azir is terrible because you really need to be setting stuff up like your first turn to have something to go against. With a Lilia, she automatically has an opportunity. I did see the Brutalizer there, but she automatically has an opportunity to get the Sprite out and just start cooking regardless of if she's got units to play or not. So the threat is always present.
Yeah, and I mean the Brutalizer isn't even that much of a bailout, right? Because it's you cannot play the Brutalizer and use Azir. So
True.
yeah,
You're going
you,
first,
you,
yeah.
you set yourself up a little bit, but still you are not all that happy with the way you will be starting your turn. Regardless, you're gonna have to take it as it comes, and you will get that extra draw. Will they be bailed out at the very end? The answer is no, and they might even choose to just pass with nothing out there, ensure that they can have a Sand Shoulder. Exactly the way it'll be going, and this is kind of the bailout that Lilia was hoping for. Now they get to take charge.
Yeah, going second with Lilia and just turn one play of getting your champion out is really good on that side. I mean, they're automatically at least a turn behind just because they have to play a gear and then they're going to play the Sand Soldier. And so the Lilia is probably going to be looking to score on the next turn.
You will be looking forward to that at the very least, especially if the sprites will be coming out after. Now, the catch-up mechanics for Azir are significant, right? They already have 2 BF swords in hand. However, they are they will be looking to be deploying that in the next few turns. And if they manage to get some good showdowns off, really push this Lilia back to where she came from, halt that advance, they can fight their way back because honestly, just the bailout potential of an Arise, it's just massive. That can completely turn a game on its head, but you do need to get there.
If I was a Lilia player right now, like this whole thing is going to be interesting to see unfold because I think everybody's big focus is what's going to happen in the mid game, right? Because right now, obviously, the Lilia is going to try to get point advantage as quickly as possible as the mid game will start to let Azir catch up. But it's going to be almost like a war of attrition of will the Lilia be able to start developing stuff beyond just the sprites that will hold off against all of the gear that Azir will start to have? And do they have anything? I didn't actually see the deck list, but do they have anything that could help mitigate potentially getting rid of the gear, right? Because sending in one by one is just, it's very difficult to deal with once you have everything set up.
It is exactly like you said, Alchemy. If they get funneled into that position of a game state where they have to face off one by one every single time, they're not going to have a good time. So it is up to the Lilia to prevent that from happening. And they do have the tools available to do that with the smoke and mirrors, with the sudden extra flux of units that can appear out of nowhere, because that is the real strength of a Lilia. The fact that it's really hard to predict when they will be peaking, because a sprite burst can be coming out combined with another fountain. In combination with all of that, suddenly you can be facing 9, 12, 15 might if you have some shards laying around as well, where that wasn't even a thing on the board one turn ago. So it's really up to them. When will they be striking? What is the most opportune moment? And is the damage that you can do, the dent you can make, even significant enough for an Azir to care about if they have a Rise to back it all up?
And that's kind of what I was wondering about too. And I don't play Azir, so I wouldn't necessarily know. But from your end, if you have any thoughts on the matter, if I was an Azir playing against a Lilia, would I still be trying to be patient and build my board up, or would I be trying to pretty much be looking forward to trade just to try to keep up with the speed of the Lilia?
So, in my opinion, the Azir always reminds me of like a freight train. It is slow and it is not very flexible. But once the engine is chugging and you're churning out unit after soldier, and the war engine keeps on growing, you are in an okay spot, and you are always one Arise away from being back into the game.
True.
It's just
As
kind of
long
the
as you're
question
not
for
playing
yourself.
decks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only question you have is, how afraid are we of, let's say, a lilting lullaby?
Yeah, I mean, if you have something that gets stopped and then you can't play cards for the rest of the turn, I mean, that could potentially be devastating. It's interesting
Spells
because,
still end of the turn.
sorry, spells. It's interesting because the locals that I play usually don't play those in game one. And I actually don't know the reasoning behind that, because to me, that seems like one of the best cards that you could possibly have in a Lilia deck.
It's a bit of an odd one, right? Because it is a major investment paying the 2 power. So for those not in the know, it's a counter spell that costs 2 energy, 2 power, and if you counter the spell, then its controller cannot play spells this turn. It is a bit of an oddball, because how many... The counter spell on its own is already pretty good. What are you playing it for? Do you want to shut down a Diana? A Diana will be sick and disparaging if they run into this and they cannot answer it. However, what value do you need to get from it? And is it more than just a counterspell? Is it a very expensive defy? Because in that regard, you might just be run 3 defies and no lilting lullaby. So
Very true. And that's part of the excitement about this, is that either way, here, as we're starting to see this unfold, these guys are getting ready to just duke it out. And it's kind of one of those means of, okay, well, who's going to outsmart each other, because they both know what each other's deck is going for, but who's going to out-resource who, you know? It's
and it's risky.
seems like a relatively even
risky.
match. Yeah.
Right now, for Azir to be stepping out with, if you are not sure you can really back it up, because if you start to sacrifice your sand soldiers without getting a major payoff for it in return, and you are looking for a lovely little payoff in this regard, then suddenly the gears are getting gunked up with missing your drops, missing the bodies that can act on this turn right now. So it is important that the trades that you do take, that they are favorable, that your army that you are amassing is not creating too many gaps to fall. So beating the sprite off the battlefield without losing out on your sand soldier is a big deal.
It looks like from the Azir player, just looking at the hand that they had Discipline, a Hidden Blade, and I think maybe a couple of other things, plus a relatively healthy amount of runes before they played the BF sword. So perhaps they were looking, since they had another Sand Soldier to perhaps sacrifice, that they were looking for that trade to maybe perhaps get through some of those spells early. But from the other side, I do see the On Guard and some sprites getting ready to go on. So we'll see how this unfolds.
And now we are in a situation, we know that the Lilia has access to the smoke and mirrors, I believe, still. So anytime you think you can catch this Lilia off guard, you have to think twice. Hidden Blades will definitely be struggling to get rid of the little fawn prancing around left and right. And that is where the hope for Lilia stands and falls, is in the situations where Lilia cannot make it out, where she does get caught off guard. And here we have these shards of True Ice, where we get to overpower the Sand Soldiers.
Now, would you say that protecting Lilia, as in pseudo, protect the queen, is one of the major win condition for this deck, or do you think that the sprites can pull it off alone, especially against Azir?
One more time?
Forgive me, I was wondering how important you felt it was, especially playing Lilia, to make sure that she stays alive, the champion unit, compared to perhaps just letting... It's imperative. Yeah. That answered my question.
It's it really is like the exhausted sprites. They have some functionality to it, but it's all about getting that legend ability as cheap as you possibly can. The never-ending wave of sprites coming out, that is what you're looking to settle on, and being able to overpower the Sand Soldier coming through here on your Lilia side is going to be so important, not only because you get to start to threaten the game after this one, it really forces the Azir to have to pull the trigger on an earlier rise, because they cannot afford to have weak battlefields right now. Because if Lilia can push over with the Sprite Burst and a Sprite Fountain, or a reaction speed amassed army of her own, a temporary one, but you don't have to think about the future when this is the turn you win the game on.
Well, not just that, but I mean, just taking a look at the circumstances, we've got a 6-1. So even though the Lilia is defending alone with only one rune up, there is a hidden card, which I didn't see what it was, but it looks like they're doing pretty okay, likely. It's interesting. This could be, a potential chance for the Azir player to get some card information and start, strategizing based off of that. But they better make some moves pretty quickly, as the Lilia player has already started to get their engine up. I imagine that they're going to start getting the sprite tokens for the Deskros lab and just pretty much overwhelm. Unfortunately, the Azir hasn't really been able to catch up just yet of trying to even out the points.
It's really right now the moment for them to... Yeah, they have to shift into a higher gear, and the fact that the cheapest gear that we've seen played has been in fact the Brutalizer, and only having access to 3 gears is such a painful position to be in. Now, we do see the hidden card to be revealed. It is Smoke and Mirrors that will be moving around that Lilia, making sure she gets to safety, leaving behind a little bit of a sprite. This is where you need to be mindful, because if there is a defy available, then suddenly your Lilia is caught in the most awkward of positions.
Right, it gets stuck, and that would be a key moment to switch tempo for the Azir player. It looks, I saw a glimpse of their hand, and I worry that they don't have it. But even still, at this point, you kind of have to hit the gas, because otherwise, you're just constantly falling behind turn by turn on this. The speed of Lilia's aggressiveness of just always having a readily available unit sprite, to not only be used to score a point, but then be sacrificed for an extra draw is just, it's really overwhelming if you're not on top of it from the beginning.
So it is really, I don't think Azir will be losing the game just yet. They will be getting another gear out. We know they have access to a Rise. We know there's only a single energy available on the side of Lilia, so they don't have to fret about a Lilting Lullaby ending that. And because of the fact that a Rise doesn't have the location restriction that the Azir Legend has, where Azir says you have to play the Sand Soldier in base, a Rise says just play it. You can conquer first and put all your units down on either 1 or 2 battlefields. You have the mobility with Azir still in the champion zone, that he can pull as many tokens as he wants on the follow-up turn, so you don't have the loss of tempo where you have to first retreat your Sand Soldiers and then next turn they can set up a new assault. So even though Lilia is on 6 points and they can start threatening the game, it might be a little further away, a little bit further out of reach than we'd like to admit. And the moment Azir gets entrenched on these battlefields, to get to set up those battle lines, their bastions, their fortresses, that could be a grip that is really tough to work their way out of.
Yeah, and luckily for him, he's got that Defy in there, and I guess I'm not sure if there even was an interaction right there between the switch. Yeah, okay, so he played that. So as you were saying, it's possibly a sliver of hope with not only playing the Arise but also setting up a pretty big body in order to hold out for one more turn so they can't conquer both in the next one, and then pull out the accelerated Azir to move all the units and finish the job. But one major thing that could be a big concern is that Heart of Ice still does give quite a bit of might. And so we're going to see if the Lilia player is going to have something to just buff up their sprites, or maybe even have enough sprites to just start to, again, just duke it out and go to war with with the Azir.
Alchemy, this is really interesting. The Arise has been played, but all the soldiers, they are being played in base. That is I find that quite acceptable, because you're taking a lot of risk here, because you know for a fact that this Lilia will have access to 2 ready units, one in the Lilia, one in the sprite that the legend ability is able to make. Plus, you're playing against Lilia. Sprite fountains, sprite bursts, sprite calls, they're all seeing play. So I feel like you could have been a little bit stronger on your battlefields. This is probably the biggest opportunity that Lilia will be getting. So I feel it's really all or nothing in the upcoming turn.
I agree. Kind of like what you said, right? Like, wouldn't you want to most likely stack up on a single battlefield? Maybe something that they're aware of is playing around unchecked power, now that I think about it. Because that way, if they tap out, then they won't be able to conquer and gain, perhaps finish the turn with using all of their resources. So I do see that, but man, it's a tight spot to be in.
It is a bit of an insurance policy. You are completely right, Alchemy. And we know, I have seen many a Lilia main deck at least a single unchecked power, sometimes even going up to 2 or 3. So keeping it in mind is definitely an option. But yeah, we'll have to see how it unfolds. And you have to keep in mind there is still energy available. So we know for a fact there's Defy in hand. It hasn't been used yet, so gotta be mindful. Lilia only has 8 energy to work with. By pushing out so aggressively, that has been straining the economy just that little bit. Plenty of cards to work with, but not the resources to deploy all of them.
Well, I'd say that the Lilia players, I mean, obviously, is still in a really good spot, because even though they've only got the Lilia out, they still have plenty of runes to work with. There's a lot of setup that can still be done, and they can perhaps take at least one more turn. Although on one end, it doesn't seem like the Azir player has a lot more gear to play at the moment, so the Sand Soldiers aren't just going to keep amassing. But I mean, another Heart of Ice could be a potentially really big thing for setting up for that next turn of just having enough might to get over whatever else is on that base. But will it be enough to take both battlefields? Probably not, at least on this turn.
It's going to be a little tricky coming through. It looks like we're loading up a whole lot of eggs into a singular Lilia-shaped basket. Will it be enough to at least get the single conquer?
Hey, the Lilia players said risk it for the biscuit, and hopefully those biscuits will not get burnt. But we'll see if the Azir player has anything to respond by. It doesn't really seem like there's a lot of counterplay at hand, but there still are plenty of Sand Soldiers to retaliate, as the Lilia player would still have to get over. Oh, there's a Hidden Blade. There you go.
Attempted. If this gets to resolve, then we are falling into a big pit of darkness, which might be similar to the grave we have dug for ourselves. This is the threat that we have. Because there's not an immediate answer, I am worried for our Lilia player. Because if you had the defense trigger of a Defy or something to get it out of there, you would be playing that.
Yeah, you'd slam that down and be like, nope. But perhaps I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not worried about it and he's considering the double draw, but I kind of like you said, most likely I would be trying to make sure that the Lilia stays alive, as you had described, that it's imperative for it to live through this. But I guess he's weighing his options and seeing if there's any kind of counterplay, but it doesn't look like he's got anything to retaliate with, except for
Lotun
that.
Lullaby is being invested. Yeah, you really have to weigh that because that is a big hit to the resources available. It will definitely put strain on the upcoming turns as well. What are your
Right.
options right now? That is something you got to be asking yourself because all the combinations to move Lily around a second time, those have suddenly been reduced drastically. Add on top of that, how exposed is your Lilia right now?
With all things considered, hopefully they're putting the hidden card down to maybe deter. But I mean, even as the Azir player, you've got so much might to work with now on this turn to not only get that fourth point, I believe, but also several, kind of like what we talked about before, of equip and send, equip and send. You know, you can just essentially send one sand soldier into that battlefield to see what the hidden card is, and then make a really good judgment call based off of what your information is. And if it's not big enough, then you just take it.
It is exactly like you said, Alchemy. They have it for the taking. They have the safety of knowing, all right, I have control right now. It is up to me to end this game out cleanly. It is just the hold right now that we have to address because the double conquer from a Lilia that has to face the army that has amassed itself on the Orange Forge. That is just a tall task to be getting over on the side of Lilia. And don't forget, that last turn was absolutely havoc on the rune supply of our Lilia. So the next turn isn't even... I don't predict it to be that explosive, even with the Heart of Dark Ice doubled up.
And even then, one of the major issues with, say, something like Heart of Dark Ice is on paper, it's really good if you are attacking. But the problem, it looks like they're going to, again, save their Lilia for another turn. It says live to see another day. But the problem is that it's only good at the offense, because once you tap that out, as you can only do it on your turn, it's really good at taking the battlefield. But Azir has both holding potential as well as the aggression, whereas I would say Lilia is like a Sonic the Hedgehog and just really good at, you know, taking stuff first.
Taking the Sand Soldiers for another ringer, as they will be making their escape back to base. Now, they are currently tied up, I believe, with all the gears available to it. And with a little bit of last-minute resources, they will push the Azir to invest that little bit more if they are serious about conquering this battlefield. And they have to be, because look at the resources invested.
Yeah, and being met with a discipline never feels good. And it is a little bit risky because I feel like if I'm trying to win for the game, I'm going to want to try to stack up on as much might as possible. I saw that he has the Stupefy in hands and also a couple other things for draw potential, but you have to really be thinking about how to organize getting your bodies so big that you wipe out as many sand soldiers as possible, so that way they can't send in one by one on the following turns to mitigate whatever it is that you have. Plus, all of your might that you have on your attacking turn is going to be gone. So it's very difficult for the Lilia player right now, even though they did a really good job of getting ahead.
And this is some new tech that we see come through, where you get to bounce a gear for a slightly stronger unit lower on the energy curve, but it allows you to reuse cheap gears to make sure that also later in the game, when you're a bit lower on cards, like our Azir is currently, you still get to use your Azir Legend. I actually love this adaptation, especially if you know, well, especially with the start that this Azir has endured, right? A disastrous start, and now it looks like it is the Emperor of Shurima who is looking to turn the tides in his favor.
I mean, as of now, that's a huge board to work with. And if I were
Massive.
the Lilia player, I'm sorry?
Massive.
Massive, yes. Forgive me. But yeah, as the Azir player, you went from like sweating bullets to, okay, now what do you have? and it doesn't really look like the Lilia player has much to deal with that's going to like sway. I would definitely be having a prayer for getting some kind of draw into an unchecked power or something like that. But even with everything that's sitting in the back row, this is now
You don't have
looking
the
like
resources, simply. Like, even
Yeah.
if you were to top deck it, because you had to pay the power earlier, you really kind of painted yourself into a corner. Of course, you had no choice, right? You didn't have any other choice than to fully invest into keeping your Lily alive there. But you are paying the price ever more in those future turns, and that is, well, that is the true pain point of paying so much power. Despite
agree.
all of that, Azir at any moment he can still top deck another Arise, and then you're truly in a write-off position.
I mean, even if the Lilia were to take one of these battlefields, the following turn, even without guards, right, is just okay. You know, you could just accelerate a zero, like you had said, and just overtake that. And it looks like because they're out of the Lilia players out of smoke and mirrors, you know, the options that are available are not really so much. Now, thankfully, they do at least have one more turn to try to establish something, some kind of board presence or whatever. But now it's looking pretty bleak.
It is so. It is so. They have one more turn. They have to develop a little more. Hope that they can. And even though that brings out the sprite already, you can definitely consider that a developmental play.
Sure.
As you will be getting the sprite next turn as well, ready to go with the Heart of Dark Ice next to it. That is still 9 might. You can be swinging around in here. So nothing to scoff at whatsoever. If they manage to get the Conquer, that is another draw. That is another chance to be, well, riding this ship that has been taking on so much water already.
Or even just swinging in to do some chip damage, right, to mitigate. Because if you just sit there and let the Azir continue to stack Sand Soldiers, then, you know, it becomes insurmountable. But as a player trying to, I guess, not let the army get as big as it possibly can, sometimes the best answer is to just send something in and do as much damage in hopes that you can recover on that final turn.
If you don't, I mean, you have the Heart of Dark Ice sitting there, right? So if you were not to use that, that is kind of like having a free punch first that you're just slipping through your hands. The more Sand Soldiers you can take out, the better it will be. Trying to bait out some more of the hidden cards. Like, if that's a hidden blade, it's like, well, I actually wouldn't mind having some 2 cards to be drawn from. But it is the hidden blade that will be targeting the Sand Soldier instead, topping up that Azir hand, and you're just praying that there is not a second Arise in there.
Let's see. Did he already take the... It doesn't look like he's taken the double draw yet, so we'll just have to see what comes about. But yeah, like I said, this was just exactly as we had predicted of it's going to be a bloodbath here, and this is like really where Riftbound shines its best. You know, there's been so much back and forth during this game, and it's been really fun to see how both players are navigating through these really large bodies or like really large threats. And this is, you know, really where you see the best of the best and where you learn the most of how to play the game.
We do have to be mindful, right? Because suddenly we have a developmental turn for our Lilia, who will be getting the draw. Already drew off of the Conquer. Now, if there were situations like suddenly your Lilia's on 7 and only a single body on that other battlefield, I know the threat is very low because there's no energy available, but suddenly you're like, oh man, that's only a single body. One is none, as some people like to say in Riftbound. So yeah, you have to be very mindful. Now is the time for Azir to be making the push now, isn't it? To get themselves situated and close the door on this game.
You kind of have to divide your resources very tactfully, I would say. He did pull the Arise, which is something to consider. But on the other end, are you thinking about any counterplay that the other player might possibly have? Because really, it's a commitment. If I were the Azir player, I would want to try to conquer both battlefields for the win, but it looks like he's going to be playing defense to really see how the rest of this game plays out. And on my mind, the challenge is, do I just try to stack up my battlefields, or do I try to have some of that counterplay? As you can see, he's got like a Defy in his hand and such.
Investing just a little bit more, using that floating mana. 6 still ready to be spent. And well, you just kind of have to feel that with all the gears available to him, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra bodies to be deploying onto your battlefields, that is going to be incredibly difficult to overcome on the Lilia, who will be working with 7 might on her own. That is the threshold for the unchecked power. But at a certain point, you're going to have to tell yourself, all right, make them have it. Or can I leave 2 unequipped sand soldiers at home? Will that be enough for me?
Yeah, it's a hard consideration, but this is part of where the card game aspect, gamble of it is. Now, obviously, we have the information that the other player does not have the unchecked power, so it's an obvious choice to be like, stack them. At the same time, because that knowledge isn't really known, he's going to have to try to, I guess, find the best of what his options are to his own knowledge, and it looks like he's chosen to play the Arise in order to get a couple extra bodies out.
Yeah. Plop him down, make it as hard as it possibly can for our Lilia to get even a single conquer out there. And, well, when you look at an Azir, it does a lot more holding than a Lilia does. And it is more than comfortable to be threatening the game through it. What an absolute overwhelming display of force we have on Ornn's Forge. What is even left? That's an empty base. Now would be the time for the top deck unchecked power.
Now, for me as the Azir player, even though this is tournament play, I would be pretty confident in this board saying, if you got it, you got it. We'll go to game 2. But there is one particular chance, not one chance, but you have, your top deck or whatever in order to pull this with exactly 7 runes. I'm going to go for it. Beat this.
Yeah. We have one more draw available, right? We can power up the Sprite, send it out, and see if we can get another draw from the Conquer. See if we can find it through that way. But still, you are nervous. Your options are limited. And even though Victor was so close at hand, it seems further away than it has ever been for our Lilia.
Well, thankfully, with all of this exchange, I would definitely say, like, don't discount the value of game 1, because looking at what card information, even though they have their deck lists and stuff, you can kind of get a gauge for what the other person is trying to do and how they're getting that. And so they can use that to perhaps recover on their game 2. But as of now, I mean, I think that it's just going to be one of those things to where, I don't know, I can't think of a single thing that they're going to be able to draw other than, and even then, unchecked power that is going to win them this game.
I mean, unchecked power would definitely help out in such a grand way. Only 3 cards in hand for Azir. We'll be feeding our Skull Crab just to see what is out there. Not 1, but 2 Defies looking to make life even more difficult for Lilia. And once that has been spotted, I think they also get a little peek at that hidden card. What is hiding in there? Maybe even more valuable to be knowing. Now, did you get a peek at that?
I didn't. I was actually going to ask you. I was like, did you see what that was? Guess off the top of my head, perhaps a Hidden Blade or so, as I think they've only played 1. But maybe we'll be surprised and find out and see if it's anything interesting.
Yeah, Hidden Blade would be disastrous. Guards can be overcome, but that's a lot of might to be pushing over. That's 8 you'll be looking, and the re-equip, so that is another 5. So you're looking at like 13 might that you might have to contest with, potentially. So that is also a bit of a tall order, despite the fact that a Sprite can get all the way up to 9 for free. Now, tapping out so much energy already writes off the possibility of unchecked power, even if they do manage to conquer a battlefield right now. This feels like a last stand coming through for Lilia, but what can they even begin to overcome this mountain grown ever taller?
I mean, either way, you got to respect that they're like, yo, it's not over until it's over. So the fact that, they're still going to play through this round, great spirit, good sportsmanship. I'm still interested to see if maybe they have a trick up their sleeve. But for me, I feel like this game was over quite a while ago. Once those soldiers started stacking up, I was like, ugh. And there's the defy. There's the defy to the defy.
Yeah, that's a nice second defy you have in hand, but no energy to play it. That Sand Soldier will be biting the dust. It will be buffing up our student just that little itty bit. But every point of power is necessary right now.
So we've got 3 sprites, I believe, if my eyes don't deceive me. Plus Lilia, which is 3, plus the Raven Bloom, which is 5 now, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't
6
think...
more might in the Heart of Dark Ice.
True, Heart of Ice as well. So I'm hoping maybe that there's one more spell or something that he can get in order to try to even that out. Although I will say I have not counted out the might of all of those massive amounts of Sand Soldiers plus their equipment.
Oh, we're going for it. All right, getting another sprite looking to dislodge a little bit of a unit. That will be the end of Lilia. What is the out that they are brewing? Because it does look like they're thinking in overdrive. There's no more energy available, so this is it.
No idea, but it's great that he's like, send it. And it's definitely interesting to see how this is going to unfold. What could he possibly have?
Oh, I mean, it doesn't even really matter what he has because he has no energy to play with. This is as good as it gets for our Lilia. It seems like a complete write-off, but they will be playing it through till the end. Now, time is ticking away. So maybe this is the angle for like, all right, it's going to be really tricky for me to get a win in round 3, where Azir gets to go first again. Maybe I can get a draw through this game, make it see if we can, run the clock a little bit with, genuine play. But it's going to be really difficult to dislodge 2 battlefields with the pieces available to them. But if they get to go first once again and manage to win game 2 and force a draw, especially when you're playing Lilia, a legend that has a bit of a lower ceiling, that will need fewer wins to be in contention for the best of prizing, this is possibly a positive expected value play.
Yeah, that is an interesting approach to perhaps the psychology of where this person is at. Of, okay, what are my chances of making it to the end versus am I just going to go for the best of, and how do I want to try to play against that? But it does seem like he's committed to just figuring out the math to see if he's got enough, and I don't think that he does.
Here's the thing. At a certain point, there's not a lot he can do. And I am curious if there will be a moment where the judges will step in and be like, hey, you need to start making plays. You need to start making an impact on the game. You have no energy. The board state can't really change. How many permutations can you really be computing right now? And I think at a certain point, even if it is a positive EV play for our Lilia, we have to keep in mind the competitive integrity as well, where, Lilia can run away with the early game, so every second bot is a second one. But we have to draw the line somewhere here.
I agree. Someone get this guy a calculator, right? And just math it out and then math it out and hash it out.
Like an old-timey math window with the beads on them and the metal sliders.
Yeah, the abacus. Nice.
Yeah, that would be great. Dude, that would be great if the judges had that.
I agree. Yeah, I am
but
curious.
It's also up to the opponent, right? To say, hey, can somebody step in here? Can somebody like what are we up to? I'm not saying it's his mistake or his fault for letting this go the way it has been going.
Sure.
But up to it's up to the opponent to keep your opponent accountable as well.
So did he pay for the Heart of Ice? Was that where the +6 came from? Or was, because he had no energy, was that just something that he was sitting on?
Heart of Ice is free. Heart of Ice is just an exhaust ability, I believe.
Right, 100%. But As of now, you saw the dice on him, so I wasn't sure if he was waiting to buff the Raven Bloom or what just happened there. But apparently, they traded, and now, wow, crazy.
It will be guards, and we will be able to get a brutalizer to come on over. But that is 7 facing off against 6. Should be enough. Yeah, BF Sword does it all the same. So that should be enough to keep it off of them. And there we go at the very end. They got close, but it was simply not enough. GG called, and we are going to game number 2. Azir recovers from a horrendous, nightmarish start and keeps Lilia on the back foot.
Dude, if any deck is like just insane at comebacks, I would say it's Azir is definitely up there. Just being able to be patient and wait to develop and get your soldiers up and all of that becomes such a huge threat for any deck, even outside of Lilia. And unfortunately, Lilia just does not do well with holding, and we're going to have to see how they're going to have a counterplay, hopefully some gear hate. But I mean, I don't know if I'm a Lilia player right now. I'm just probably going to be thinking about going first, scoring as much as possible, and hoping that I get my rakes or my adaptatrons.
It is what you have to be sideboarding in for sure. Now, to keep in mind, we are working pre-bans, pre-sideboard updates. So we do not have the luxury of 10 card sideboards, but gear hate in this meta is definitely nothing new to be seeing, and Calm has plenty of it to be dealing with this Azir. Now, if you are gearing up towards game number 2, and you have to keep Azir on the back foot, one part, of course, the disruption, making sure that he can't be hitting those major arises. Besides that, will you be able to... Because what we saw transpire in game 1 was like the inconvenience of 1,000 cuts. It was not quite the death by 1,000 cuts, but you have to keep your opponent in check as Lilia. Make sure that they can't blossom, that they can't get that overwhelming show of force through. Is it just enough to run gear hate, or do you think we have to change our game plan a little bit as well, how we approach the showdowns?
I would definitely say you got to get an unchecked power in there if it's not in the main board, because that could be something that is an immediate retaliation for how many large bodies are over. Although I will say that it's very likely that the Azir is probably preparing for that, all things considered that they're playing against a blue-green, right? But in my mind, I would think that they need to find an answer to maintain might, perhaps with the masks or so, which we didn't see any of them come out. Maybe they just didn't see it through the draws or something, or maybe they don't play it. But I feel like that would be imperative to maintaining some threat while defending.
It's going to be tricky. It's going to be nasty to be keeping themselves into this game. When you're looking at battlefields available as well, like what is even a play here where you think, oh, that is such a comfortable battlefield for me to be pushing over in? It is going to come down to, can you keep Azir on the back foot? Can you deregulate his strategy for just churning out the tokens one by one by one? Can you combat that for long enough? It's really going to come down to, can you put the reins back onto the Ascended Bird himself? Sideboarding is done. We're going to sculpt our hands and get ready for game number 2, and I'm very curious what kind of speed we can expect from our Lilia, if they're eager to burn through this game and see if they can get the lead in game 3, because as we saw in these early games, early game of Azir, so-so at best. Early game for Lilia is an absolute scorcher, isn't it, Alchemy?
Yeah, and that's really the game plan of Lilia, right? Is to just zoom and try to get those sprites out and get those points as early as possible. And it reminds me a little bit of Annie, right? Of just vroom, of can I get these points faster than my opponent can develop? And unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough on the last game, but maybe going first, they'll be able to get a couple of, establishments out and really see what kind of pressure they can put on the Azir player.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that. It's going to be a little harder because the Azir is well, bringing in some gear hate on his own side. Those Heart of Dark Ices were definitely some real powerhouses, so being able to deal with that will pay off in the long run. Lilting Lullabies already locked and loaded. And we were talking about it. What a joy. The extremely rare Poro art.
Yeah, just awesome, man. I think that's side note. I think that's just so cool how they've managed to create a mural-esque thing of, you collect them all and it creates a big picture. I don't know if any other card game or something has done that before, but I think it's pretty substantial and pretty fun.
There's been a few, but every single time they do it, it's a home run. I love to see a little story unfold, all the characters coming through it as well. Just such a joy to see. And how can you not be rooting for Poros in this game? They're just so lovable.
Yeah, they just look like little mashed potato balls, And in any case, regarding the match, I will say that if the last game was the war of the soldiers versus sprites, ghosts versus mechs, or actually I would just say mummies, or something of the sort, I'm wondering if this is going to be the Cold War of the arms race of just destroying each other's gear, which would be really interesting if that happens.
We'll be seeing how many cards they get to look at, because as far as we've gotten, and I am, maybe a little weird to say that, I am expecting a lot more of what we've seen before. And I think, as Azir, you might want to be mindful of the fact as well that, you are on the clock. There's only 16 minutes left in this game. So, if you manage to get into the position where, the Azir doesn't work his clock as intensely as he maybe could have, he could be finding himself in the awkward position where after maybe if the rounds were like 20 minutes longer, he would have a convincing but might be like on a tiebreaker overtime ruling, declare the loser and walk away with the 1-1.
Yeah, it's definitely pressure. I wouldn't necessarily say that the Lilia players slow played, but they definitely took their time on trying to figure out that last play to the point where the pressure is definitely on. I would hope
there are judges next to them, right, to intervene. If they think it went too far, there are judges next to them. So yeah, like I don't want to be spewing criticism towards a player. They are acting within their means, and if they're going over the line, it is up to the judges to intervene. That is definitely how we should be looking at it. The players are just playing with the tools given to them.
Agreed. Nonetheless, the pressure is on, and I would still be hopeful that they would try to get the games finished, And in saying that, it looks like the Azir player has already established quite a presence with that heavy-looking... I can't see if that's a BF sword or what unit was playing. I'm afraid I got caught up in the conversation.
I don't think it's a BF sword. It's a Eye of the Herald and a Doran shield, I believe.
And a Doran shield, gotcha. Now, it's interesting because the Lilia player is actually running the Abandoned Hall. And I'm curious as to, maybe do you think that they would try to just play all of their sprite spells and get a large body for when that interaction is coming to play? Or what are we thinking?
It makes holding a little bit more interesting and a little bit more difficult for your opponent to push you off. Even though what I mean by holding is just defending the battlefield. Right? You're going to have to think twice before you're making the commitment to attack Abandoned Hull when, a on guard can suddenly buff for like 3, right? Or when your discipline is suddenly putting 3 extra Maya onto the board. It messes with the calculations just that a little bit. And on the side of Azir, there are definitely spells available, but not as plentiful as the Lilia.
Right. And in saying that, it looks like the sprite was able to overtake the Hall of Legends, and now we're looking at a 1-3. But I'm curious, do you think that we're going to see a similar outcome as last game, where the point tempo is favored towards Lilia and it's slowly but surely swung back over?
Maybe to a lesser sense, because in this game, Azir actually did manage to get some early game battlefields on the board. So we're already working with 2 equipments, many more to come still. So the engine is online a lot earlier and making a Rise a real threat much earlier into the game. Now, especially when we are introducing these real powerhouses of the BF sword, you're going to have to be a little bit more worried. And dealing with the Lilia so early on in the game is an absolute gut punch for
True.
Lilia.
And not just that, but the Azir player is comfortably sitting on that gear hate in case if the Heart of Ice or anything else, the masks perhaps come back out. Pressure is back on Lilia, and I'm hopeful that they're going to have a couple of answers for whatever circumstances they're dealing with at the moment.
No, and there's no relief in sight just yet, as what we are drawing is a little prick here, a little small cut there, and it's just a lot to be contending with on the side of Azir. And even if you do manage to push them off of the Hall of Legends, the gears are still around. No Adeptatrons in sight, no disarming rakes in sight, and most of all, that's only, I believe it's a Discipline and a Stupefy that they might be seeing some extra cards with. So, yeah, luckily the power costs are quite low, but the fact that they're on the metaphorical ropes that little bit earlier is not where you want to be as Lilia.
I suppose having an answer to just score, conquer with some of their spells and abilities to create the sprites even without the Lilia is still holding them in there, but it does seem like it's kind of an attrition, right? Because you might get a point this turn with the sprite as we're about to see here, but next turn, you know what I mean? With another Sand Soldier, with more gear, with all of that, it's going to kind of slowly but surely overtake and be overwhelming for the Lilia player, it looks like.
The advantages for Lilia are fleeting. They're temporary.
Right.
The advantages and developmental plays on the side of Azir they're stacking. They are compounding. And it is just kind of waiting until the blade of an Arise hits the back of your neck and lobs it clean off. We saw how big the gap is that an Azir can overcome. It is all about, can Lilia maneuver her way through those tiny gaps that are falling? Arise has not been spotted yet, but how is Lilia supposed to know that? They need to hit that gear hate, and they need to hit it now.
He's actually got one on his last card. So I think that he's waiting to play it, but he's chilling on one of them. But he's also got a hidden blade. I think he's also got the salvage. So, the gear isn't really going to save the Lilia player. And yeah, I'd be pretty stressed too, to be honest. You can see that he's in deep thought about how to maybe try to even this out. But I mean, at this point, my only idea at the moment is to hopefully get the Ravenbloom student onto the Hall of Legends, so that way whatever spell I play subsequently will give me a +2 at the very least, right?
And I think on the upside, there's only a single Sand Soldier right now to be worrying about. That is, I guess, the silver lining throughout all of this. They have been keeping the amount of soldiers present contained. If there's not an Arise coming out in the next turn or two, there is definitely an opening for Lilia to be conquering ever more and to increase that gap and to start threatening the game. But it feels a little bit outside of Lilia's control, where you have to be so reliant on, all right, can I evade the Arise? And if they do play out the Arise, can I Lilting Lullaby it? We know she has it on hand, but man, what amount of patience you need to be holding on to that.
Right. And also for the Azir player as well, right? Because they would probably suspect that the other player is going to have something like that, which I don't know if the Azir player had enough to play the Arise this turn, but I think that was a better choice anyways to continue to develop by playing more gear and build and build and build, and then maybe go for a big swing when it's time, all things considered. But yeah, as of now, it's that's why this matchup is pretty tricky, and it's been really enjoyable to watch to see how these two are trying to guess what each other player has.
It really embodies that guerrilla warfare style of Lilia, and that you'd see kind of from more Ionid against the established order in Shurima, right? On the one side, Lydia's ducking, weaving, trying to dodge every punch that is landing, the overwhelming forces that they have to be contending with. And on the other side, the war machine growing larger with every passing minute. Now, some extra power and might available through On Guard, through Stupefy. That will be pivotal, sending another Sand Soldier home. However, will it be enough to get the pieces to contain Azir? Because right now, we haven't done a lot of containing of the Azir on the gear side of things. And we highlighted at the very start, that is going to be crucial to coming out the winner.
At the very least, the Lilia player does have the signature counterspell against the Arise. And it's more about who's going to play what first, right? Yeah, it's chilling in his hand.
They have another energy. Yeah, no, I mean, it's chilling in his hand, but with one energy that is being written off.
Right.
And that is they got to be containing themselves, right? You got to be restraining yourself and allowing yourself to bite back from an Arise, because once that hits the field, it's so hard to come back from. But they'd rather go on the offensive. They'd rather bring the war towards the Azir. And honestly, I have a hard time blaming them.
Yeah, and that's part of the resource management, is if you only play defense, then you're never going to score any points. We have a saying, and I'm a JKD instructor, but always think hit, and in this case, it's always think score. With that being said, we just saw the salvage come out to get rid of the sprite gear, and they're not going to have another potential armed unit on that next turn, which I think that was a good time to play that.
Scuttle Crab being picked up. That is another card that allows us to dig just that little bit deeper. But do we even have time? Because at that point, Arise is a write-off. We cannot cast that this turn. Lilia is already threatening lethal on her upcoming turn. 2 bodies ready and only a singular Sand Soldier in the army of the Emperor. That's not much of an army. That's a zealot, if anything.
That's a militia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really well played by the Lilia. I mean, we were just talking about the threat of the Arise on the next turn, but he was able to actually force an interaction for the salvage to be played to where he's not able to play the Arise on this turn. And I mean, yeah, these choices are crucial to see how they're going to come out, but it might have been enough to sway securing the win for this game to where they would have less than 5 minutes to play on game 3.
It's a bit of a tricky one, right? Because in this current situation, they're not holding, right? They have 2 bodies ready, so you can dodge that at least. Get situated on the singular battlefield, hold that to the best of your ability, and then try and sweep it back in your favor with Azir. Even with very little. Did they top that kid, or did we just completely miss it?
Well, they had it the entire time. I just didn't think they had enough runes to play it. I thought I was just saying like, oh yeah, he did a good job. But apparently I was wrong. I miscounted the runes on the left side.
I didn't even see it in his hand. Nevertheless, well, this changes everything, doesn't it? This is the nightmare scenario that we were talking about. This is the payoff for Azir that they have been working towards the entirety of the game, and also the damage that is coming through from a failure to contain the Azir's arsenal of gear.
Yeah, it's like a virus, you just kill one and then multiplies into 5 more, which now being able to conquer the other battlefield is going to be huge, because even if there is retaliation on the other side, again, they're just 1-0 away from pulling everything to the other side and pretty much wiping out the other side. I mean, Lilia has almost no way outside of pure spells and whatever in order to get a might advantage, and that's really going to prove a challenge for what to do on the following turns.
Yeah, and we've gotten to the point where, the gap is even smaller than it was last time. You have even less time to be working with. So what are your outs? And once again, we are leaving up the insurance policy of a single soldier at home, so we can still threaten a double conquer on the tournament return slots if we do have to bite the bullet of an unchecked power, but no relief at all on that
He
side.
does still
And
have a draw potential though, right? So he does have at least one more, and he still has a turn. He did get the mask out. Forgive me for interrupting, by the way, but there's still a sliver of hope, like we say, and things are looking pretty bleak. But at this point, it might be another one of those instances where you play a couple spells, you try to get rid of a body or so, or maybe not. Maybe you try to hold up on your spells in order to make a big play with the Raven Bloom, but you have 2 battlefields to get rid of. So we'll see how this pans out.
yeah, it's going to be very tricky, but it starts with the Ravenbloom. So efficient with its spell usage on the hall, but can it deal with what is already out there? Now that is a big swing. 3 might going on to our little Ravenbloom student once more. Can they threaten the second battlefield as well? Tapped out Azir. A poor Azir. But will it be enough? Because the mask, I mean, the Scuttle Crab is very, very lonely, and there's no Undying Grip or something to transfer that might as easily.
True. Yeah, the Scuttle Crab is not really the biggest threat, although, hey, a +1 is a +1, and I would take it. So looks like he's going to play the Stupefy in order to get that trade and maybe get some hand knowledge, as the Azir player has 3 cards in hand, it looks like. And to be honest with you, like, I'll take it, right? It's whatever I can do to diminish what power you have. I want to try to make sure that you do not continue to get bodies up.
Yeah, and that is all she wrote. It seems like that has to be the concede from Ilya, forcing out the GG. And that is honestly probably the outcome that was destined regardless, despite their best efforts and despite the breathtaking artwork, they couldn't get the job done. Azir reigns supreme and goes victor into the round number 6.
Still very well played. I just think that the Lilia did not have the tools and the options that they needed to see in order to maintain pace with the Azir player.
They did have lethal, because they are sideboarding for game number 3.
Oh,
the
wow.
score is showing 1-1. I am completely missing that out. So usually for the people that are not aware, if you are the one reaching out your hand for GG, that is you conceding. So
right. Yeah, no,
it was
yeah,
a preemptive GG on the side of our Lilia, as it looks like we will definitely be going to game number 3 in a most surprising turn of events.
Wow. Yeah,
And now we have that awkward position where the Lilia will be going second, most likely. But we saw time again, even if we go into overtime right now and there's only 3 turns left to be played, Lilia is definitely capable of scoring a lot in just 3 turns.
2-point advantage, and maybe that was the strat, right? Is to, hopefully get to game 3. And with this little time that's left, not saying that they were slow playing, but with the little time that's left, if any deck, I believe, that can get that 2-point advantage versus another one, it would definitely be Lilia. So they might actually have the edge on this crazy sudden death that we're going to see for game 3. Because they've got 45, 30 seconds to even just get started, and then they're immediately at turn 0.
I'm just trying to walk through how they actually clutched that win. I don't want to spend too much time trying to reminisce about the what ifs and what could have been. But to me, there's a BF sword sitting on a battlefield, and so there's 6, 7, so they're at 8 or 9 might, with only the Scuttle Crab looking to punch through, who can get up to what? It is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
either.
suddenly the twist of events. It's odd. However, there can be no refuting what the scoreline is. 1-1. We're looking to go to game 3, and suddenly taking all the time in game 1, right? The extra 5-6 minutes that you've garnished yourself can be so incredibly valuable in this regard.
Right.
We were hinting at it earlier, But, this is the impact that it can make. If Azir does not hit on his first turn, they might be in real trouble.
They do have the advantage of going first, right? So there's at least that. But I'm also in agreement of what speed could the Azir player possibly pull out in order to keep up with the sprites of a Lilia? Because even though they're going to get turn 1, Lilia is going to come out that specific turn, right? And if they have something else to play, I'm trying to think of what the names are with the sprites. They're eluding me, but if they're able to get that out, then it's like immediate conquer, and the pressure's really on.
Here's the weird thing. I think we might just be in a bit of a bug, because I'm looking back on the footage. The Scuttle Crab dies. There are no ready units. I think we might just have a visual bug where the game has been declared. Yes, there was energy open, but there's no cards shown whatsoever.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
And the enemy has Azir ready to reconquer the other battlefield. Would be going up to 5. That's enough to ready it. I'm man. What I would give right now to speak Mandarin and hear what the cast has to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there was a kick under the table and he said concede, and he was like, all right, But other than that, it looked like the Azir player still had a really big advantage. Plus, I just got an ad.
There's more there's more brewing happening in chat. As Shmansky said, when the opponent was supposed to show his hand from the death trigger of the Scuttle Crab,
right?
The GG was called, perhaps that he couldn't contest the hold, but you have Azir right there. He can take any amount of tokens with him, all the gears attached to it. So who knows? Who knows? It will all be revealed to us when we get to have a little look, because it looks like we're just going to game number 3. Apologies for all of the confusion, but we're going to have to take the stance that we're going to game 3. If we're not going to game 3, then we'll have a little bit of a break. Now, game 3 won't last long. Let's put it like that, because we are definitely hitting overtime right now.
No, the fact that they're showing us this screen, it means it is all but over. You know what happens when you're starting a game and it's already overtime? It's just a draw. So the fact that Lilia won right there with 20 seconds remaining, they just don't start a game 3, and that is just GG. Both players get 1 point and move on from there. So unfortunately, we don't get even overtime round 3. Maybe it would have favored Lily in that situation, since she's kind of off to the races a little bit quicker than Azir. But man, game number 1 took 35 plus minutes. Lilia on that last turn, I mean, granted there was a lot of math, but a little slow play accusations, I want to say. Not like disrespectfully, but that was a long turn from Lilia. If there was one at fault, it had to be her side.
It's they play towards their strengths, right? I think in that regard, it is a bit of a blame the game, not the player. If there was a hint of slow play, the judges should have stepped in my opinion. Or there should have been a call. Someone had to intervene in that. The fact it was allowed, we can have a piece about that. But the Lilia is playing with the tools granted to her, and they did it to perfection. And getting the win in game number 2 somehow is to me, honestly, stunning. It feels like absolute daylight robbery, and getting a draw out must feel exhilarating in that regard. The fact that you're getting out this series with a point is an absolute win, despite of the draw.
Yeah, point's a point, right? And for the Lilia player, depending on what their goals are, and depending on what your goals are, if they're just looking for best of, like, take what you can get, I'm pretty sure that the Azir player was probably a little bit disappointed in the outcome of that, because had there been one more or a little bit more time, I'm still trying to figure out how they even got the loss on that. To be honest, it looked like he had the advantage, but I guess maybe what had happened is, we're recapping here. Yeah, even still, the Sand Soldiers were still holding for that battlefield. So what happened there?
It's a bit of a tricky one. That is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. A misjudgment, a misstep, it matters very little, because that is all the coverage that we will be providing for the Beijing Nationals day one. We're getting ready to bring it over to our friends over in Germany, which will we also be covering. How convenient. Plus, you have joined us as we're about ready to get it to send off. It's everything I've been casting for today. I'll be back later tonight to cover some conclusions for our German showdown coming up right there. What a joy it is to be casting Riftbound in the company of such lovely faces.
For sure, Bandit Alchemy, fantastic stuff. You know, a game that went the distance despite having two quote-unquote aggressive decks on the feature match. I was not expecting that, but a good one nonetheless. A lot of back and forth, a whole lot of arithmetic going down, which is such a tricky game, which is kind of understandable why I did go long. But just like Bandit was saying, guys, unfortunately, we can't cover all the China Day 1 today. I did have a prior commitment to the $5,000 Grand Summon Skirmish out in Games Island EU. Actually out in Germany by Games Island EU. So we're going to be hopping over to that stream very, very soon. I'm going to be throwing this stream down, but it's only going to be like a 5-minute downtime. And we're going to be hopping right into round number 3 of that event. Before we go ahead and do so, I do want to give a big, strong thank you to Bandit and Alchemy. You'll be seeing these guys a little bit later today/tomorrow, wherever you are around, depending on where you are around the world. But let's go ahead and give a nice little sign out. If you guys want any little closing remarks before we close things out here, temporarily close things out, because I'll be right back in like 5 minutes. Now would be nice.
Yeah. And it's not all you've seen of Alchemy just yet. He will be accompanying you into the first few rounds of the showdown in Germany as well, if I believe. Double checking that.
Sorry, were you referring to Plus or were you referring to me?
You're covering the opening round for Germany as well, right, Alchemy?
I think
Double check.
Alchemy, because it's gonna be so close. Or we'll talk about it off stream.
My bad. I am putting you in a bit of
Anything, yeah.
awkward position. But Alchemy, thank you so much for joining me. If people want to keep track of any music that might be coming out, or any commentary that might be coming out, any acrobatics that might be coming out, there's a lot to be coming out there. I will be saying, where can they best keep track of you?
Lots of projects. I will say that as far as commentary goes, I hang out here at Runes and Rift. Thank you all so much for having me. And Bandit, thank you for the pre-gaming as well. I really appreciate that. You can find my YouTube channel over at ALCKEMY, but don't expect any Riftbound stuff over there. That's more for if you're curious. Really just want to say thank you to both of you, and I really appreciate every time I get to come on here and participate and talk about a really fun game. So thank you all.
It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure, and it's such a wonderful time to have you. Now that I'll be back later today. In the meantime, well, it's a bit of a routine now, but if you want to keep up to date with my latest comings and goings, and maybe any projects for RQ Barcelona, maybe more on that later, at Caster Bandit on pretty much any platform you're looking for. That has been all. Plus, can I hand it over to you?
That is right. Thank you guys so very much. As Bandit was saying, that is everything from day 1 Beijing National Open for today. But of course, that was 8 hours down. Now 8 to 10 more hours left to go, as we're going to be hopping in very shortly. Guys, we're going to go offline for probably max 5 to 10 minutes as I go ahead and make preparations to jump into that event. So I'm excited for this. 150 players competing for over $5,000 prize pool. It should be a heck of a tournament. So if you guys want to stick around, it won't be the China event. I mean, during the breaks, we'll try to catch the other Chinese rounds as well. But tomorrow we will be back and catching the entirety of day 2 Top Cut for the Chinese, for the Beijing National. So we do have that to look forward to. But for now, guys, I'll see you guys in a little bit, or at least I'll see you a little bit. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay. See you soon, guys.